quote, "I spent over 2 years only authorized patches. Arthmore felt forced to capitulate, making an edit to the main thread, writing, have we as a community so lost touch with our core principles of sabotage and or destroying content in another mod as malicious software? I fail to see how it could be seen otherwise." He also attacked the character of said creators by stating that you can't separate the mentality of those who want to freely rip each other off from the type of person who would exploit such a loophole such as this in order to skirt existing rules on the subject.
Sure.
They're one and the same in my experience. In another post in the same thread, he appealed to the community's moral framework, writing, "Have we as a community so lost touch with our core principles that we're given actual serious thought to enabling the deliberate, targeted sabotage of another's work?" However, none of his philosophizing changed the reality that some users of the Open Cities mod simply disliked Arthmore's extraneous addition of the Oblivion Gates, and removing these dead gates from the mod was no different to them than making changes to the base game of Skyrim.
True!
Gatecrasher approved, and with no recourse, Arthmore felt forced to capitulate. Making an edit to the main thread for the Open Cities mod, he included a new section at the bottom. Why are there dead Oblivion Gates in the cities now? In it, he spent multiple paragraphs defending his decision to include them, citing lore and discussing authorial intent on the part of Bethesda, as well as invoking real-life memorials to battles in the American Civil War and World War II.
Jesus Christ.
Pearl Harbor and Iwo Jima. He closed his argument by fighting back against those who believed that the inclusion of the gates was beyond the scope of the mod, writing, quote, "Arguments of it being feature creep don't fly either. These gates add a touch of uniqueness to the mod, and pay what I believe is an homage to the Elder Scrolls IV Oblivion as one of the best games of its time. They are not active portals, and nor are they eyesores. They're not even in your way. Still not happy? Thomas Kyra has created a patch to remove the gates. His is the only authorized patch. Any others have been produced without permission and are likely to have game-killing bugs in them."
Fucking
End quote.
so
Over
butt
time,
blasted,
this
dude.
event
Chill
would
the
be
fuck
given a
out,
name,
man.
Gategate, a reference to the infamous Watergate scandal. According to team member Sigurd Stormhand, who recalled the incident many years later, quote, "The reason Arthmore dug his heels in was, as much as anything, because some users said some extremely offensive things about the gate meshes themselves, which were made for the project by a friend." While uncorroborated, a user on the RPG Codex forums would state that, as a result of this disagreement, quote, "Arthmore's personal website got hammered for days with goatsy, gore, and other horrible things." End quote.
Yeah,
Despite
well,
the relatively small
being a
size
shithead,
of
man.
this controversy, it set a precedent that Arthmore felt justified making additions to the game to better suit his vision by surreptitiously bundling features with mods for overtly stated purposes. And those who disagreed with this vision were not only wrong for attempting to change it, but a threat to the very foundation of modding itself.
Fuck
The
you.
desires of the user were secondary to the creative integrity of the mod author's intent.
Okay, hold the fuck on. If I'm... Never mind.
And this, naturally, included Arthmore himself. Now, Arthmore was in charge of the unofficial Skyrim patch, the largest bug-fixing project for Skyrim, and with more and more mods adding...
What's my opinion on that? So there are mods for Lethal Company, say, that add some content that I like, and simultaneously add content that I don't like. That's just kind of how it is. You just kind of have to tank that. This dude released a patch or a mod for the game that came like one way, and then like after the mod was already out, it got patched. Now the mod's doing other shit that people don't like. And people found a way to like undo that thing he didn't like, and now he's getting fucking ass blasted. Shut the fuck up.
It as a dependency, it was
You're adding mods to make the game as enjoyable as possible. You can't tell people what they like and what they don't like.
Given its utility. The team behind the USKP had just been handed immense power within the community, With modders grateful for the massive undertaking and service that the unofficial patch team was providing, and public sentiment strongly in their favor, the momentum of the patch was nigh impossible to stop, and more the modding community was reliant upon the choices and
No, that's it.
goodwill of the
No,
unofficial
yeah, you got it.
patch
Right there.
team.
No, forward. Oh, you're stressing me out. What's going on there? Yeah, put the fucking gold... That stressed me out.
The friction between players and the team would begin early into the unofficial Skyrim patch's lifetime.
Oh no.
On September 3rd, 2012, 5 months after the launch of the patch, a forum user wrote in response to the patch's thread expressing their distaste for a specific change that the USKP made to the initial 3 Guardian Stones.
Okay.
These Guardian Stones, found near the beginning of the game, act as guides for new players. Only one stone's boon may be chosen at a time, and adopting one increases the speed at which the character gains experience for a family of skills, encouraging them into one of 3 modes of play. The Warrior Stone boosted the growth of melee combat skills, while the Mage Stone and Thief Stone did the same for magic and stealth-related skills respectively. This helped give new players unfamiliar with role-playing games a set of clear playstyles that they could follow.
True.
Arthmore and his team, however, had made a minor change to these stones.
A minor
Observing
change.
the way that skills were grouped in other places in the game, and citing the official strategy guide, they had decided to move the archery skill from the Thief Stone to the Warrior Stone. According to unofficial patch team members, this change was the subject of heavy internal debate. While a relatively small change overall, it inspired significant frustration from a small
Yeah, that seems like you're fucking with shit that you shouldn't be fucking with. You're there to fix bugs. You're not there to, like, change how the game plays.
Who felt that this was overreach on the part
Absolutely.
of the USKP team. One of the few people to speak up about it wrote that, while they were happy with the patch as a whole, quote, "I'm only looking for bug fixes, not told how I am supposed to play the game." To which Arthmore replied, "And that's what you got, a bug fix."
Oh,
This highlighted an inherent
God.
problem with bug fixing projects such as
He's
the
such a
USKP.
dick.
There is no public consensus on what precisely a bug is or how to identify one, and what one person might consider an undesirable bug could be an enjoyable feature for another player. Some bugs are easy to identify, such as those that hard crash a game or completely lock progress, but others are not so clearly defined. In order to resolve this tension, Arthmore wrote a frequently asked questions section for the AFK Mods website, which became the primary hub for discussion of the unofficial patch, and he opened this post with a definition. Quote, "A bug is defined for our purposes as a defect in the game that can be factually proven to be broken. This can be anything from a quest that won't advance a stage when it should, to a typo in a book, and pretty much everything in between."
What a loose-ass definition. Hello? Here, I should probably change my category to, like, just chatting or something. That's my bad. I do want to finish this video. If I play Satisfactory while I have the video playing, I feel like I'm not going to be able to pay attention to it. I'm so curious, though. I don't know. Let's just go play Satisfactory, yeah? That's what we said we're going to do, so that's what we're going to do. Kitty, what did you get on me? What is this? Discontinue use immediately. If you're epileptic and you didn't realize it. Oh my god. I like what they got going on over here, though. This factory does look very pretty. Never gonna spend the time to do that. That's like, we're setting up screenshots and like trailer videos type shit. I'm not there. 5th day? Really? Guess I didn't save the game. Huh. I thought I had a save called 6th day. The fuck? Apparently I forgot to do it. Excuse me. So sorry. Still have a ton of hard drives. Okay. So. These, look at all these computer chips, man. I vaguely recall there needing to be, like... The mam's done! Yay! Whee! Don't suck me in. Concrete's overfull. Yay! Cheap silica. It's concrete plus quartz. I don't care. Diluted package fuel. Hmm. My silica production's already insane right now. There's no need. Send it. What's going on in the hub? What's up with our power? It's all over the fucking place is what it is, but also we should still have plenty of room. Fluid packaging. I'm gonna need this eventually. Alright. Need a lot more sheets. Need plastic. I'm gonna be in trouble if I ever run out of these fucking sheets, man. Oh, still need more plastic. Yeah. Okay. I might have some here. Unless, of course, I don't. Guess we're going upstairs. Wow. I mean, it's a little cringe. There's probably a better way to do this, but thus far, basically every single time that there's like a new thing I have to make, I just end up are these just tier 1 belts, by the way? They're tier 2 belts. Yeah, but these are like totally full. We gotta tier 4 this shit, man. I don't know what else to tell you. We gotta hustle our bones on this. Let's see. Oh, oops. I made something a tier 4 belt that did not need to be tier 4. Oh, of course the bottom one's stuck. That's fine. We just really need to empty these out before the train gets back, so the train can offload all of its shit. So if we can't, I'm gonna be in trouble. Okay, let's go do that research. Yeah? Yeah. It's Still no music going. Thoughts? Anyway, yeah, so, for better or worse...
Milestone reached. Avoid the embarrassment of placing liquids in your pockets only for them to spread across your suit. Package and unpackage them with the packager.
That does
Packaging
happen to me.
fluids allows them to be transported in your inventory, on conveyor belts, and by vehicles. For increased, non-pocket related fluid storage, you can now use the industrial fluid buffer.
Wow. I'm grateful. Get some music going. I do want to keep watching this.
Some judgment is used for issues that are more cosmetic than functional, such as the lack of heat blurs on smelters and forges. The game will obviously function just fine without those, but they constitute unrealistic visual presentation. End quote.
Oh.
This definition still left many ambiguities, and for many bugs, one vitally important aspect is the intention of the developers.
True.
The fix for a hard crash is almost universally positive, as most developers don't wish for their programs to do so.
Yes.
What denotes a bug is not always so clear.
Yes.
And this problem was exemplified by the Guardian Stones.
Yes.
While the Thief Stone purported to provide bonuses to the stealth category of skill, it is the only place in the game where archery is included in that category, with 3 other quests that defined archery as a combat skill. And so, one natural conclusion is that its categorization as a stealth skill was an error, an argument that was used to dismiss the frustrated critics. However, this addition could also have been an attempt by the developers to complement a stealth archer style of play, popular in games such as Skyrim, where the player attempts to quietly pick off individual enemies from a group without being spotted, using ranged attacks to stay hidden. Notably, as of the writing of this video, the vanilla game still includes the boost to the archery skill with the Thiefstone boon nearly 14 years after Skyrim's release, though Bethesda has allowed many bugs to remain in Skyrim during this time,
Interesting.
and so its continued presence is far from conclusive evidence of intent. While Arthmore had cited the official strategy guide as evidence, they are notoriously unreliable and often contain incorrect information due to simple error or because the copy for the book was finalized before the game's code, making them poor evidence of intent, something that Arthmore would even later admit. Whatever the developer's intention, the USKP team was now placing themselves as its final arbiters, and a vocal contingent of players disagreed not only with their interpretations, but that fundamentally, changes to gameplay such as this were outside the scope of a bug-fixing patch.
True.
But by the end of the year, the USKP team would be making
she's all the way over there.
changes to
I'm
the
gonna
game.
get you though.
The first was at a particular location called Red Belly Mine, which was ostensibly an iron mine overrun by large spiders, which the player could clear for the local villagers. However, despite the villagers referring to it as an iron mine, the mine was filled with ebony ore instead, a much more valuable material. Like the Guardian...
Oh, what's happening? Look out! Oh my gosh. Oh my god. That was crazy. What the fuck happened? Alright, hang on. We gotta get everything running again. That was crazy. No! I don't think I've ever had that one happen before. Oh no, Satisfactory too. Oh shit, son. My fucking video, dude. Yeah, can you get that running again?
But by the end of the year, the USKP team would be making more aggressive changes to the game.
Right.
The first was at a particular location called Red Belly Mine, which was ostensibly an iron
get a look
mine
at, take a peek under the hood here on this one.
which the player could clear for the local villagers. However, despite the villagers referring to it as an iron mine, the mine was filled with ebony ore instead, a much more valuable material. Like the Guardian Stone changes, there was significant disagreement around how to proceed. Daydreamer, a frequent contributor and vocal
That's how we
poster
do
on the
it.
forums, and another contributor named Sia Levy argued vehemently that the Red Belly mine should be changed. The former argued that, quote, "The developers screwed up. Even printed literature says this is an iron mine. The local Radian quest requires an iron ore. Making the mist red should be a no-brainer." End quote. Arthmore, the new leader of the project, agreed that the mine was most likely intended to be an iron mine and was later changed in error during development, but disagreed with making any changes with the unofficial patch.
True.
Stating, quote, "There's no good alternative either way, because one option means splicing audio. The other option means altering the entire mine to provide iron, get rid of the bodies that aren't supposed to be there, and concoct some sort of red mist effect. Plus, editing part of the village exterior to replace
That's
the
funny.
loose ore there, too. Both options are highly intrusive, though I have to think the audio splicing would actually be less of an issue in the long run." Eventually, he concluded, "Going to close this one out, as fixing it would unnecessarily deprive the game of a source of ebony, and the rest of this stuff could just as easily have changed after the spiders got there."
Okay.
But Sia Levy was adamant. Quote, "I strongly disagree with closing this. Every piece of information says this should be an iron mine. Convenience for access to ebony is not a good reason to dismiss it. That's essentially an exploit."
Well,
Under the
you
pressure
wanna
from Sia Levy
add
and Daydreamer, Arthmore acquiesced.
ebony somewhere else
So,
then?
they made a series of changes based on the in-game dialogue and context clues
Oh, that's
from
a
the
slippery
game.
slope, dude. I
Pointing
don't
to the
know.
discussions between the villagers, the fact that the miners buy iron ore, the dialogue about a red mist in the mine,
Wait.
which can be a product
How long
of
ago is this
improperly
save?
mined iron, and the
Oh, this
nearby
save is
mine with
ancient.
the
I don't
same number
want
of
any part of
ore
this. Hang
nodes
on.
could have been a point of confusion for poorly coordinated developers.
Is this really my last one?
Replacing all of the ebony ore veins with iron ore instead.
I still have a tractor and stuff? Wait, I've made a mistake.
The
Hang
iron
on.
ore in a separate mine was replaced with ebony. This, however, wasn't enough for the team. While the in-game dialogue discussed a red mist
I
in
made
the
a
Red Belly mine,
critical error
any
here.
such mist was lacking in the mine itself. Instead,
Hopefully I'm not,
featuring
like,
only the
overwriting
normal white
autosaves
mist
that are
could be found
proper.
in other locations. And so, in order to be satisfied that the mine had been fixed,
Okay,
the
this is
USKP
correct.
team adjusted the coloration of the mist texture
think
using modding
this is
tools
correct.
to make
Let me
it
just,
more
like,
red.
get, like, a real
This
save down.
took numerous
I forgot to
iterations
save
in
on the
order for
6th
them
day.
to be satisfied. But soon, the team would extend their remedies from adjusting in-game assets to creating new assets wholesale.
What?
Near the beginning of the main quest line of Skyrim, the player fights their first dragon, named Mirmulnir, with the help of the guards from a nearby city. If played in English, subtitles will appear for Mirmulnir, but no actual voice lines can be heard, unlike other dragons who appear in the story. After investigating, the team discovered that, while the game's code called for a voice line to play when these subtitles appeared, no audio file actually existed in the game. Notably, localized versions of Skyrim included voice acting for these lines in their respective languages, and only the English version lacked these audio files.
Really?
Still, without any files, there was nothing for the USKP team to restore. Rather than simply remove these orphan subtitles or leave them as they were, the team behind the unofficial patch decided on a different option.
They're gonna voice
They had
act
a
that?
member of the community record a custom voice
Oh
line
my
for the
God.
dragon and added it to the mod, giving
That
Mirmulnir
shouldn't
the
be a
affect
part of the
a
base
legion
mod,
of
though.
man.
Hello?
As additions to the unofficial patch began to accumulate, and as more new players began to enter the modding scene, encouraged by the unprecedented success of Skyrim, a rift began to grow between those who played the game without mods and those who played with the USKP.
That's
Given
crazy.
the impracticality of reading the ever-bloating changelog, very few modders were aware of the breadth of changes made by the unofficial patch.
Oh
And given
my
its
God.
description as a purely bug-fixing project, Most assumed that, apart from the other mods they were using,
Right.
they were having the same experience as the vanilla players.
Right.
Because so few people had the knowledge base to tell the difference, there was little opportunity for the unofficial patch's reputation to be harmed, if not because of their relatively small impact on the game, then due to ignorance. This broad perspective on what constituted a bug was illustrated in part by a post made by Arthmore to the AFK Mods forums in July of 2014, in which the team listed the numerous other mods that helped, as they described it, fix the game experience. In this list, they included a mod called Sky UI, which sought to offer a menu system more accommodating to players who used a mouse and keyboard. Arthmore wrote, perhaps
Why are my
half in
textures going
jest,
crazy
that
right
it
here?
was, quote, a PC-centric reworking of the major components of the game interface. Yes, we
See
do
that
in
too?
fact consider
fuck are they
this to
doing?
be within the realm of bug fixing, because the vanilla PC interface is simply not designed with actual PCs in mind.
What?
Quote. The next few years progressed uneventfully for the unofficial patch team as they gradually
This is
fixed
so
bugs
funny to
and
me.
made small changes to the game.
Okay.
Members coming and going as availability and interest waxed and waned. But as this time passed, the public perception of the
Well,
mod continued to
we,
change. While the team publicly asserted that they made decisions as a group, the mod was uploaded to the most popular databases under Arthmore's name. And near the end of 2013,
we should start
the
making
Bethesda
computers and
forum
heavy
threads
modular
for the
frames
USKP
somehow.
stopped crediting any other contributors,
Even if it's just
meaning
for our
that
own
the
personal
only person
consumption.
whose name was
you know.
outwardly attached to the mod was the person who was posting the threads.
All of these supply routes
Finding
have
any
like
further attributions required further research into the AFK forums or the read
more than enough
files of the
input
mod,
here.
something that scarce
What's going on
few
with this
were
one?
bothered to do. Gradually, the name
This is the
Arthmore
steel
became
pipes one?
synonymous with the unofficial Skyrim patch, and the USKP became known as Arthmore's mod. What's more,
What happened to all my steel
Arthmore's
pipes?
frustration with the general
Oh, here
modding
they come.
community was beginning to show
Kinda.
more and more.
Slowly.
Arthmore had a habit of engaging in frequent discussion in forums, arguing over semantics and correcting those who accused his mods of causing issues while dismissing them for their lack of aptitude. Frequently, he would refuse to offer any correction, opting only to inform the user that they were wrong, having long become fed up with supplying explanations to one person only for another person to ask the same questions or demonstrate the same misconceptions later.
Honestly
This
true.
was a sentiment shared by many other mod authors. It is common for mod users to encounter problems with a new mod, and rather than using available resources,
Well, you just need to like go
immediately
and
beseech the creator for
make
a
an FAQ
solution,
for that shit,
resulting
no?
in the same questions repeatedly asked and blame improperly assigned by frustrated modders. This results in mod authors growing jaded toward their own user base, some more than others. But
Clearly.
Arthur's combativeness only increased as the years passed, and by the end of 2013, his frustration with the user base was shaping decisions about the unofficial patch.
Really?
For example,
In what
when
way?
they noticed that the haggling skill wasn't providing quite as large of a discount as they expected, the USKP team adjusted the numbers and sent the patch live. However, soon afterward, an astute, mathematically inclined user went to the USKP forums to reveal that, while unintuitive, the vanilla mathematics were indeed correct, since the skill described the effect as making the prices better, as opposed to cheaper, meaning that, rather than reducing the price by the percentage given, it allowed the player to purchase more of a good for the same price. The bug fix had accidentally
Interesting.
introduced a new bug, rather than fixing one, relatively minor. Arthmore, however, refused to revert the change on the basis that, quote, I can predict with absolute certainty that it will simply be reported again if we undo this. The whole convoluted logic of it defies common understanding because nobody I know thinks 15% better results in a $100 item costing $87. They expect that to result in a $100 item costing $85.
True.
Quote. Despite pushback
But
from other forum users, Arthmore would offer no further reply, apparently choosing to keep the changes in the patch. As the years passed, the USKP team would grow more comfortable with the idea of adding their own new content to remedy issues.
you just need like
In late
versions,
2014,
right? If
one
you're like
of
implementing a
Steve's
version of the
team
patch
noticed
that people
an
don't like,
in-game
just
book
like
outlining the holds
go get the
in
old one,
Skyrim was
provided it
missing
still
a
works
hole.
with the new version of the game.
So, he wrote new text to complete the book, text that was included in the next iteration of the unofficial patch. Gradually, the scope of the USKP was
These are both
growing
ass.
beyond that which most assumed it to be. But Arthur's frustration would grow in
I need
concert
that.
with the importance of his modding
I need
efforts
that
to
pretty
the
badly.
community. When Kevin left in 2013, Arthmore had accepted control of the unofficial Morrowind and Oblivion patches as well as the Skyrim patch. But in November
It's gonna fix a lot of my problems if I can figure out how to implement it. Jesus.
4, and Arthmore would begin overseeing another unofficial patch project
Water.
for this
It's
game
water.
as well, releasing an
Hold on, I need to think. I definitely want this. We have an issue right now with our copper production. It's not high enough in order to make the computer parts that we need. I don't remember like what the numbers we decided on were, but we needed something like 1,400 copper ingots per minute. We currently have access to like 700 or something. Some kind of not great number. However, set ourselves up to make all this copper. We're gonna have to build refineries, or we need water. We're gonna need it like in pretty high amounts. There is some water near us, but it may not be enough to do all this stuff that we want to do. We would have to tear down all these, all of our smelters that are smelting copper, replace them with refineries, port water up here in sufficient amounts. I mean, we gotta do it. We gotta do it. Son of a bitch. Alright, hang on. Let me just... I need motors. I just need to look at it. I just need to look at it. Hold the fuck up. Also, I understand it looks like our copper's backed up right now. That's just because we don't have enough room for all the chips that we're making. So maybe I don't need to fuck with it, you know? Maybe if I find myself gated by my copper production later, then I can mess around with it. Also, I've got a lot of stuff in my inventory. A lot of stuff that doesn't make a lot of sense. Let me get a second look at that one more time, just out of curiosity. This requires 10 water per minute, 15 copper per minute. Those are pretty reasonable numbers. I would have to remember the sum total of my copper output though, which I believe is it's about 700. It's roughly 700.
In April of 2016, further increasing his influence. As their boldness increased, the importance of authorial intent was beginning to shift. For example,
What's going on
in
with
the
these
base game, a unique
these little
weapon
orbs?
called the Ebony Blade is unable to be improved, but the unofficial patch team decided in 2015 to make it possible to upgrade it, citing a loading screen tooltip that noted, any weapon or piece of armor can be improved at a smithy. In response to someone's thread on the AFK mods forums complaining about the change, Arthmore wrote, quote, nonsensical or not, our decisions are generally not based on tales from a potential work of fiction in universe. There is overriding external info given to the person at the keyboard that things were supposed to work a certain way and no exceptions were provided for in that information. If you can produce more than just that book that corroborates the intent, we'll consider it. End quote. However, despite their
I'm making too many
adamance,
beans
2
right now.
years later, this change was reverted. Responding to another person making a post to the same forums complaining about the reversion, Arthmore dismissed them by saying, quote, "Get a mod that handles this then, because the decision was reviewed and decided for reversion after reading up on the lore." The problem with arguing the load screen is that the book in the room with the blade is quite clear, which means the game is speaking to the issue directly instead of a generic load screen that could be interpreted numerous ways. We do not consider load screens to be primary sources of lore, especially when they're of the type that explain game mechanics such as this. We are not going to change it again. The lore sources are correct, and a lot more people consider those to be important to maintain. Our decision has been made and we're
Hey,
sticking
2G.
to it. The lore is
What's up,
clear,
man?
what we've done is consistent with it, and that's pretty much that. We are not responsible for the condition of things in the lore.
Hydrate? I
Bethesda
just did.
is. If you think
I
this
promise
needs
I just did.
changing, lobby
Like,
them to
as I was
change it.
speaking to you.
We are not going to. End quote. This ambiguity of purpose, whether the mod was in service to authorial intent or lore,
Thank you.
would only
No,
continue
I'll do.
to
Oh, I
plague
got you. You
further
spent the
changes.
points.
The
Cheers.
team was
This is
also
for you.
keen to add new assets,
Coffee.
such as higher
There's water in
resolution
coffee, right?
textures to replace
Oh, there's
others,
water in
despite
steak.
falling well outside the purview of
It's a
bug
liquid.
fixing.
We're fine.
These are only a handful of the changes with which some people took umbrage, and they would continue to accumulate as time passed. Over the next few years, the unofficial Skyrim patch would continue to become a staple of Skyrim modding, and while a remastered version of Skyrim was in production, named Skyrim Special Edition, the unofficial patch team would be given early access, along with a small cadre of other modders and content creators, so that they could make an updated patch available upon this new version's release, which would occur in late October of 2016.
Let me get this dumb stuff out of my
Shortly
inventory.
after release, Arthmore would be interviewed as a mod creator by the game studio, though little substantive information would be discussed, mostly acting as a way for Bethesda to advertise the mods from Arthmore that would be available for Skyrim Special Edition. More importantly, it acted as an endorsement of the work of Arthmore and, by extension, the unofficial patch. With this new updated version, the patch would take on the new name of Unofficial Skyrim Special Edition Patch, or USSEP. But just as the unofficial patch was reaching levels of recognition scarcely rivaled by any mod before it, Arthmore would finally begin damaging his reputation so thoroughly that the modding community would begin to turn on him, and by extension, the unofficial patch project.
Okay. Let's not lose sight of what we're trying to do here. I want to make sure that these little stupid ball things that I need to finish the space elevator are on the way. Here's the problem. I need steel pipes.
Simply called Skyrim VR. Though there was no official modding support, modders were quick to make a minor change to the unofficial patch to make it compatible. And to their
I have steel pipes, but they're just not. They're not filtering through this system that I've got here quick enough. I have too many beams coming. Right? Like, I've got pipes, but we can manually move some of these for now, and then we'll go look at our production facilities and we'll just try to make sure that everything's copacetic. Yeah.
Skyrim VR players downloaded and installed the update, they discovered that this version was breaking some functionality with the game. In most other instances, this would only be a minor problem, as modders could simply download an older, compatible version of the patch. But when modders who had installed
away all my
the update
biofuel.
went searching for an old version to solve the issue, they were faced with a roadblock. The unofficial patch team had a policy to always remove the old version of the patch when a new one was made available.
They
This
did?
practice was uncommon among mod authors, especially those whose mods are used as a dependency, because new versions can break other mods reliant upon it.
That's
As
crazy.
such, the decision to bar modders from accessing older versions was generally seen as a harmful, if not antisocial, practice.
Absolutely.
Especially given the collaborative nature of modding. But the team continued this practice anyways, ostensibly to prevent complaints from people using an older version of the patch, though the team members have also stated that this was the wish of Kevin when Arthmore inherited the project. The unofficial patch
Just
team
ignore
was aware
them.
of the problems that this would cause the VR modding community, but Arthmore was unsympathetic
That's
in a
crazy.
public statement,
Hang on.
writing, quote, Bethesda has made it clear that the VR versions of the game do not support the use of mods. As a result, this mod will not be supported for anyone attempting to use it on a VR version of the game. Take note that even if Bethesda later changes their mind on this, VR equipment is too expensive to justify the purchase just for the sake of making sure the mod works.
What a shithead thing to say. Oh my god.
Please do not ask about this subject in the
Oh
comments,
my
as all
God.
such comments from this point forward will be deleted. End quote.
Deleted!
The helpfulness of the unofficial patch had generally shielded it from criticism, but now one of its practices was actively harming an entire category of modders, and enough mods used it as a dependency
Wow.
that removing it would also
That's so
mean
funny to me.
removing a number of
Okay, I
other
need to wait on
mods
the train.
along with it. Several posts were
Then we're
made
gonna get
the
to wherever we're
Skyrim
making
VR
steel pipes
subreddit
at,
to open
or steel
discussion
beams.
around
We're
this
gonna adjust the
problem, and
construction
Arthmore
of
quickly arrived to
from
enter
steel
into
beams
dialogue
to
with the
steel
users
pipes.
there,
Like a
though
little
his
bit
tone
heavier on the
was far
pipes, a
from
little bit lighter on the
diplomatic.
beams.
He wrote, quote,
We just have to
"We
catch
aren't
the train
going
when it
to
comes
give a
back
rat's
around.
ass about VR users trying to shoehorn in something that clearly won't work just because you guys are set in stone on ignoring the facts here. The only dickwad move was expecting someone wouldn't tell me people are being jerks behind my back like this." End quote. Responding to Arthmore, one Reddit user named Tyrann
Oh my God.
wrote, quote, "We aren't being jerks, nor are we choosing to talk behind your back. You
Okay.
forced us to talk here instead of your Nexus page.
It's-
You've stickied a message saying you will delete any comments regarding VR. For the record, many people have been using USSEP and hundreds of other mods with Skyrim VR without issues. You make it sound
I
like
do
some
like this.
completely illogical thing that clearly won't work." End quote. Another reply from the same user implies that Arthmore called VR modders spoiled entitled brats.
True.
The original quote is now lost. With few options available, Tyrandor made another post.
He did say
discussing
that,
this
basically.
issue, while also providing
Sorry, he said something like, VR equipment's too expensive. We're not gonna worry about it.
link to a Google cache of the old patch version so that people who had installed the
That's
update
so
could
funny.
revert the change and continue playing Skyrim VR modded without losing dozens of hours of progress. This enraged Arthmore, who wrote, quote, "So you guys are so fucking hard up to push this that you'll resort to piracy now? You are single-handedly doing a severe disservice to the entire VR community by resorting to illegal activities to try and force our hand."
Brother, you're a modder, man. Oh my god. Hell yeah. You better believe I have, like, you know. What is this? Oh, my Discord thing's broken. I was looking at my OBS stream. What the fuck is this little, like, cog next to me? Like, I'm looking at it right now. What are you, dude? Can you get off me? You're just gonna chill there? Okay. Yeah, you better believe I'm putting up a paste bin somewhere or something with all the old versions of the mod.
For fuck's sake, if I knew what your Nexus account was, I'd have you reported for stealing mods there. End quote. Around the time of this argument, perhaps even while it was taking place, Arthmore turned to the terms of use for the unofficial patch and added new definitions specifically
Oh,
for users.
yeah?
Before, unmodified versions of the mod were allowed to be re-uploaded by others on different platforms, as long as documentation and attribution were maintained, but now he restricted usage, part of it reading, "Distribution
Why
for
is
the
he
intent of
fighting them
using
so
it
hard
on
on this?
incompatible platforms such as Skyrim VR
Fucking power
is
tripping,
strictly
man.
forbidden." Having done so, he continued arguing with users on the subreddit,
Chill
hurling
the
curses
fuck
at them
out,
while
man.
accusing them of piracy. At some point, the page to download the patch was taken offline as well, barring anyone, VR user or otherwise, from downloading it.
What?
However, suddenly, in the middle of this argument, Arthmore made a turn and apologized and restored the patch's availability after only a short time offline. Though the precise wording is lost, other members of the forum seemed taken aback by his apology and commended him for it.
Okay.
Soon, the unofficial patch
Here comes the
team
train.
would endorse a new
Alright.
mod that made the
We're looking
patch compatible
for
with VR,
wherever it
and
is
those asking in the
that
subreddit would be guided to this mod,
is
as
like
well as
Freight
an
Stop
archived
number
version
1.
of the unofficial patch.
Which
The
won't be
discussion
Train
about
Stop number
VR
1.
was
It's got my
still
shit set up
banned and
goofy.
heavily moderated on the USSEP Nexus page, with any post post about it purged. News of this conflict disseminated gradually throughout the general Bethesda modding community, and by the time the next controversy occurred, many were ready to turn on Arthmore should the unofficial patch team misstep again, and that misstep
Fuck,
would
yeah.
come less than a year later.
I'm surprised it took a
That
year.
attitude would finally find him in lasting trouble. In February of 2019, a user on the Skyrim mods subreddit made a post titled, "Does anyone else hate how the unofficial bug patch adds features and not just bug fixes?"
True.
The contents consisted of 2 sentences. Quote, "I use it, but I wish it didn't add things like another set of Archmage armor, changing stats and so on. It's just not the job of the patch to do so."
True.
End quote. The top comments on this post were populated with modders having a discussion around the complexities of defining a bug and solutions for those who wanted to revert certain changes.
Fair.
While farther down, many could be found dismissing the person who made this post as misinformed, while others espoused their support for the mod, some more inflammatory than others. One Reddit subreddit described Arthmore's posting
Some
history.
more inflammatory than others, huh?
"I sometimes wish the unofficial patch would take a more conservative approach about what it considers a bug, but it's impossible to have a rational discussion about these things with Arthmore without it turning into a flame war. As you
True.
can see from his posts in this thread, he takes any criticism of the unofficial patch very personally and immediately goes on the offensive, accusing you of lying, lacking skills, having some sort of agenda, etc. Life is too short to have to deal with that, so I just edit out anything I don't like myself."
Nice.
End quote. Another user
Based.
replied, quote, "I'm on the fence about this because while he does go overboard sometimes, okay, a lot, he and the other contributors have put literal years into the thing, so being annoyed by misinformation is understandable. On the other hand, there's the trend toward behavior that's easily described as volcanic."
Right.
End quote. As the first reply in the chain
Well, you can either
suggested,
choose to use the mod or not.
he'd already
But yeah,
replied to the
dude's pretty out of
post,
pocket.
replying to comments to defend changes made in the unofficial patch, though as had come to be expected, he had little interest in containing his anger against these commenters, frequently calling them liars among other pejoratives. Among the commenters was a user going by Opus Glass, a mod author responsible for publishing the Diverse Dragons collection, which adds a variety of unique dragons to Skyrim. After stating that they themselves...
Yeah, you know what the difference is? Is that when they say that their mod's gonna do something, it probably does that thing. Oh, it's the very first things where we're making pipes. Hell yeah. Actually, we're good.
Wide array of bugs that it
Alright.
fixed, they revealed that they had to adjust a
It
table
looks like I'm making
by the
50-50
patch,
beams and
with which
fucking,
they disagreed. They explained that,
pipes.
quote, "I understand the reason why they added it.
No,
It's
I'm
not a
making
very
like
well-thought-out
25,
reason. When
45.
I tried
Hang
to
on.
discuss it with Arthmore, he goes all scorched earth, I am holier than thou." End quote.
Also, I can
Arthmore,
make
however,
iron
took umbrage
pipes.
with Opus Glass's recounting of events.
Thoughts?
Deigning to reply, he wrote, quote, "And just when was this supposed to have happened? Because I think you're just making it up based on
20
what you
iron
thought
ingots
you had done at some point.
makes
Not
5
one
steel
person
pipes.
has ever brought this up to us in
Hmm.
any way once the fix was put
I
in place.
definitely have a lot
Make
of
proper
iron
argument in the
that I'm
proper
like not
place.
doing anything
Some
with.
is not the proper place, and we'll consider it.
Or is like
Until
making
that
stupid
happens, though,
things like
we're going to
reinforced
assume
iron
you're just
plates, which
wrong
I
about this and
already
leave it
have
at
like
that."
so much
End
of.
quote. When Opus Glass insisted that the conversation had indeed occurred, and Arthmore insisted that it hadn't, the former found a link to the conversation in
Ha!
question to prove it. Arthmore, however, remained indignant. He seemed unwilling to acknowledge that indeed someone had discussed this issue with him, and instead began to focus on the fact that Opus Glass had used a different account for the conversation, accusing them of using a sock puppet account. This back and forth continued for some time, with many of Arthmore's replies
That's so
purged by the
fucking funny.
moderators before they could be archived.
Woo!
Whatever he said, it was aggressive enough to invite rebuke.
That's
Before the
awesome.
conversation could conclude, Arthmore was banned from the Skyrim mods subreddit, one of the largest forums on which to discuss Skyrim modding. This had apparently been a long time coming, with years of
So
argument
sick.
preceding this. 2 months later, a moderator for the subreddit wrote numerous paragraphs about the decision. Part of it read, quote, Common accusations include that someone hates copyright and mod authors and is a zealot when that person criticizes how some authors license their work. He rebrands their disagreement or puzzlement with copyright law as a burning hatred in order to make them appear histrionic. He's especially fond of
Histrionic?
the word zealot and often accuses people of having some vague agenda when they express disagreement with him. In Arthmore's
I don't
eyes,
understand right
sincere
now. We
disagreement
should
is
have some of
impossible
these
because
parts coming
his
out.
viewpoint
What's up with
is
these pipes,
objectively
man? Are they
correct
coming or
by
not?
virtue of it being his viewpoint. Pirate is another favorite accusation
What's this?
of his,
What are
and
these
one
supposed to
that
be
he
making?
sometimes slings at the drop of a hat. That's the most
Stratters, they need
consistent
cables.
theme. He seeks not
Oh,
to persuade
do I not have any
by
more
sound
cable?
argument, but instead to intimidate and disconcert. I have never once
Oh,
seen
I'm
him show
short on
tact
cable.
or empathy in any situation
Oh, that's so
on his
cringe.
subreddit that
Wait.
required either. The only
Really?
time he has ever actually shown contrition was during his meltdown over USSEP being adapted for VR users.
I don't have any
I
cable?
don't think even that was genuine. I suspect
Also,
that
are you
Arthmore
full on
went to
computers?
modify the USSEP
No,
permissions to
you are,
forbid
but-
all use in connection with VR, only to see this notice that the Nexus staff put in the relevant form. If you change these settings, then the date and time of the change will be logged. You cannot allow other mod authors to modify or use your resources and then change your mind and expect them to remove your content from their work.
True!
So, interpret his apologetic behavior however you will. But what are Arthmore's thoughts on all this? Well, apparently a harsh tone is the only thing that people here understand. He doesn't think he was banned from here for his tone, though. According to his comments in threads on general mod author discussion, Arthmore was banned from here for having the bravery to stand up for mod author rights. We didn't like what he had to say, he claims. Over the years,
Wait.
Arthmore had been constructive more often than he tended to explode at
Oh,
people.
okay, I see the problem.
More
Hang on.
recently, his constructive behavior began to taper off until it was very far overshadowed by his meltdowns. Arthmore has made it clear, both through his lack of improvement here and his words elsewhere, that he is constitutionally incapable of genuine contrition, of self-reflection, and of personal growth.
Fuck.
He will never be allowed to return here. End quote. Still, it was clear that many people were still earnestly thankful for the work that Arthmore had done, not only on the unofficial patch, but as many other mods
Are you
which
just
were
meant to
still
be carding up?
remarkably popular, and criticism would
Where does this
frequently
even
be
go?
tempered with
Oh, it's cable,
proclamations of
too.
respect. But it wouldn't take long for the last of this goodwill to be burnt and for collective action to be taken against him, fueled by frustrations with his aggressive nature, relitigations of the changes made by the unofficial patch, and misinformation about what exactly Arthmore had done.
Okay. Cable's flowing.
On August 3rd,
It's a limited supply, but it's also a
2019,
very
the
large
program
limited supply.
Wabajack was released. Named for the famous staff from the Elder Scrolls series, Wabajack is a program that allows modders to create a list of desired mods, which the program will then
Like how I've got this
automatically
going.
download and install. A minutes-long process compared to manual installation, which would
Also, the
usually
screw
take
flow
hours
stopped.
and was prone to user error. The benefit to mod users was obvious. Not only did Wabajack remove much of the tedium associated with modding and allow people to install far more mods far faster, but it also simplified the process, making it more accessible to those with less familiarity. But while Wabajack had obvious utility, its release was still controversial. For mod users, Wabajack helped fulfill their desire to use mods quickly and easily, but these goals were not always aligned with mod authors, many of whom sought recognition for their work.
God, these smart splitters have
Before
saved my
Wabajack
life.
and other inevitable
Ugh.
tools like it, those who wished to use a mod would have to visit a download page that presented the mod author's name and the opportunity to interact with the community and provide feedback. On Nexus mods, this
Oh.
included not only the option to endorse the mod, but to support the mod author financially.
Oh.
When using Wabajack,
That's
these
nice.
features were never presented to the user unless they went searching, something that most users would not choose to do. and so
Yeah,
they
of
were
course.
far less likely to interact with the modding community. Mod packs had already drawn
Oh,
ire from mod authors,
I
but
see.
Wabbajack exacerbated this problem even further, potentially disrupting the mod ecosystem by removing the friction that necessitated some level of recognition and interaction.
Yeah,
To most, however,
yeah, I
this was
guess.
far from a consideration. Wabbajack solved a problem that had acted as one of modding's greatest barriers to entry,
Yeah,
and even seasoned modders understood the utility and were
true.
excited to begin using it. While
Double
the
true.
program disseminated throughout the modding public, however, something odd occurred with the unofficial patch project.
Oh boy,
On September 24th,
let's hear it.
2019, the
Can't wait.
file for the unofficial Skyrim Legendary Edition patch, or uSleep, was altered to be an exe file that would install all files for the user. The Legendary
Whoa.
Edition of Skyrim was released
What do you
many
mean?
years prior and included the base game along with all downloadable content.
That sounds
but it was
scary.
superseded by the Special Edition, and the unofficial patch team had released the final update for the Legendary Edition a year and a half prior, choosing to focus
I gotta
solely
figure out what
on
I'm doing
more
with all these
refined Special
steel
Edition.
beams, dude.
Though
I've got like
outdated,
actually too many.
people still played on the Legendary Edition for various reasons.
Here's what we're gonna do, okay?
So, when this change was made, players took notice immediately. Many had their theories as to why. Upon release, Wabbajack wasn't compatible with exe files, and so many suspected that this was an attempt from the unofficial patch team to prevent Wabbajack from being able to download and install the mod. While there was still some trepidation from mod authors, most mod users were in favor of programs such as Wabbajack, and so this perceived resistance to it was received profoundly negatively. As if in response, the developer of Wabbajack, Halgari, updated the program within the day to be compatible with exe files as well, making any attempt to impede Wabbajack users moot. The
Fuck
following
yeah!
day, Sigurd
Get 'em!
Gormhand, one of
That's
the
so
members of the
funny.
unofficial patch team, made a post to the Skyrim mods subreddit, which he titled, "A View from a Member of the Unofficial Patch Project." In the past, Arthmore would have likely been the one to make such a post, but now that he was banned, this was no longer possible. He opened by writing, quote, "Greetings and salutations, friends. I'm writing this because over the last 24 hours or so, I've seen a lot of posts which are perpetuating an inaccurate image of the unofficial patch project. To be entirely clear, I have written the following entirely at my own volition, with neither input nor prompting from any other unofficial patch project member or anyone else.
Okay.
Let me clarify this point so that people are clear.
I do need to make more computers and modular frames, just like for my own personal consumption here.
More than a decade I have known him, have I ever heard him describe it as my project. Also, to be clear, run in this context means he administers the project website, the bug tracker, assigns
We can
tasks
just put
/
splitters on
begs
like
for
pretty
help,
much all of
moderates
this.
the forum, and handles the
We'll
release
upgrade
schedule on multiple platforms and to multiple websites.
this to a
and
tier 4
generally
belt,
keeps
and we'll put a
things
splitter on
the
it,
rails.
and we'll have,
What
you know,
Arthmore doesn't do is unilaterally decide what gets fixed and what doesn't, nor does he unilaterally decide the format in which the patch is uploaded. More than once, I've seen Arthmore own a change in the patch and take all the subsequent flack from angry users for whatever reason when that change was argued for and implemented by someone else. That he carries out this last function with great assiduity is beyond doubt, though perhaps it could be done with less acidity.
Fuck, oh,
After
yeah,
briefly
no
addressing
shit.
the security concerns that programs like Wabbajack introduce and the potential effects on the modding scene, he
That was
gave
funny.
the reasoning behind the abrupt and unannounced change to an exe file for the old Legendary Edition unofficial patch. Quote, "It was decided to see if people really want exe installers or if they want Wabbajack despite it being an installer. This is why the Nexus mirror of uSleep was converted into an installer. What we discovered is that people definitely don't want exe installs, even if they are performing manual installs. However, despite this, people do seem to want a Wabbajack exe installer. I find that contradictory. Either exe files to install mods automatically are good, or they are bad as far as I'm concerned.
Uh,
Even more troubling was the fact that
people want the
Wabbajack
functionality of
developer
Wabbajack, but
immediately
they
took
don't
it upon themselves
care,
to break
probably, if
open
it's
the
exe or
and
whatever.
integrate that ability into Wabbajack, which contradicts previous commitments to abide by the wishes of mod authors and not include their mods if permission is withheld.
Okay.
End quote. But few
Wah,
people believe
by the way.
Sigurd's explanation. The top-voted comment, which had nearly 3 times the upvotes as the original post, explained the issue succinctly. Quote, the exe installer for Usleep did nothing functionally desired by users. It was just pointlessly in an exe installer when setup was already able to be handled by
That's
a
so
variety of
funny.
methods. Wabbajack automates the install of many mods, a functionality desired by users. End quote. Other users were quick to reject the comparison that Sigurd
What?
made. In the
Stop.
replies to
Oh.
the top comment, another user wrote, quote, they're saying they innocently, after Arthmore suggested it first, decided to switch Usleep to a registry editing exe just to see if anyone would
Oh.
like that, in much the same way that one might innocently kick someone else in the shin to see if they were a surprise masochist.
This actually doesn't need computer
These
parts.
skeptical commenters would be proven
This
correct
does, though.
6 years later,
I could make
when
2 things for
Sigurd replied
computers.
to
I mean, I'm
another
assuming I'm gonna need
user
a
in
lot
the
of them at some
Oblivion
point.
Mods subreddit, where he
It's fine, though.
clarified
We'll
that
just
the
do one
true
for one
reason
now.
that they had taken this course of action was far less innocent than he implied in his post. Quote,
Okay,
what
you're
other
making the
bonkers
computers,
stuff
right?
are you talking about? The time we turned the Skyrim version of the patch into an exe file for a day? That was a protest against Wabbajack distributing unsigned executables, and it actually convinced Halgari to change the way Wabbajack worked. End quote. Indeed, in the replies, the lead developer
Cable and
for
plastic.
Wabbajack, Halgari, appeared and offered to enter into a dialogue with the unofficial patch,
Ooh!
which occurred just a
Let's
few
go!
hours later. While this
Get
would
'em!
only be partially effective, it seemed to sate the team for the time being. However,
That's
for
awesome.
many, the
Hell
unofficial
yeah.
patch team had just spent the last of the goodwill that they had with the community. Arthmore's incendiary rhetoric was still fresh in the minds of many modders.
Fuck yeah.
And their actions to
Of course.
resist Wabbajack and other mod installers
Absolutely.
were seen as selfish and regressive. It would only take a few more actions for the community to completely turn on them. In March of 2021, file hosting service Dropbox removed an old version of the unofficial Skyrim patch being
These
hosted
spoke
on
me
their
plastic.
services in accordance with a DMCA takedown request issued
No
by
plastic needed.
Arthmore.
Copy.
Specifically, this was the file that the Skyrim VR modding community was using and sharing among one another.
Wow!
While there was still a compatibility patch that made the new version usable, many preferred to use the old version of the patch, since it required fewer steps and was guaranteed to be compatible with certain
Wow.
other mods.
What a
Any
mess.
goodwill that Arthmore had bought with his apology a year and a half prior was now burnt. The problem of
Absolutely.
hosting
Fuck
the
that
patch
guy.
would be
What a
solved
dick.
only a few months
That's
later.
incredible.
Nexus Mods, which had grown to be the largest host for mods over the years, had announced their collections system some time ago.
Okay.
A system similar to Wabbajack that allowed modders to
Cable.
create mod lists that could be installed together and shared with others. However, these mod lists would naturally depreciate if people could remove their mods, or if updates made certain of these mods incompatible with others in the list. And so, on July 1st, 2021, they clarified that old versions of every mod uploaded to their servers would be archived and remain downloadable indefinitely.
Good.
While some mod authors expressed discomfort at this idea, most seemed either to be indifferent or the loss of control was worth the chance to use Nexus as a platform.
True.
However, this was unacceptable to Arthmore, who had historically abhorred
Wah.
the idea of old versions of his mods being available online.
What a little
and felt
bitch,
strongly
dude.
about the ability
Sorry.
for mod authors to express
It must,
or
I don't
leave
know. It must be
copyright
hard being
to
a
their
mod
work.
maker.
Speaking
I
in a
don't know.
thread
Fuck.
dedicated to the topic on the AFK Mods forums, he wrote, quote, I've been silent on this subject because I didn't want to generate any controversy over the issue beyond what's already out there, but as this is going to become apparent soon enough anyway, I figure the time is now to say something. I have just submitted a file deletion form to purge 100 mod pages that have been uploaded to Nexus over the course of the last 15 years. I did not want to do this, but Nexus has made it clear that they do not respect the mod authors of the
Oh my
sites,
god.
and I felt that I had to respond to that in the only way they've left us.
Wow.
This represents a great deal of time invested for me, and I'm sure folks can imagine it hurt like hell to submit that form.
You realize you're not the only one that's been working on this, right? Like, you got a whole team of people's work. You're about ready to blow the fuck up because you're a little bitch. Oh my
But in my
god.
opinion, my rights are far more important.
It's not just you, dude. There's a whole team working on it. You inherited the project from someone else. You're a steward. You're like an executor of the state.
A hypocrite for doing it, but I don't fancy starving to death due to lack of money either. No further.
Why are you gonna starve to death?
My mods will be done, and no new material from me will be uploaded in the future.
Beams,
Existing
pipes,
agreements
frames.
with the
Okay.
unofficial patch team, the
That's
patch is
insane.
the only content
He's gone mad with
I have
power.
that will receive its regular updates. So don't ask about the rest because it won't be happening.
It's
And
so
to be
funny.
absolutely clear on this, no permission is granted to anyone to upload any of my work to Nexus mods or any other site.
Do I still not have
ask
enough
because
pipes
the
coming
answer
out?
Is no.
Even now? Even to this
thread
very
was
moment?
filled with people who shared Arthmore's sentiment, lamenting Nexus's decision, and some offering unprofessional but enthusiastic legal advice. This was perhaps to be expected, given that it was his website. For most of the modding public, however, the most important fact was that the unofficial patch would remain on Nexus, despite his anger.
True.
In fact, these changes meant that, while Arthmore would remove many of his mods, the archive of old versions of the unofficial patch would now be available to those who desired it through Nexus, meaning that the Skyrim VR modding community no longer had to quietly pass the old versions among one another. But just as the unofficial patch was becoming more accessible to VR users, console users would see themselves stymied instead. While modding on console versions of Skyrim was less common, there was still a community around it, though their
Yes.
capabilities were extremely limited. For the Xbox version of the game specifically, console mod users were limited to 5 gigabytes of space and 150 unique mods, but some were
Okay.
still dedicated enough to make it work.
Sure.
Discussions around whether or
We'd
not
rather
to
have
use
some
the
but none,
unofficial
right?
patch specifically were
Yeah, of
floated
course.
due to its remarkably large size, at the time at 366 megabytes. It
Jesus
clearly looked
Christ!
for a patch meant only to fix bugs.
Oh
User
my
Sniper
god!
360 wrote that this file size could be attributed to, quote, roughly 15 megabytes of bug fixes addressed by a modification of the ESP file, yet another 350 megabytes of included textures, meshes, sound files, and scripts.
Right.
End quote. However, since many mods relied upon the unofficial patch, there was often little choice over whether or not to include
Sounds
it
like
if
someone needs to go out there and
wanted
make a,
popular mods. In the
an
interest of
unofficial
reducing size
patch, right?
requirements while still providing some
Wow.
measure of bug
It's
fixing,
so funny to
user
me.
Snipey 360 created a single patch incorporating a large number of fixes for
Yes!
various mods, which, while not as comprehensive as the unofficial patch, still
Yes,
provided numerous
dude.
quality of life improvements,
Yes.
and released it in November of 2021, naming
Totally
it
appropriate.
Reconciliation. Many of the included mods were bug fixes that had either been donated to and absorbed into the unofficial patch, or mods that the unofficial patch project publicly stated were made obsolete by their work.
That's so
However,
awesome.
shortly
Fuck yeah.
after it
Get
was
'em.
uploaded, it was taken down by Bethesda with little
What?
to no reason given. When people noticed its disappearance, they immediately began to suspect Arthmore, whose fondness for DMCA
True.
takedown requests was at this point well documented and well practiced. Beseeching the Bethesda moderators, Snipey asserted that reconciliation did not infringe upon the unofficial patch's terms of
Okay,
use, but in
here's what we're gonna
response,
do.
the moderators were extremely vague, stating, "We regret to inform you that your appeal is denied due to the evidence within our system for uploading a mod without respect for the rights of others."
What?
They then threatened to permanently ban him
Wh-
should he be found in the wrong again.
What?
What precisely he had done wrong was left unspecified.
Hello?
Perhaps driven in part by a
suck my fucking dick?
with Arthmore,
No
Snipey
shot?
uploaded the mod again.
Yeah!
This time with
Get
two
'em!
versions, one that omitted the that included it. Again, the version that omitted the unofficial patch was removed. And, again, suspicion turned to Arthmore. This
so
suspicion
funny.
was encouraged by the fact that the only distinction between the version that was allowed to remain and the version that was taken down was the presence of the unofficial patch. News quickly made its way to the Skyrim mods subreddit, where Arthmore had been banned, and the assumption of the USKP team's involvement carried over there as well, and discussion of them began. One of the top-voted comments made a troubling accusation. Quote, one of the USS
I'd make that accusation too.
already came out and said that they actively try to shut down competition. You have to fight this until the bitter end. End quote.
Absolutely.
When someone expressed dubiousness, another user chimed in to give context, explaining how problems in the modding scenes of previous Elder Scrolls games had led to the problems in the present day. Quote, because of Morrowind and their unofficial patch, the Morrowind community teamed up and
Oh, I hate.
made a better patch that isn't hooked to anything. It's just the raw files with no stupid fan
Okay, we're gonna make
edits
more
over weapon
steel
stats,
pipes, but we're gonna make it
skills,
using
and
iron,
mechanics. This incident made
which is
the rush
actually
of Oblivion made by
really
Thorn
crazy
and
for us to be
Keevan,
able to do.
aka Arthmore's
Still haven't
bosses, and Fallout
integrated
3
that yet.
patches, also made by Thorn and Keevan. These two made the game so unstable that the blame over the game being so bad on modern machines came from these two mods.
Steel
and it didn't
frames?
fix the game at
No.
all, and they put
These are
this
both
stupid
ass.
rule on top of it with the help of Nexus.
Iron wire is kind of
End
crazy.
quote. More mod authors appeared
Seems
to
nice.
encourage others to avoid making mods that use the unofficial patch as a dependency. But in a surprise turn, Arthmore reached out to Snipey and revealed that the takedown request was actually from a different mod author whose mod had been used in reconciliation and wasn't from the unofficial patch team. While Arthmore wasn't willing to remove any content from his team's work, which had bloated considerably over the years, he was willing to find a way to compress it to 2/3 of its original size,
Whoa!
specifically for the Xbox version. While Snipey would apparently reconcile with Arthmore, at least temporarily, this update would go mostly unnoticed by the larger community.
Aww.
That many still assumed that Arthmore had been the one to demand the takedown, further damaging his reputation.
Well,
and,
I mean,
ergo, that of the unofficial
it's
patch.
kind of what you get,
For the
man.
following year and a half, this deterioration would finally begin to
This thing's
have
only making
meaningful
60 per
results.
minute. Are these
The
both
efforts to
impures?
expunge Arthmore from his
Oh.
position in the modding scene would become
These
so
each
large that mainstream
30 a
news
minute?
outlets would begin reporting on it.
Oh, then what am I even doing trying to expand this? It's not possible.
Over the
I guess I just assumed that my setup here was gonna be like optimal, but it's actually fucking trash.
Began to rapidly sour. At first confined to
I could
bits
just
of
put,
lore
like,
known only to the niche community,
power things
this
into these, I guess.
information would disseminate to a much larger audience as people began to discuss these problems. Conversations about the project in any form would inevitably begin discussing at least one of three primary topics: Arthmore's unpleasant demeanor, the various controversial changes that the patch made, and the team's penchant for attempting to quell any other bug-fixing projects. This last point would frequently be invoked, but when pressed for specific examples, none could be given, instead
True.
defaulting to the Gategate incident from a decade prior, or to Arthmore's aggressive DMCA claims on old versions of the unofficial patch,
So
as
funny.
well as takedown demands on Nexus for mods made specifically to change the unofficial patch that weren't given the team's blessing. However, when Arthmore announced changes to the unofficial patch due to a new official game update, team member Garthend attempted to respond to the strong backlash and revealed an important mandate from the team. This message was eventually deleted along with Garthen's Reddit account, but its contents were copied and posted to other forums, preserving it. It read in part, quote, "If it was up to me, we'd simply open up the permissions of USSEP and stop accepting external bug reports to reduce our workload. Unfortunately, we inherited the patch project from Keevan on the condition that we would keep the permissions closed and try to prevent rival patches." He had some bad
Whoa!
memories from rival patches in the Morrowind era, apparently. "We really didn't want to have to make a competitor patch from scratch, and, well, all I can say is it seemed like a good deal at the time." End
Wow.
quote. One major
Wow.
goal of the unofficial patch was to act as the primary bug-fixing mod favored above all others to unite the modding
Yeah, but that
community.
dude's not here
And this
anymore,
was
man.
likely an impetus for the list of bug-fixing mods made obsolete when the unofficial patch launched. Now that it had been central for so long, even starting another project seemed preposterous,
True.
as it would be a monumental task to replicate an entire decade's worth of fixes and changes from a team of multiple people receiving bug reports from
That's so
hundreds,
sad.
if not thousands of people. Most modders agreed
What the
that it
hell?
was simply too late to begin such a project anew. If this truly was the intention of Kevin, then he had succeeded. As time went on, a small number
300
of
per minute.
controversial changes would be resurrected and relitigated frequently.
Oh boy.
Changes to Red Belly Mine and its ebony ore were a common refrain, as was the removal of resto looping, an exploit that allowed players to rapidly level certain abilities, and changes to the Necromage perk. Much of the time, the reasoning behind the changes remained unspecified and unexamined, and given that it would take significant time and effort to trawl through forum threads to find the relevant information and form a cohesive opinion, most people on Reddit or the Steam forums learned through other users' summaries.
That's
While
crazy.
specific changes could be found by using a keyword search in the changelog, examining it in its entirety would be a massive task, given that after a decade, it was now over 200,000 words long.
Oh my
The
god.
negative opinion of the patch was not universal, however. Many people still supported its use, and those who derided it acknowledged its overall positive impact on the game.
Right.
Some supporters would go so far as to say that Skyrim was nigh unplayable without the unofficial
Well,
patch,
I mean,
with
let's not get
long,
carried
thorny
away.
screeds written to support it. After a decade, a clear rift in the Skyrim modding scene had emerged between those who supported the unofficial patch and those who were against it, though those in the latter category would typically refer to Arthmore and the patch interchangeably, and
Right.
soon those who took a stance against him would have the opportunity to lock him and the team from the center of another game's modding community. Back in 2018, Bethesda had announced a new
Insane.
game development called Starfield, and in 2022, close to its initial release date, a new modding project was announced called the Starfield Community Patch. Gaming news outlet GamesRadar interviewed some of these early organizers, and they gave several notable insights. On the topic of responsibility and ownership, they stated, quote, "If you look at other large modding projects that exist out there today, you'll find that quite a lot of them have suffered from growing pains at some point during development.
Okay.
These problems often stem from questions around ownership, copyright, vision, etc." End quote. Immediately, people understood this to be referring to Arthmore and the unofficial patch project.
Absolutely.
And that part of this new project's mission was to break their monopoly on Bethesda bug-fixing mods, though they never explicitly mentioned this angle. The game was delayed into the following year, but when the final release neared, Nexus Mods made a news post announcing that the project would begin as soon as Starfield was available. And while not openly endorsed by the site, the core team consisted of multiple people who worked for Nexus Mods, including the community manager, who promised to, quote, "bring any resources in from Nexus Mods and support the patch as part of my day-to-day duties." Another notable figure was Halgari, creator of the Wabbajack program and head of the Nexus
Okay,
Mods
there's a bunch of
desktop
iron coming out
development
here.
team. Most notable for those paying attention to the unofficial patch,
cringily but
however,
true,
was a
I need
section about
to
2/3 of the way through the article with the
expand
header,
our
"Is
iron
this from the
production
same
in
team
some
that
way.
made the unofficial patches for Skyrim and Fallout 4?" Its contents read,
What a
quote,
mess,
"That's
dude.
a bit of a complicated question, but the shortest answer is no. When setting up this project, the unofficial patch team were consulted and invited to contribute, but there have been no confirmed plans for them to be involved. The unofficial
Also, our
patch
iron
team
plate
deserve the
output is
utmost
fine.
respect for the work they put into the Elder
Might
Scrolls
just be
and
time to start
Fallout
making
patches
beams, I
over the
guess.
years, and they would absolutely be welcome to be a part of the Starfield community patch.
Oh, dude. What am I
On
gonna
the
do,
AFK
man?
Mods website, however,
What am I gonna
the
do?
unofficial patch team and the small group that had gathered around them were far less
I
complimentary.
have so
to
much
their
iron
new
coming up
competing
now,
patch.
and I need that iron to make
Arthmore was quick
pipes.
to declare that they were
I just don't have the
entirely
space to do it.
unaffiliated with the community patch and derided them for their methods, writing of them, quote, "It's a very corpo style they've chosen to deal with things, with loads of complicated development tools being employed for the usual trendy reasons. We may not be the fanciest operation out there, but this is a community project. It doesn't need GitHub integrations and over-engineered tools to make it work. The bottom line with Nexus is that when they hatched plans to offer mod packs,
There's a
they
total of
went full
180
corpo
extra
and
iron
turned
coming out
on the
here,
very people
at
who
minimum.
made them what they are today."
So,
End quote.
let's get it.
With both teams confident in their ability to attract the attention of mod users, it would take time to discover if the dominance of the unofficial patch project could be shaken. But even as the team continued work, they would oscillate even further with some of their
I
changes.
need 6 of these
The
then.
Red Belly Mine, which had practically become a rallying cry for those frustrated with what they saw as overzealous changes, began to receive further adjustments. Originally, its ebony ore had been changed to iron, and the iron in another nearby mine changed to ebony, but now the unofficial patch team decided to resurrect an unused mine left in the code, which they named Bitterblade Hollow. The patch notes don't name this cave, but they do note that the cave houses the ebony nodes and a small pack of wolves, nothing more. However, this was either an error or a joke, as various mod users noticed that a book called the Bitterwitch Journal could be found in this new cave, which included a poem either written by one of the unofficial patch team or pulled from other lore. These changes caused significant confusion for people who had been playing the game for over a decade at this point, with one Reddit user questioning themselves. Quote, "I've played this game 20 times in the last 12 years, and that was actually new. I kinda wondered if I might be having a stroke." Confusion like this had become commonplace on sites like Reddit, where players would mention something about the game only for another person to arrive and express that they had never seen such a thing before, unaware that one of the two was playing with the unofficial patch and was unaware of just how many additions the mod made. This new inclusion accidentally broke another popular mod that also used this mine, and people began to complain. As such, the team decided to remove Bitterblade Hollow and move the ebony ore to a nearby animal den. However, stating that the presence of ore in an animal den felt unrealistic, they again announced their intention to move the ebony ore back
God.
into the mine where they had originally
God damn
moved
it!
a decade
Shut the
prior.
fuck up!
With such a divided community and so much attention on Arthmore, a significant contingent was willing to throw out Arthmore by whatever means available, and a sudden announcement would allow for the most public litigation of the unofficial patch project to date.
Also, I have to move this over
Something
here
that would
because my
offer the truest test of the
my
team's
mouse
hold
keeps
on the
training
Elder
over it
Scrolls modding
in
community
Satisfactory, and it's fucking me
threatened
up,
the
so...
obscurity that had screamed scrutiny. In 2023,
What's happening here?
information had leaked
Oh,
about
these
the
are all
production
facing the
of a
wrong
remastered
way,
version
dude.
of Oblivion, the game preceding Skyrim in the Elder Scrolls series. And 2 years later, in April of 2025, more insider sources began leaking information that the game would be launched imminently. Arthmore, however, was unconvinced. On the AFK forums, he wrote, quote, "Just to be perfectly clear here for anyone stumbling on this months or years from now, no such remake is coming. All of the leakers to date have said it would be out already, and it's obviously not here, and Bethesda has made absolutely no noise about it at all. They would have by this point if it were real."
Understandable,
When other forum members pointed
but
out
wrong.
that the magazine Forbes made a short article reaffirming the leaks, Arthmore retorted, "Forbes, like many others, has fallen victim to a falsity." End quote. On April 22nd, 2025, Oblivion Remastered was both announced and released to great fanfare from fans of the series, and naturally, people began to wonder when mods would begin to appear. They would not have to wait long. A week after the game's launch,
So funny.
a new unofficial patch for the game was made available. Immediately, people were suspicious.
30
A
times
week was an
6
extremely short time for
is
such a mod to
180.
appear, especially given that no official modding support had yet been offered, something for which the
This
team had
consumes
historically
100
waited.
per minute, so we can
Scarcely
do
2
2.
hours after the unofficial Oblivion patch was uploaded, a post to the Oblivion mod subreddit was made titled, "Warning, don't use Arthmore's new Oblivion Remastered patch. Potential risks to stability." In this post, the
Ooh.
author showed evidence that the unofficial patch team had simply taken the unofficial patch for the old version of Oblivion, made some small changes for compatibility, and released it after only a week. Immediately,
Ooh.
people began reporting issues, noting that the game would crash to desktop when entering some specific areas, a bug that likely should have precluded the mod's publishing,
No
especially
shit.
given the team's insistence on making their patches stable. A smaller, much less consequential bug was that, with the patch installed, the tails of the Argonian lizard people in the game would stay static when they turned around, making it appear as though they all had massive phalluses. This was enough to attract the attention of PC Gamer magazine, a mainstream gaming publication, who briefly discussed the controversy and some of the history behind Arthmore's conflict
Okay.
with the modding community. Arthmore took the time to reach out to the author of this article
That's so
to provide
fucking funny,
extra
dude.
insight into gatekeeping,
Oh,
and also address the red belly
man, oh
issues.
man,
Though
oh
the update
man.
to the article included
Wow.
new information
That's the
about
funniest thing.
Oblivion Remastered patch.
Okay.
Despite his initial
I got it, I got it, I got it.
changes to the red belly body had become one of his most ardently defended aspects of the patch.
Are we still
Perhaps
talking about that
simply
fucking
for the
mine, man?
of its discussion.
Shut the fuck up about the mine. Nobody gives a fuck about the mine, dude. I promise. It's not... Okay.
Significant attention thanks to its name alone, placing it in the top 20 most popular mods, though well below some others. Still, it doesn't appear to have the same sort of hold on the Oblivion Remastered modding scene as it did on Skyrim. In the
Kitty,
meantime, however,
relax.
the effort to prevent the unofficial patch's dominance in Starfield was beginning to waver. While the community patch had significantly outperformed the unofficial patch, octupling the number of unique downloads, it suddenly stopped receiving updates in September of 2024.
Oh no!
It wouldn't be
What
until May
happened?
of the following year that the Starfield community would receive a reason from one of the team members. Quote, "As I am sure some of you have noticed, the Starfield community patch hasn't been updated for quite a while at this point. This is due to the core team members generally not having the time or motivation to curate the patch anymore.
Okay.
Other members of the team have found themselves disenchanted with the game for various reasons. Lack of replayability, the paid modding situation, moved on to playing new games, etc. TLDR, we're opening up the floor for anyone who would be interested in taking over as project lead. It's a fair amount of work, but if you're interested, please let me know. If nobody comes forward, we may have to retire the project and direct users to Arthmore's patch going forwards."
Oh no!
End quote. As of writing,
Not
there's
that.
no word from the leadership of the Starfield community patch, while every active unofficial patch project receives regular updates. Arthmore continues to lead the team, though he has long ago stopped posting to Reddit. Despite the protests and the controversy, no other bug-fixing mod has been able to break the dominance of the unofficial patch project, and where they have been overshadowed, the effort required has been comparatively immense.
Okay, now we're
and has
still making a
floundered over
ton of these
time.
fucking things.
With every other project quashed and the dedication of the team
Alright,
unparalleled,
we have
the
sand
unofficial
fluctuators.
patch
Wow!
project continues to project their will and vision despite ever-mounting controversy. And at least for the
Right.
time being, it appears that this is how it will stay.
Cool. That's it? That's the whole thing? Oh my god. What an incredible story. I feel like I learned... Did I learn anything? I don't know.
From Rob.
Now, if you're not familiar with this story, it's gonna blow your fucking socks off. I'm gonna put it right there. It's a scary story. Socks going on then? You better put them on, dude. The story's insane. I watched this like a month ago, and I remember feeling like genuinely unnerved.
For the length of their existence,
By the way,
submarines have inspired terror.
let me give a little credit, okay? This is Frederick Knudsen, Down the Rabbit Hole channel. He's got one on. We're watching the Battle of May Island. Okay. Okay. I pretty small Twitch streamer here, but I feel it's important. Go check his shit out. His channel's great. Let's go.
And
Hydrate. I
paranoia.
got you. The last of my coffee.
But for early submariners, the
Cheers.
greatest threat wasn't from enemy vessels.
Ooh, got some coffee grounds on that one. Yeah, yeah. Nice.
The greatest threat was from their own. For nearly 80 years, the depths of the waters off of the Isle of May harbored a secret.
Why am I
Only
lagging?
when divers stumbled upon a wreck was the court-martial for the Battle of May Island released, and only reluctantly, as it constituted one of the most embarrassing and absurd moments in the history of the Royal Navy.
You're not ready, dude. And I don't want to joke about this. People lost lives and what's about to happen, but what a fucking mess. Holy shit. Whoa. So you still need like what, pipes? You still need pipes. You're like ready to go?
In the beginning of the 1900s, naval warfare was undergoing a cut by the
Ah.
deadly courses rapidly positioned with an absolute decade.
Okay, here's the problem with the picture-in-picture thing. Sometimes when I'm in Satisfactory, my mouse moves over the PIP. I don't know how to fix that.
In the beginning of the 1900s, naval warfare was undergoing rapid changes. Only 50 years prior, European navies had begun abandoning wooden ships in favor of iron ones, driven by steam engines. And in the intervening decades, admirals theorized and drafted new designs. Their most crucial decision was how they would balance the three key aspects of a warship: speed, armor, and firepower. Increasing any of these would inevitably mean decreasing at least one of the others to accommodate it.
True.
However, in the absence of major fleet action,
Unless you just
there
have a
was
bigger
no
and bigger
way to
engine.
properly test the particulars of this new form of naval combat. And so, the admirals were forced to speculate about which factors would be most important in an engagement.
Probably speed
And
and
in the
firepower.
British Royal Navy, there were few as vocal or certain of their opinions as Sir John Fisher. Fisher had long served as a
Look at all
respected
those
member of
medals.
the Navy,
Oh my God.
and by 1904, he was the obvious choice for First Sea Lord, the man who would coordinate
Sea
the
Lord?
readiness of the entire
Holy
fleet.
fuck.
Unlike his contemporaries, he had few qualms criticizing the Navy and its policies. Author N.S.
Good.
Nash describes him so, quote, Fisher was not a nice chap in the conventional sense. He was a dynamic, tenacious, pugnacious, argumentative, and extrovert character with an absolutely iron determination to have his own way. He was a bully. He was also a sailor's officer, and held views on discipline well ahead of his time. He utterly eschewed the rampant snobbery that beset the Victorian Navy. Fisher had one overriding deficiency. He believed, without equivocation, that he had a monopoly on wisdom. He did not. End quote. Before Fisher, the Royal Navy was an anachronistic combination of wooden-hulled, iron-hulled, and iron-plated ships. Upon his appointment as First Sea Lord, Fisher quickly set to work declaring over 150 ships in the Navy as too weak to fight and too slow to run away. Every wooden-hulled and iron-plated ship was retired, as
Nice.
well as some of the outdated iron-hulled ones.
Scary at the time,
These would
but
be replaced by ships of his own particular specifications. He had spent much of his career specializing in gunnery, and his beliefs followed accordingly. Of the three main aspects of naval vessels, speed, armor, and firepower, he valued speed and firepower.
true.
He believed that if a ship could rapidly position itself and fire a powerful and accurate first volley, then thick armor would be unnecessary,
True.
as the enemy would never have a chance to fire back. Therefore, his ships would have
Or
high
use your
top
speed to evade
speeds,
fire.
and the focus he placed on gunnery during his time gave the British ships accurate and powerful gun turrets. However, this came at a cost. The armor on his ships was so scant that they offered little to no protection from enemy guns. This design philosophy
I mean, it should be thick
persisted
enough to at
after
least
Fisher
withstand, like,
retired
you
as
know,
first
some
Sea Lord,
stuff.
as he continued to offer his counsel in naval affairs.
You don't want to go too hard into the
resulting in
glass
ever
cannon build.
larger ships with impressive gun batteries and high top speeds with extremely light armor. But beyond the modernization of the fleet, there was another
So they just
issue
use their
that the
anti-aircraft
British
guns
Royal
on you,
Navy
something
was
fast-firing.
reluctant to address: the progression of a naval technology known as the submarine. While there had already been instances of submersible craft, European navies were rapidly improving upon this concept, having realized their potential impact on naval warfare. While underwater, there was as yet no way to reliably detect a submarine, nor any way to reliably damage one. And so, effectively, a submerged submarine was both invisible and invincible. From periscope depth, they could launch torpedoes from relative safety, or they could surface to fire both torpedoes and deck-mounted guns from advantageous angles. Despite the inevitable dominance of the submarine, the British Royal Navy was notoriously inflexible, and during his 6-year tenure as First Sea Lord, Fisher had refused to allocate funds to the design of long-range submarines, choosing to focus on short-range craft, practical only for coastline defense, and purchasing many of the components and ships rather than constructing them. When World War I began in 1914, the British had few long-range submarines, while the Germans fielded 20 of them, and wielded the infrastructure to build many more. Fisher was recalled to serve as First Sea Lord once again late that year, at the age of 73, and one of his
I'm gonna have to start making
goals
screws
was to
here
correct
eventually.
for his lack
I'm gonna
of
run how.
preparation by commissioning a new class of long-range submarine.
Now I did expand my iron
Here,
production
too, the rigidity of the
significantly,
Royal
but
Navy would demand unfavorable compromise. The British and the Germans
I've yet
took
to utilize it
opposing
because I don't like
opinions on the
space
role of
here.
submarines in naval warfare. The Germans believed that submarines were
We are taking advantage of this one.
independent hunters, and at the outset of the war, they sent their submarines, or U-boats, into hostile waters to sink as many enemy warships as they could.
Now this
proved
one's doubling
devastating.
down,
With no proper options to combat them, the
which is
British
no
were
good.
entirely unable to prevent or even track German U-boat activity, and some of them inflicted casualties measured in the thousands on a single hunting expedition.
Oh my god.
Whenever a U-boat was spotted, it would simply crash dive, a maneuver that took, on average, only 30 seconds.
Oh my
The
god.
British became so desperate for some way to combat them that they ordered motorboats to patrol for enemy submarines at periscope depth and, upon discovering them, pull the boat alongside them and smash the glass of the periscope with a hammer. Despite the U-boat's brutal attacks, the British Admiralty
my
still
God.
believed that the most efficient method of fleet warfare was to engage in a single massive and decisive battle with their
Well,
superior forces.
I mean,
and therefore,
I guess you gotta
every
do
effort
something.
should
Fuck,
be
you don't
made
have
to
depth charges
prepare
yet.
the
Yeah,
Grand
smash the
Fleet
fuck periscope.
for such an engagement.
Do something.
Their long-range submarine would be designed accordingly. In theory, they would send...
Have you ever seen the footage of like the 2 U.S. Bradleys? This was just like a light tank, fighting like the Russian main battle tank and shit. Dude, that's just fucking crazy. Dude, they fucked that main battle tank up using like relatively light munitions. Oh, I'm fucking go watch it real quick. Shit was insane. Hang on.
They're some of the most dramatic armoured engagements we've seen from Ukraine. A Russian T-90 tank and 2 armoured fighting vehicles decimated by Ukrainian Bradleys. It happened on the Eastern Front near Avdiivka. 2 US supply Bradleys from Ukraine's battle-hardened 47th Brigade ambushed the tank as it approached the village of Stepove. The T-90 is one of Russia's most advanced tanks, fitted with a 125mm gun and explosive armour. But the Ukrainians attacked before it could bring any of that firepower to bear, the tank's armour exploding as it was hit by round after round. The Bradley's 25mm chain gun aiming for the tank's weak spot, the join between the turret and the hull. In a separate battle, a Bradley destroyed 2 Russian infantry fighting vehicles, pummeling the BMPs with its Bushmaster cannon at close quarters. For the T-90, the end was near. By now it was out of control, its turret spinning as it careered into a tree. But the Ukrainians weren't finished. Next to attack the tank, a kamikaze drone. Amazingly, the tank's 3 crew all emerged from the hull and staggered away. It was later claimed 2 were killed in action and a 3rd captured by Ukrainian forces.
Flotillas of
Those guns aren't very big, like 30 millimeter or something. Tank should be able to survive that, but they just like took out its optics and shit, and then
move into a flanking
you
position.
know, what the fuck are you gonna do now?
Strike with guns and torpedoes. The British admirals claimed
Okay.
that this would be simple to
This
implement,
is
and
more
it
than enough for
therefore
all of
required
this.
little to no
And
preparation.
these aren't even
A
doing
pre-war
anything,
mock
so
battle, however, suggested the exact opposite, that executing this maneuver was so difficult and unintuitive that the submarines were more likely to surface into the hull of an Allied ship than inflict any casualties on the enemy.
right.
This was proven during the war in actual combat. The British surface ships mistook their submarines for German U-boats and attempted to ram them, while the
Oh my
British
God.
submarines fired torpedoes at their own fleet, only narrowly missing
Oh
them.
my god.
Nevertheless, the Admiralty refused to change their position. To them, the only proper implementation of submarines was in fleet action.
Okay.
This introduced a problem. According to British naval doctrine, fleets were to move at a pace of 21 knots, and despite the theorized power of submarines, the admirals were apparently unwilling to slow their fleets to include them.
Really?
And so, Fisher approached the
Well, that's
engineers
understandable.
with one
Just don't
demand
use them in fucking naval
particular,
battles then.
that the new submarines have a maximum speed greater than 20 knots
Really?
in order to keep pace with the other ships.
Oh my god.
Typically, submarines
20
would use
knots?
diesel engines while they were on the surface for greater speed, and then use batteries while under the water. However, the British had never developed the means to produce a diesel engine powerful enough to propel a submarine greater than 20 knots.
Okay.
And now that the Great War had begun, it was impossible to commission any from other nations that had such capabilities. The engineers, however, had a solution: steam engines. While the diesel engine was a relatively new technology, steam engines had seen commercial use for nearly 200 years. And there
Yeah.
was no question that a submarine with a steam engine could reach speeds well beyond Fisher's demands. The concept had been tested.
You wanna
before
use
in a
steam
small
underwater?
submarine,
That can be
which
hot
utilized
as fuck.
retractable funnels for the smoke. However, while in enemy territory, a swell had bent her funnel, preventing it from retracting and allowing water from the waves and the rain to pour into the boiler.
Okay.
Immediately, the suggestion seemed outrageous. As author Don
Yeah.
Everett put it, instinct and common sense had told Fisher that boilers, funnels, and submarines did not mix. Rather than entertain this idea, Fisher ordered the engineers to devise a way to increase the power of the diesel engines. But while this engine was being designed, the German U-boats were continuing their hunts in Allied waters.
Yeah, you need to
Scouting patrols
fucking
were
figure something out,
reporting
like, right
false
now,
positives
dude.
or identifying them incorrectly. Admirals and engineers were struggling to discover viable countermeasures, and the U-boats only continued to grow more aggressive and more numerous.
Damn.
Mariners
True.
grew paranoid, and at one point, rumors began to circulate about a U-boat that had been spotted traveling at 19 knots.
19
In truth,
knots!
There was no U-boat that could travel at 19 knots, but the Admiralty believed these reports all the same.
Guess you have to.
First Sea Lord Fisher among them. During this time, in early 1915,
German tech was kinda crazy
Germany
back then,
began
so-
its campaign of unrestricted submarine warfare, destroying ships indiscriminately, including neutral and merchant ships.
Oh no.
Then, Fisher
I
received
forgot about
word
that. Yeah,
the
they didn't
new
fuck
diesel
around, man.
Submarines would only be able to reach 19 knots, too slow to keep pace with the fleet. Believing he had no other option, Fisher returned to the idea of steam-powered submarines, and, reluctantly, he approved the first run of what would be known as the K-class. However, he demanded that they
It's a
also be
big
fitted
ass
with
sub,
diesel
isn't it?
engines
The fucking
as
K
backup.
class?
The first
like a big-ass
K-class
sub.
submarine would be completed almost a year later, in May of 1916. The best submarine captains in the fleet were recalled to command the K-class vessels, and they set about familiarizing themselves with this new craft. However, as they took to these ships, their excitement invariably turned to concern. The most obvious
Horror.
issue was their size. While most submarines were relatively small, the K-class was utterly massive, measuring at 103 meters in length, or 339
Oh my god.
This size was necessary to house its bulky steam engine, capable of propelling it to 24 knots, but this also meant that maneuvering was ponderous, and its turns were wide. While this was perhaps expected, the size introduced an unforeseen problem. When nosing down to dive, the deck would act as an extra hydroplane, pushing the submarine down much harder than intended.
Interesting.
Nearly, if not every K-class submarine touched the bottom of the ocean with its nose at least once due to this issue, some lodging themselves in the silt while the stern hung helplessly in the air.
Oh my
This
god.
was addressed partially sometime later when bulbous bows were attached to the front of the vessel. But the K-class's maneuvering problems extended beyond its horizontal movement. Most submarines were capable of crash diving in approximately 30 seconds in case of danger. The K-class, comparatively, took on average over 5 minutes.
5
Not only
minutes!
to account for its size, but also to give it time to extinguish its furnaces and retract its smokestacks. The act of diving itself, however, was remarkably dangerous.
It takes the U-boats
due to
30
the
seconds?
heat
Oh fuck, I paused it.
generated by the steam engine, numerous ventilation funnels were required throughout the ship. While open on the surface, it was common for water to splash into these funnels and spray painfully onto the engineers. In
Oh.
one instance, the ventilator fans sprayed the water so forcefully that it shattered the glass on the gauges. When diving, mushroom caps were
What?
supposed to shut these funnels, but these caps often failed to close, whether due to mechanical error, electrical error, human error, or even a piece of ocean debris lodging in the cap.
Oh
In
my
these
God.
cases, water would flood into the hull unimpeded. These were among the myriad other mechanical problems that were discovered and either had to be rectified or simply accepted. However,
Yeah.
the longer the ships were docked, the more likely mechanical failure became. And since the Germans refused to engage the Grand Fleet in proper fleet battles, the K-class spent the majority of
classic
their
British
time
bullshit.
waiting static at port. While these
Why won't they
problems
just
alone
stand
made
and
fielding
fight?
the K-class
I don't
a
get it.
questionable
Meh.
decision, further design flaws became evident on rough seas. One of the largest problems was entirely foreseen, yet went unprevented.
Okay.
When the swells became large enough, water would pour into the funnels for the steam engines, filling up the furnaces, and
Oh.
sometimes causing blowbacks so ferocious that the engineers were burnt to death.
What?
However, was assuming that the furnaces would stay lit.
Burnt to
The
death?
K-class submarine utilized a clever method of storing oil for the burners. As oil was siphoned from the tanks, seawater would be let in to fill them, helping to keep the ship at the proper buoyancy.
Okay.
In calm waters, the oil would float on top of the water and work as intended. But in rough seas, these tanks would sometimes be shaken enough to temporarily mix the oil and water,
Oh.
extinguishing the furnaces. On calm seas, if the oil pump wasn't turned off before a dive, then it could flood the boiler room with oil and catch fire, burning
my
the equipment
God.
and the people inside, as it did at least once.
Oh my
The oil
God.
tanks themselves were embedded directly into the hull, and the top of the tank served also as the floor of the mess hall. But these panels were designed loose enough so that, when under the water and subjected to pressure, black oil would seep up between the seams in the panels, making the floor slick. Even when the ship was running well, working on it was a miserable experience. The furnaces were placed in the center of the ship, and so the only cooler section was the conning tower. But there, living conditions were scarcely better. The K-class was designed to sit high in the water, and when the ship rocked, even those with strong stomachs grew seasick while swaying high in the
Oh,
tower due
true.
to its irregular rhythm. Getting up to the conning tower, however, posed its own danger, as when water splashed down onto the control panels, it would ground them and cause the latter to shock anyone who touched it.
Jesus
Typically,
Christ.
to escape the
Can't insulate
uncomfortable
that?
accommodations of submarines, crews would be permitted to rest and live on depot ships while at port, but for those aboard the K-class, no such accommodations were made, as the K-class was designated a self-contained warship.
Oh my god.
This compounded with the reputation of the K-class for killing its crews, and in response to this stress, the men assigned to these ships regularly became violent with one another, and most turned to alcohol. What's more, the submariners were usually listless and bored, as the vast majority of their time was spent moored. They would occasionally scout for U-boats off of the coast of the British Isles, but in only one instance did a K-class engage an enemy submarine,
Did it even
where she managed
kill it?
to strike her target with a dud torpedo.
A dud!
Despite all of its shortcomings and its litany of failures, the Admiralty was still intent on seeing the K-class submarines used to their fullest potential, and the price of this self-assuredness would be paid not by
Just look
those
at what the
in command,
Germans are doing and
but by
copy
those
it.
serving aboard the vessels themselves.
Son of a bitch. Okay. God damn. Fucking A, man. The
On
fuck are we
evening of
doing?
January 31st, 1918, a fleet of British ships left the port of Rosyth on the east coast of Britain. That night's goal was simple. The force was to travel through the Firth of Forth into the North Sea. Then, when they had passed north of the Isle of May, they were to change direction and proceed to a predetermined point, where they would meet with another force traveling from Scapa Flow to participate in an exercise.
Oh boy, here we
Among
go.
These ships were 9 K-class submarines, and by now, each sailor aboard them had come to fear their vessel as much as any enemy's, perhaps more.
Right.
All of the sailors were nervous. Earlier that afternoon, a pilot in a scout plane had spotted a submarine, but before he could approach, the submarine performed a crash dive and disappeared. Out in the open water, the fleet would be a vulnerable target for a German U-boat, and so, extra precautions would be necessary. But there was another cause for the sailors' concern. Of the K-class submarines joining the fleet, one of them was of particular note, K-22. By now,
Oh, no.
many of the sailors knew that K-22 was not her original designation. She had formerly been known by the particularly unlucky name
K-13?
K-13. What's more, almost a year prior to the day, K-13 had catastrophically failed her trial run and foundered, killing nearly half of her crew.
What
Those
the
who
fuck?
survived were carved out of the hull only barely before they suffocated, and the ship was refitted and rechristened as K-22.
Oh my
According
god.
to naval superstition, a rechristened ship can only be unluckier than it once was. As if to make matters worse, the ship was assigned to the 13th Submarine Flotilla.
Oh yeah, sure.
For the crew, a ship rechristened from K-13 traveling with the 13th Submarine Flotilla on the anniversary of her fatal accident felt like tempting fate.
On the anniversary
The force from
too?
Rosyth was divided into 5 groups traveling in one long single-file line stretching for over 15 nautical miles, with each
Christ.
group leaving approximately 15 minutes after the one ahead of it.
Okay.
Out ahead, the flagship Courageous led the way on her own. Close behind was the 13th Submarine Flotilla, led by the Marksman-class flotilla leader Ethereal, which was to command and coordinate the 5 K-class submarines behind her.
Okay.
K-11, K-17, K-14, K-12, and finally, the rechristened K-22.
Okay.
Behind them, the 2nd Battlecruiser Squadron followed, consisting of 4 large cruisers, the Australia, the New Zealand, the Indomitable, and the Inflexible. These ships were flanked by smaller destroyers on either side in loose formation. Destroyers typically sat much higher in the water than the other larger surface ships, making them safer from enemy torpedo fire, and so they were often used to screen for enemy U-boats and act as an initial defensive line for cruisers and battleships.
Interesting.
Following the cruisers was the 12th Submarine Flotilla, led by the scout cruiser Fearless, which had been retrofitted into a submarine tender for the 4 K-class submarines under her command: K-4, K-3, K-6, and K-7. The Fearless was of particular note due to her dazzle camouflage, an experiment designed to make it more difficult for enemy ships to gauge her distance. Finally, there were 3 massive battleships from the 5th Battle Squadron: the Barham, the Warspite, and the Valiant, with yet more screening destroyers assigned to their defense. In total, besides the destroyers, there were 19 ships leaving the port of Rosyth that evening as the sun set. In the dark, it would be impossible for each ship to directly follow the one ahead of it without assistance, and so each shone a blue stern light behind it as they left. These lights were only shown at half luminosity and shuttered so that they could only be seen within a narrow angle behind the ship,
That's
meaning that
sensible.
it would be easy to lose sight of this light.
Yeah, but you don't want
The
enemy ships to
difficulty
see
was
your
heightened
lights.
as a mist settled onto the waters around May
Oh,
Island,
no.
reducing visibility. Reacting to the U-boat sighting earlier that day, the commander of the force had ordered all ships to increase speed to 21 knots when entering the open ocean in order to pass through the threatened area as quickly as possible.
Good idea.
But shortly after passing the Isle of May, the submarine directly behind the Ethereal, K-11, noticed two small ships in the mist ahead of it. This was curious, as the Ethereal had given no warning, and nobody had been informed of any other ships scheduled to enter the waters around the island. To the captain of K-11, it was as if they had materialized out of the mist. Despite the poor visibility and the poor maneuverability of the submarine, K-11 was able to make a wide turn to avoid the vessels easily. K-17, close behind it, noticed the maneuver and made the same wide turn to avoid an impact. K-14, however, hesitated, uncertain of why they were making an unscheduled change of course, and the captain ordered to slow the ship from 19 knots to 13 in case of an obstacle.
What about the guy behind you? Is he gonna hit
Suddenly,
you?
He saw the two ships in the mist and ordered a hard turn to port. The helm responded, and K-14 swung clear of the ships, but as the helmsman was rotating the wheel, it jammed.
Oh my
The
god.
submarine's current trajectory would take her well clear of the two unknown vessels, but the helmsman was no longer in control of the rudder, and the ship was stuck turning left. The captain turned on the navigation lights and called to halt the ship as the helmsman fruitlessly attempted to free the wheel. He pushed as hard as he could, but no matter how much pressure he applied, the wheel would not move beyond 3 inches in either direction.
Oh my
And
god.
all the while, the ship coasted through the water, the steam engine fighting against the massive momentum of the submarine. At last, K-14 came to a stop. Time was crucial, as the 2nd Battlecruiser Squadron was sure to be close behind, and if K-14 did not move, they ran the risk of being rammed by one of their number. More immediately, however, was the fear of the submarine just behind them,
Right.
K-12, of inadvertently hitting them. Fortunately, K-12 also illuminated her navigation lights, and it was obvious that she would pass well clear of them. Assuming that K-22 would be following K-12, the captain busied himself with how he would clear K-14 of the battlecruisers closing on their position. 5 minutes later, as he ordered the ship ahead, the helm came free and the rudder would turn again, apparently with full control. The captain belayed his previous order and quickly decided that he would attempt to fall back in line with the rest of the submarines in the flotilla. However, one of his assumptions had proven wrong. The unlucky K-22 had been the last submarine in the line, but 5 minutes prior, their lookout had lost sight of K-12 and her stern light.
Oh, good.
K-22 had continued ahead at 19 knots in order to rediscover K-12, but had drifted far to port, and now she was on a direct course
Oh,
to
good.
ram K-14. Through the mist, K-22 spotted the red navigation light of K-14, and the captain ordered a hard turn to port. But the submarine was far too heavy and clumsy to make such a drastic turn. The bow of K-22 sliced into the nose of K-14, breaching the crew compartment where 2 submariners were resting. Freezing water rushed into the submarine and caught these 2 men unaware, and they were quickly sucked out into the sea and drowned as a chunk of the bow from K-14 tore free and sank. Aboard K-22,
Nice.
the torpedo room was breached and water began rushing into it, but the crew was able to shut the watertight door and prevent the submarine from flooding. The same occurred aboard K-14. Everyone aboard each ship was confused. The captain of K-14 was baffled as to how he had been hit when his navigation lights made him so obvious in the water, while the captain of K-22 erroneously believed that he had hit K-12, the ship he was supposed to be following.
True.
In reality, K-12 had caught up with the ship ahead of it, mistaking K-17 for K-14, and was now following the undamaged members of the 13th Submarine Flotilla out
What a
into the
fucking
North
mess.
Sea, none of them aware of the collision. It was quickly established that the bow of K-22 was now lodged deep into K-14, but neither ship was in immediate danger of sinking. Knowing that the 2nd Battlecruiser Squadron was on its way, a submariner exited the top of K-14 and began firing flares into the air in order to warn off any other ships, while another crew member requested assistance in Morse code with a lantern. And aboard K-22, the radio operator coded a message to the Ethereal to inform them of the collision. However, this message incorrectly stated that they had hit K-12, not K-14, and even then, it would take time for the message to be decoded. Before anything else could be done, the two ships would have to extricate K-22 from the hull of K-14. To this end, K-22 set her engines in reverse, and the ship carefully slid her nose out of the hull of K-14 with surprising ease. Soon, K-22
What about the
was
ships
facing
behind you?
directly eastward. But this had taken time, and soon after K-22 had settled in the water again, the massive Australia,
Oh, God.
the 2nd Battlecruiser Squadron, passed K-22 on the port side, and close behind her were the New Zealand and the Indomitable. These 3 battlecruisers had fortunately chosen courses that took them around the submarines, only sloshing the barely buoyant
What about
ships
their
in the
destroyer
water.
escort?
But unbeknownst to anyone else, the final ship in the 2nd Battlecruiser Squadron, the Inflexible, had some time prior lost sight of the ship ahead of it in the mist and had drifted
Oh my God.
significantly off course. Hoping to gain on them again, the captain ordered the speed increased, but only a few moments after he gave the order, he saw the starboard side of K-22, motionless and damaged in the water. Desperately, he gave the order to turn to starboard. The turn made the angle shallower, but it was far too late to prevent an impact. The bow of the Inflexible scraped along the starboard side of K-22, shearing off the external ballasts and the oil tanks before steaming past. Enraged, the captain of K-22 climbed out of the conning tower, shook his fist, and shouted, "What the hell are you doing?" Ignoring the question, the Inflexible continued on insouciantly. And
Insouciantly,
disappeared into the mist.
nice.
It quickly became clear that none of the 2nd Battlecruiser Squadron would be stopping to assist or assess the damage, leaving the 2 submarines to fend for themselves for the time being.
Nice.
In order to stay buoyant, K-22 emptied fuel and water from its tanks, coating the surface of the sea in a thin oil. Meanwhile, the Ethereal had finally managed to decode the distress call sent from K-22. At some point while relaying the message, someone had made a serious error, and it wasn't until almost 30 minutes later that the captain of the Ethereal learned of the first collision, after they had traveled 20 nautical miles away from the wreck. Acting quickly, the Ethereal made the decision to turn
Are those
around
constructors
and
not
offer
operational right now?
assistance. The captain was aware that this would potentially take the 13th
They don't have
submarine
power.
flotilla on a
Oh,
direct
you're
course
dumb.
towards the
You're
other
dumb.
ships exiting
Dumbest
the
boy
Firth
alive.
of Forth, and so he decided to make an extremely wide turn to starboard, surmising that if the turn was wide enough, they would pass the other ships far to the south. To reduce confusion, the Ethereal ordered the submarines to turn off their navigation lights, and out of an abundance of caution, the captain ordered a message sent to the other ships to inform them of this maneuver. However, the orders given to each group left an ambiguity. While they were to turn upon passing the Isle
What's
of
going on
May,
here? I
no
think I'm just
specific
backed up.
location was designated to begin this maneuver, and so each group turned at slightly different points, meaning that they were all now heading along slightly different tracks, and now the 13th Submarine Flotilla was headed directly towards the 2nd Battlecruiser Squadron.
Oh boy.
Ideally, the 2nd Battlecruiser Squadron would know to look for them, but despite the Ethereal's prudence, the battlecruisers were entirely unaware of the approach of the flotilla. The coding officer had been handed the message, but after he had finished coding it, he was given an addendum, and he was forced to code this as well.
Oh my
While
god.
he was coding this message, the cipher officer approached him and told him that the message should be sent in cipher, not code, and took both messages away to the bridge.
Oh my
For
god.
30 minutes, the 13th Submarine Flotilla and the 2nd Battlecruiser Squadron steamed towards each other as the messages aboard the Ethereal were shuffled, amended, recoded, and reciphered. The warning was no closer to being transmitted by the time they were upon one another.
Oh my god. Fuck. That's crazy.
The Australia, the New Zealand, and the Indomitable were all on a collision course towards the Ethereal. The Inflexible, which had ripped the ballast and fuel tanks off of K-22, was nowhere to be found. The mist gave the Ethereal little time for evasive maneuvers. She desperately turned to starboard to avoid the line of battlecruisers, and behind her, K-11 followed. The Australia, believing that the danger had passed, carried on her course. But at the last second, they saw that two more submarines, K-17 and K-12, were headed towards them. Any maneuver that the Australia made, however, would only put the submarines into further danger, as her stern would swing wide to hit the last submarine.
Stay the
Therefore,
course.
it was left to the clumsy K-class submarines to evade the Australia.
Whoa.
Each of them turned hard to starboard to follow the Ethereal and her maneuver. K-17 was able to make her turn just in time, but K-12 drew right up alongside the cruiser. With only feet to spare,
Oh my god.
K-12 passed clear of the Australia. However, this maneuver placed the remainder of the 13th Submarine Flotilla into further danger. While the battlecruisers had been evaded, there was still the matter of the screening destroyers concealed in the mist. Precisely how many there were, not even all of the captains knew. The Ethereal's turn had unknowingly placed her on a collision course directly with the destroyer, and seeing her with only seconds to spare, the Ethereal swung back to starboard to avoid her, then corrected her course to carry her southwest once again to take her out of the swarm of destroyers. As she did so, another screening destroyer placed herself in the way of the Ethereal, and again, the captain ordered a hard turn to starboard. The angle and the speed seemed far too much this time for those above deck, and they braced for impact. But miraculously, the Ethereal steered out of the way, and she once again continued leading the 13th Submarine Flotilla through the mist.
Through
At
the
last,
fucking
they
swarm.
had cleared the 2nd Battlecruiser Squadron
Oh my
and its
god.
destroyers. But the 13th Submarine Flotilla was far from safe.
What's going on
The 12th
here?
Submarine Flotilla had made its turn much
Are
earlier
these my
than the
screws?
other groups, and now the two flotillas were traveling
What is this
at
supposed
a
to be?
shallow angle towards each other, the 12th traveling east and the 13th traveling southwest.
These right
The
here.
captain of the Ethereal believed that the 12th Submarine Flotilla
I think
would
these
be
are supposed to be
aware of their
screws.
presence, but the message had still not been delivered, meaning that the Fearless didn't know to look for the Ethereal or her submarines.
Can't
As
really
they
tell.
approached, both submarine leaders saw that the two lines of ships would cross paths, but here the mist was lighter,
No,
and
it's
they were
supposed to be
able
cable.
to see one another with generous time to make a proper
We need to start making
maneuver.
cable.
It was clear that the Ethereal would easily pass the Fearless, but the present course could not be maintained if the K-class submarines were to avoid the Fearless and each other.
Somehow, one way or
Movement
another.
among naval vessels
gotta
is
start doing
governed
it.
by a set of rules, and one of these rules
I know it's
is
gonna be
that
awkward.
smaller ships
Oh, it's
are
gonna be
to turn
stupid,
to make way for larger
but
ones. And between the
is what it
Fearless
is,
and
man.
the K-class, the Fearless
If I
was
don't,
the
we're not gonna
larger.
finish this phase 3.
Therefore, the
When we
captain of
finish
the
phase 3,
Fearless
we'll tear
ordered
this
to
all
maintain
down.
the present
I
course.
promise.
According to the rules of the sea, the
I'll tear
K-class
it all down.
submarines would have to turn to starboard to make way for the Fearless and fall back in line with the Ethereal soon after. Given that there were no screening destroyers for the flotillas, this theoretically wouldn't pose a problem. However, the K-class submarines had no intention of changing course. K-11, the submarine directly behind the Ethereal, passed in front of the Fearless, closer than was comfortable. The Fearless, however, continued onward. Now, K-17 was approaching. The Fearless waited to see K-17 turn as the two drew close, refusing to alter her heading out of fear of causing even further problems by encroaching on the submarine's responsibility. The Fearless waited until a collision became inevitable. In an effort to make the angle shallower, the Fearless began to turn, but it was far too late. As sirens blared, the bow of the Fearless struck the side of K-17 and
fuck!
dragging her forward with her massive momentum. Pulled by the water, K-17 rolled off to the port side of the Fearless and tore free. For the moment, the Fearless appeared to still be buoyant, but it was immediately obvious that K-17 was hopelessly damaged. While the lurch was brutal for both ships, nobody was fatally injured, and the 56 men aboard K-17 began clambering to the top deck as the boats from the Fearless were lowered to ferry the submariners to safety. To warn her attendant submarines, the Fearless began blasting a signal over the foghorn, indicating that the ship was coming to a stop. Behind it, K-4 heard the warning alarm and set her engines into full reverse, bringing her to a halt just barely
60
in
per
time
minute.
before
How
hitting
fast
the
do these
Fearless.
make wire?
Meanwhile,
30 per minute?
K-12 from the 13th submarine
So we're actually a little
flotilla was
fucked up here.
approaching the damaged ships at a rapid pace.
We need another
She
constructor.
made a sharp turn to starboard to avoid the Fearless and K-17, which now rested in her way, and she was just barely able to clear both damaged ships and careen past the 12th submarine flotilla. Behind K-4, K-3 was closing distance. The captain was called to the bridge during his dinner, but when he arrived, he was uncertain of what precisely was happening ahead of him, with a cacophony of sirens and mess of lights. He ordered the engines to half steam as he attempted to evaluate the situation, but as K-3 neared the ships, he recognized that he was on a collision course with K-4, and what's more, he would not be able to stop his massive submarine in time with the distance remaining.
Got a turn.
The helm oversteered K-3 to port, swinging the whole ship and trying to push her momentum to the port side of K-4.
Okay, I need to bring all this over
Now,
to the cables
however,
down.
the stern of the submarine was on track to hit K-4.
Oh my
Deftly,
god.
The helm turned K-3 back to starboard, swinging the stern out of the way just barely in time. Ordering the engines astern full, the submarine slowly began drifting to a stop just to the port side of the heavily damaged Fearless. In the meantime, K-6 turned slightly starboard to pull safely clear of K-12, which was still attempting to run alongside the 12th submarine flotilla. K-12 then circled back to inspect the damage and offer assistance, stopping off of the port bow of K-3. Now, the Fearless, K-4, K-12, K-3, and the sinking K-17 were all clustered together in the waters off of the Isle of May, with sirens blaring and lights shining bright in the mist
Ridiculous.
like beacons. If the U-boat appeared now, there was no telling how many British sailors would be slaughtered. Attention was now turned to the sinking submarine. While the watertight doors of K-17 had been closed to prevent further flooding, she had taken on far too much seawater and would inevitably sink. The water continued to rise around the 56 evacuees who jumped into the icy ocean, contaminated with black oil from K-17. The lower bow of the Fearless was now only a gaping hole, having been crushed, crumpled, and torn by the impact with K-17, but the watertight doors had been sealed, and she was apparently able to remain buoyant for the time being. Likely attempting to remove itself from the tangle of ships, K-4 turned 90 degrees starboard. Behind this chaos, K-6 was attempting to catch up to the ship ahead of it. During K-3's
Pause for a second for ads. Not I'm paying attention. Okay, cable's coming. Slowly. I had a third thing of iron here. I'm like overproducing pipes a little bit. Also have a ton of screws coming out. I'm gonna need those screws at some point. Hey Dolph! Thanks for the sub, bro! How's my sexy Yinglet doing? Excuse me. Ugh, all this production's at a standstill because I don't have anything to do with these parts, man. It's not a good thing. Oh. Okay. Doing well. Yourself? Not bad. A bit of a stress test yesterday. I didn't really want to get on stream tonight, but I powered through it, and I'm glad I did. We're enjoying some Down the Rabbit Hole content. Currently revisiting the Battle of May Island. I have seen this video before, but it's been a while. I remember really being kind of unnerved by like the whole process. I looked for you to see if you were streaming tonight, but I didn't see you.
His desperate turn and her own turn to avoid K-12, K-6 had lost sight of K-3's stern light. But now, seeing a light through the mist, the captain ordered the helmsman to follow it, assuming that he had rediscovered K-3. However, as he approached, he ascertained that it was not the stern light of K-3. It was the starboard light of K-4, floating motionless in the water. By the time
Working
K6
tonight?
made this realization,
Damn, on
there
the
was no
3-day
time
weekend
for
too.
any action.
Crazy.
The bow of K6 rammed straight into the side of K4, nearly shearing her in half. Immediately, K4 began to sink, dragging K6 down into the ocean with her. Just behind K6 was K7, which was still traveling at significant speed. The captain had a habit of keeping his ship farther behind the ship ahead of it than ordered, especially aboard the unmaneuverable K-class that he was newly captaining. As K7 moved through the mist to keep pace with K6, the captain suddenly realized that the ship ahead was completely and inexplicably stationary. He ordered the engines full astern, but it was obvious that this wouldn't be enough to bring her to a stop in time.
Oh my
Then
god.
he pulled the nose of K7 to port, with just enough space for the ship to slide alongside K6. As she did so, the bottom of the ship struck the sinking K4, but K4 was sinking so rapidly that she only scraped the top. The captain of K6 ordered the engines full astern in a desperate attempt to pry herself free, and the two halves of K4 tore apart, abruptly
Oh my
releasing
God.
K6, which bobbed back up to the surface. Immediately, the crew of K6 trained their lights ahead, looking for survivors, but no movement could be found on the still water. There had been
We're
no
out of
time
screws.
for anyone to escape. In the meantime, many of the 56 men of K-17 were struggling to keep their heads above water as the cold
Gonna
stole
need those
their
screws.
strength, and they inadvertently gulped down the black oil,
Ugh.
while a few still stood on the casing of their sinking submarine. By this point, the boats from the Fearless had all been deployed and were busying themselves finding submariners in the water to pull to warmth
It's painful,
and
but we gotta
safety.
gotta
But
tear all this
behind
down,
this
man.
cluster of ships, there
Gotta be
was
done with
still
it.
one final group leaving the Firth of Forth. The 5th Battle Squadron, with its 3 battleships and its myriad screening destroyers. They had passed well south of the first collision between K-14 and K-22, but even after all this time, only the first warning about the first collision had been transmitted, useless by this point, leaving the massive battleships entirely unaware that the 13th Submarine Flotilla had even reversed course. And now, they were bearing down on the remaining ships of the 2 flotillas at a speed of 21 knots.
Jesus Christ.
First, the Barham approached, and it appeared that she would scrape along the port side of K3, but by incredible luck, she managed to squeeze between K3 and K12, avoiding not only the survivors of K17, but all of the ships tangled among one another. But this was not the case for the screening destroyers. Ignorant of the survivors in the water, they chose tracks around the Fearless and the sinking submarine.
No.
The rescue boats from the Fearless scattered and dodged out of the way as the destroyers carved their paths straight through the survivors. As the first destroyer passed, she slammed into the men, concussing and battering many of them, while others were sucked into the propellers and torn into pieces.
Oh, Jesus
The wash
Christ.
of the Barham swept over the sailors still standing on K-17, pushing them into the water and directly into the path of the remaining
Oh my
destroyers.
god.
Following close behind the Barham was the Warspite, which threaded between the ships in exactly the same way that the Barham had, but along with her came further screening destroyers who crushed yet more survivors.
Oh my god.
Finally, the Valiant passed between them with the last group of destroyers. All 3 battleships have been traveling so precisely that they managed to weave their ships between the submarines without even touching their hulls. The fortune of the battleships was undercut by the deadly courses of the destroyers. As they found new paths, each one struck, drowned, and dismembered even more submariners. This
Christ.
continued until the entire 5th Battle Squadron had passed. After they did, the sailors aboard the Fearless and the other K-class submarines searched for men in the oily, bloody water, but of the 56 who had abandoned K-17, only 10 could be found, one of whom was gravely wounded. After bringing him aboard the Fearless, this wounded man died as well, leaving only 9.
Sure.
At last, the
Why not?
waters were clear and the ships could take inventory. The Fearless herself had been horrifically damaged, but it was clear that she was in no danger of sinking despite the gaping hole in the foresection, and so she began to limp back to Rosyth alongside the remaining K-class submarines. Back at the initial collision, K-14 and K-22 were receiving assistance from some of the screening destroyers, and one of them began towing K-14 back to harbor. K-22, on the other hand, was able to travel back on her own power, but her speed was limited by the pressure placed on the door exposed to the water in the foresection. The other ships, still scheduled to meet
blew
with
a
the
fuse,
force from
but I don't see
Scapa Flow,
where
continued onward into the North Sea,
anything
leaving
got
the
powered
carnage
off.
of the submarine flotillas behind them. After an hour and 15 minutes, the Battle of May Island was finished.
Thank God. Jesus Christ. Fucking nightmare. It's the most horrifying shit I've ever heard in my life. God damn. What the fuck?
Immediately upon the return of the damaged ships, the admirals began communicating, desperate to discover what precisely had happened. Many of the details were muddled and contradictory. Only a few things could be discerned for certain. Of the 9 K-class submarines that had left the Firth of Forth that night, 2 had sunk and 3 had been damaged to varying degrees, a casualty rate of over 50%. The Fearless had suffered crippling damage to her hull.
Animations are
while the Inflexible
fantastic.
had lived up to her name and escaped with only scrapes. From the initial impact between K-14 and K-22, 2 men had drowned when water flooded into the living quarters. When K-6 had bisected K-4, every one of the 55 men aboard went down with the ship. And of the 56 who escaped from K-17, 47 of them have been smashed and shredded by
Oh
the
my
screening
God.
destroyers. No survivors were discovered after the event, and the vast majority of the corpses were lost at sea. The final death toll for the Battle of May Island was 104. The
Ridiculous.
admirals agreed. This matter had to be resolved both quickly and discreetly. After only 4 days, the court-martial began to determine who and what precisely was at fault. Despite the overwhelming complexity of the Battle of May Island and the myriad of conflicting reports, a basic timeline of what occurred could be ascertained, though the specific routes of certain ships remained in dispute. In particular, the inciting incident for the entire event was confounding. First, what were the 2 boats that had found themselves in the path of the 13th submarine flotilla, floating in the mist?
Can't do any research until this is done.
Rosyth was informed about other ships scheduled to be in the water, and they were far too small to be enemy vessels. The immediate suspicion was that they were minesweepers, but when the man coordinating the ships at the Isle of May was brought to testify, his statements didn't align with the experiences of the 13th submarine flotilla. He confirmed that, while there were small ships out sweeping for mines at the time, they theoretically wouldn't have crossed paths with the ships from Rosyth. Even more mysterious, however, was the mechanical failure experienced by K-14, namely, the jamming of her helm. While the K-class was prone to sometimes extreme issues related to their construction and maintenance, there had never been a catalogued incident with the helm jamming, and nobody serving aboard the K-class ever made mention of such an incident.
I mean, that thing seems like a
thorough
fucking nightmare in
investigation of
general,
every
so
mechanism from the helm
doesn't
to
seem
the
like
rudder was
unthinkable to
performed.
me.
And yet, every single test came back with the same result. As things were, no cause could be found for the jam, and it could not be replicated. In the end, while a few of
they
the
didn't fucking
officers
fake
were
it.
reprimanded, this had little to no effect on their careers, and the reason seemed clear. The event had been so embarrassing for the British Royal Navy that the Admiralty was more interested in hiding it than remedying it. No memorial was to be constructed,
Nice.
and no record was to be made public.
Nice.
To the submariners who partook in the Battle of May Island, the moral was clear. The K-class was far too awkward and unreliable. Communication technology was too rudimentary to properly coordinate with the fleet, and fleet submarines were more of a danger to their own ships than to any enemy. But to the admirals, the problem lay not with the K-class, nor with the concept of fleet submarines, only in their implementation. The performance of these large submarines after the war, however, did not bear out the expectations of the admirals. They never were to encounter the enemy beyond the one fruitless exchange of fire, and after a formal declaration of peace between the belligerents in the Great War, the K-class were assigned to posts around the Atlantic. There, however, they continued to suffer mechanical faults, and dozens of the Grand Fleet's best mariners drowned as K-class continued to sink. Even still, the admirals were keen to make use of this submarine that was meant to be one of the great achievements of the Royal Navy. As such, a few of the K-class were retrofitted to have massive 12-inch guns mounted onto the deck, recategorizing them as the M-class. This extra gun, however, made the already clumsy ships even more unwieldy. On December 12, 1925, M1 dove during an exercise and simply never resurfaced, drowning all 60 men aboard. After so many deaths due to the inadequacy of the submarines, the Royal Navy was finally forced to retire the remaining K-class.
Yeah, you fucking think so,
the
man?
majority of them in for scrap. The M-class, however, were retrofitted for new purposes. M2 was outfitted with a hangar to launch a single biplane with folding wings, while M3 was given a mine layer. These alterations couldn't solve
You fucking serious? A submarine aircraft carrier.
Seemed to disappear
That's
entirely.
so rad.
Only hours later, a man aboard a ship who had seen M2 that morning casually asked if it was normal for submarines to dive backwards. He was told that it was not. It took 8 days for the search teams to discover M2 in over 100 feet of water. Her crew had all suffocated in the time it took the salvage crews to find her.
Oh, God.
It was decided that M3 would not be given the chance to drown her crew as well, and she was scrapped for her mettle.
No shit.
The last of the K-class hulls had finally disappeared, and
ridiculous.
with them, the dream of the fleet submarine. It would be decades until the creation of another submarine that rivaled the size of the K-class, and this time,
is it nuclear?
when they did, they were running under nuclear power.
Yeah, I figured.
Their implementation would not even slightly resemble that of the K-class. Even after the war, as the files of military
what am I doing here? I'm making screws.
were made public, those kept about the Battle of May Island remained sealed, and the
So
Royal
these are
Navy
producing
seemed
rods.
willing only to acknowledge the most
Ingots,
basic
sorry.
facts about it. It wasn't
At the rate of 30 per minute.
76 years
I
later,
want to make
that the file
screws.
was released and the details made public. And
So I
in
need 2 constructors
2002,
per
a
smelter?
memorial
Oh my
was
god.
finally constructed in
I don't have room for
Constructor
this
Harbor,
shit.
long after
Fucking kidding
everyone
me?
involved had died of old age. Now, every trace of the K-class has either been dismantled
I could ferry all
or
this over
rests on the
somewhere
bottom of
else.
the ocean,
There's a total of
rusting and decaying. A fate
10
that,
smelters
to
here.
those who served aboard them, would seem
Just
only
make myself
fitting.
another little production platform. I can't believe anybody accused me of having a spaghetti-ass fucking setup here before when I'm doing what I'm doing now. So what I'm doing right now is absolutely, like, egregious. There's, like, it's indefensibly fucked up. Indefensibly fucked up. Here, we'll run it back and find another one. I've seen most of these. Some of these I haven't, though. Do we want to watch something I haven't seen yet? Sure. I think that's only fair. Ooh, that bass line.
While interactions on Facebook don't often attract external attention, a wider audience will occasionally discover them, such as in the instance of the Per Cat Cafe.
Okay.
Though the business itself was considered odd due to its practices, it was the owner and her aggressive social media presence that garnered most of the attention.
I never understood that. Those, like, animal cafes. How do you pass, like, health
Local
regulation and
news
shit?
stations began reporting on it. People online will still occasionally ask after the business, its cats, and its owner. So what is the Per Cat Cafe?
I'd love to know. Tell me, please. Oh boy. Can you read that for me?
In mid-August of 2017, a woman named Kathleen Krukzek made a public post to Facebook detailing her grievances with her former employer.
Okay.
Earlier that year, the company had opened an Indiegogo crowdfunding campaign, asking for $40,000 so that they could open sometime soon after.
Hello, Boston.
$40,000.
Cat enthusiast and the founder of Per Cat Cafe.
Okay.
I've been working to bring Per Cat Cafe to life for 17 months now.
Okay.
Cat Cafe is a really fun place where rescue cats actually reside in the cafe, in which you can come and play with the cats. And best of all the cats at the cafe are adoptable.
Oh, that's kind of cute. Okay.
Though they only managed to raise $7,200, their flexible funding goal meant that they still received this money in full, but it also meant that they had taken on an obligation to their 162 backers. By the time Kathleen had made her
Yeah, it's a
post
weird
speak
spot to
out
be in.
against Diane Kelly, the business was approaching 3 months past their scheduled opening date.
Well, yeah, they only got
This post read
like
in part,
15% of what they wanted.
"Hi everyone, Kat Grace, former general manager of Per Cat Cafe here.
Hi.
If you've emailed Boston Per in the last few months, chances are high that you spoke to me directly. I'm sure
Okay.
this post will get deleted, so feel free to copy-paste or screenshot."
Okay.
Most of the core team has distanced themselves from Per for several reasons. Everything she is being bullied for, we have told her over and over again. This
Bullied?
consisted of 2 feline behaviorists, myself included, and several people who have worked hands-on in rescue for about as long as I have been alive. Despite our combined experience, Diane chose to continually ignore and insult us. Diane has no animal care
Okay.
background whatsoever. Kathleen went on to explain the reasons behind many of the cafe's troubles. At one point, Diane had reached
10
an
rods per
agreement
minute.
with a local shelter named Boston's Forgotten Felines, or BFF, a charity that picks up stray cats, fixes them, gives them medical treatment, and then adopts them out. According to their deal, BFF would provide cats to Diane's cat cafe, and visitors could adopt the cats through the charity, since the cafe wasn't licensed properly to do so. Not long before Kathleen's post, however, the two had canceled their partnership, and Kathleen
Aw.
explained why. Quote, "Diane will claim up and down she is being bullied and that the reason for dissolving the partnership with BFF was because they were not supplying cats. The truth is she was not equipped to have any cats in the building,
Nice.
despite her certificate of occupancy, which has nothing to do with animal welfare. No beds, blankets, or pillows, no hiding places, no cages, hardly any toys, no cat trees, no scratchers, nothing. Anything you see for the cats,
Nothing.
including 95% of the toys, was either purchased by me out of my own pocket, was a loan from BFF, or is the perches on the upstairs walls donated by Aristocat Designs.
Okay.
Diane contributed absolutely nothing, save a small handful of toys, some random bowls, and some cages bought far too late, once she was pressured to do so. She's spent the dwindling money left in the Per accounts on decorative wall art, coloring books, and things to entertain people, etc.,
Okay.
instead of things for the 2 cats we now had. Diane wanted to place the cats, with no enrichment, in a basement with no windows and cold, hard floors.
Okay.
BFF did not want to place cats until Per was equipped to do so. Diane told BFF to fuck off several times. Diane said any other shelter would be happy to place cats in her poorly equipped basement.
Nice.
We all said 1,000 times that no one who gives a hoot about animal welfare would ever do so. Diane doesn't know the first thing about feline welfare, and that would be fine, had she listened to the team she had. Now she stands alone
30,
with all of the
60,
decisions she has made
120,
and will not take responsibility
150.
for any
This
of
is
them.
perfect.
After another feline behaviorist very politely told her all of the things she would need to furnish the space, Diane told her to never contact her again. She doesn't even care enough to remember which cat is which. Amber is labeled as Godric in some of these photos. To top it off, these cats aren't even at Purr anymore, yet she continues to use their photos. I suspect that is to hide the fact that she still has no cats. Everything you could ever think of from a feline welfare perspective, we told her. From getting a Munchkin cat to just buying cat toys, she ignored most of it. She is more concerned with making everything look nice and making profits than actually taking care of these cats. She takes actual advice as bullying. Diane offered me part ownership of Purr Cat Cafe, and I chose to walk away from it completely instead. I hope you all understand how serious that is. She forwarded me an email with intentions to lie about BFF, and I immediately resigned. If Purr opens its doors, Diane has also told the agricultural department to fuck off, so I suspect it won't be open long. She thinks the animal welfare laws do not apply to her because of her designation as a pet center. End quote. Accurate to Kathleen's assessment of her personality, Diane replied to this post using the official Purr Cat Cafe
Oh
Facebook
shit.
post, saying,
Let's go.
quote, "Oh, I am very certain I have put feline care at the top of my list. I will continue my mission to rescue cats in Boston and get them adopted. The both of you can continue to tell me how I should run Purr for the cat's best welfare. Go right ahead, post whatever you want, but the reality and the truth about Purr Cat Cafe is going to be alive and well soon. So, sick of the cat fights in Boston. I am learning that people in the cat world truly might be crazy. I am starting to understand why people call females crazy cat ladies. People that work in the cat field
females,
are crazy
huh?
cat people. I am a
Yeah,
cat
the
enthusiast
females.
and a very smart businesswoman. So Boston, if you like cats, you will know where to find them in Boston shortly. If you want to listen to some women rant and rave about crap, you should contact Kat and Joan."
I feel like you're saying a lot of words, but I don't.
In response to another person expressing her concerns, Diane also spoke to the failed partnership with BFF, saying, "Unfortunately, BFF was not dependable to provide cats for Purr." But Kathleen wasn't finished speaking about the business. On August 26th, she posted a photograph
Let's go.
of the mostly bare basement in the Purr Cat Cafe, saying, quote, "These are the conditions that Diane of Purr Cat Cafe thinks are sufficient for a large number of cats to live in." This photo was taken the day Purr got its first 3 cats, Amber, Godric, and Pearl. Diane told BFF that the space was all set, and when they walked in, they were appalled. "Does this look like a good place for a cat to live to you? No windows, no beds or toys or perches or hiding places. Cats could crawl behind the stairs through a gigantic hole by the water heater. She can delete my posts all she wants, but her team is dropping like flies because of her behavior, and the public deserves to know the truth."
Can't put this on the
In
side like that.
She went on to explain
Put it there either.
Diane's plan was to rotate
I'll have to do this
2 sets of
manually.
cats between the storefront
Kinda
and
sucks,
the basement to give
but
them breaks from
ultimately,
visitors.
it's still fine though.
She also went on to explain Diane's aversion to her advice. Quote, "There were issues like me saying we shouldn't be feeding animals on styrofoam plates due to the risk of intestinal blockages, where she told me, 'You will not change my mind on this.' She thinks only she can decide what is best for the animals she has no idea how
So
to
these
care
are
for,
producing
and will
15
not
per minute,
budge
so
on
tier
any
1
of
belt's
it."
fine here.
Kathleen was joined by the director of BFF, Joni Nelson, who confirmed what she was sharing and added minor details. While all of this garnered significant backlash against the cafe, the greatest damage would come from a surprising place, Diane herself.
Oh, I can't wait. Yeah, fucking what'd she say? I'm sure it's gonna be awesome.
Diane responded to Kathleen's indictments vitriolically. When one person stated that she no longer had any intention to visit the cafe,
No, fucker.
Diane used the official business account to post a reply, saying, "Why are you being such a bitch?" On August 28th, 2 days after Kathleen posted her photograph of the basement, Diane made a post to Purr Cafe's official Facebook
That's
page,
awesome.
posing
Hell
with
yeah.
one of her cats, Gussie. In this post, she reiterated the cafe's mission statement,
So
vision
sick.
statement, and oath, all centered around the well-being of the cats that would eventually be housed in the building. If
Why are you
secure
being such a
partnership.
bitch?
She closed the post with her familiar tagline, meow, meow, purr. One of the replies plied Diane for answers to those questions raised by the people watching the Facebook page, saying, quote,
Honestly,
can you clarify how your actions, such as breaking with BFF, planning to place cats in
these
an
don't
empty
all
basement with no
need
enrichment, deleting posts with legitimate questions in the comments, align
lifters
with
like
this
that.
oath/mission statement. Diane
Just to
replied
make it a
with,
little bit more convenient.
certainly, please call me and I would be more than happy to answer any concerns that you may have. I am working hard to open Purr as I have been doing for the last 2 years of my life. I would prefer to be working on opening Purr to save abandoned cats rather than to respond to negative and incorrect comments.
Oh my
about
god.
it is not a productive use of my time. It would be much better for me to stay focused on my mission to open Purr. I look forward to your phone call. Sincerely, Diane.
Jesus
Soon, Kathleen
Christ.
challenged Diane directly on the page, saying, how about you just answer everyone publicly? Why do you keep deleting legitimate concerns posted by your confused and worried supporters?
True.
Diane deflected, saying, certainly, Kat, I can do that. Contact the media and line up an interview for me. To which Kathleen rebutted, hey, you're in luck. You're on social media. No appointment needed. Speak to the masses whenever you're ready. This challenge received no reply. Soon, people began gathering around this Facebook page, and where there had once only been a few comments on any given post, there were suddenly dozens of commenters bombarding Diane with criticism and comments. These new people were divided into 2 main groups with some overlap. The first were those concerned about the welfare of the cats and Diane's ability to open and maintain the business. Many agreed that a cat cafe of this nature could positively affect the community and the welfare of its cat population. The second
What do I
group
need to
found
make the...
sport in antagonizing Diane,
This is so
remarking
stupid.
on her hypocrisy, confrontational and aggressive attitude, and poor business acumen. This latter group was usually tolerated by the former, if only because it helped them in their goal of holding Diane accountable. Diane began posting more frequently.
I get to
often
level
attempting to
the
appease
Mark
her
II
critics,
blueprint
but
builder,
these
man.
acted
I need like a
little
little more
than
space.
new spaces for people to confront her. In a post on
100
September
computers,
3rd, she
100
stated
heavy
that she
modular
would be at
frames.
the
Oh my
forefront of
god.
advocating
Well, I
for
need
all
screws to make any of that.
anyone's
That's what I'm trying to do right now.
but when
Look, we just
multiple
gotta figure it
people
out,
went to meet
okay?
with her
I know
independently,
it's
they couldn't
painful,
find
but
her. By this point, Diane's Facebook issues
we have to
had drawn
do
the
it.
attention of local newspapers, and on September 5th, an article was published in Boston Magazine titled, Boston's Purr Cat Cafe Hasn't Opened Yet. This piece focuses largely on Diane's failure to partner
Also,
with
why are
Boston's
all these
Forgotten
unpowered?
Felines and quotes Diane herself. The week that BFF was supposed to bring cats to Purr did not go very well at all. They told me I didn't have enough stuff.
What?
I ordered that day more cages, which came 2 days later, but BFF didn't come back Wednesday or by
What's
the
going
end
on
of the
here?
week. I made my decision. I'm definitely not partnering with BFF. People are making accusations that I don't love animals and I don't know what I'm doing, but I have done my homework.
Well,
Purr is a conduit to help cats get
let's
adopted.
go put power on the other big power line, I guess?
I choose to partner with. End quote.
Hopefully that'll be
This
enough.
article also mentioned what it called drama on the Facebook page, including Kathleen's photograph of the bare-looking basement and the confirmation of this evidence by one of BFF's volunteers. The author
That did not
provided
help,
links
by
to
the way.
posts in question, drawing even more onlookers and commenters. Soon after this, on
Do all these
September
have
8th,
cables?
Diane revealed that she was in talks with
No,
another
none of these
shelter
have cables.
and stated that she had rescued another cat.
Apparently I just haven't
named
hooked them up yet.
Florence. However, by performing a Google image search, 2 commenters
what were all these
discovered
supposed to
that
make
the
again?
photograph Diane had provided was
Screws,
actually
right.
from
That's what I'm doing
2011,
right now.
uploaded by a shelter in Arizona. With critical and concerned people now scrutinizing Diane so closely, someone posted to the cafe's Facebook page in Diane's stead on September 10th.
Oh shit.
The post was worded with diplomatic but imprecise rhetoric, with phrases such as, "We hope to start anew and take a step in the right direction, acknowledging where we have been and hoping to move forward." Shortly after this statement was published, many of Diane's posts from the previous months were expunged from Facebook.
Oh,
as for the
shit.
comments left on them. This post, while omitting
Okay.
any sort of apology, was received far more positively than anything posted to the page for some time, and the replies were almost universally supportive. But this shift towards civility would not last. On September
Okay.
24th, 16 days after the previous message attempting to make amends with the community, Diane once again took control of the company's Facebook page, posing as her
Can I
pet
slide
cat.
this whole thing
It
over?
reads in part, quote, "Good evening, Boston. Kingpin Gussie here, the
No.
very proud cat adopted by Diane Kelly. Diane Kelly loves cats, and that is why she adopted me from Little Lion's Cat Cafe. There are a tremendous amount of people in this world that would rather focus on hate. This has been very obvious on my Facebook. Apparently Boston's forgotten felines would rather focus on hate rather than the truth. So,
Okay.
I will focus on the truth, Boston. Boston's Forgotten Felines was not a registered shelter in the state of Massachusetts. Patricia Cabral, the director of all of Shelter and Rescue, phoned me to notify me that Boston's Forgotten Felines was not registered in the state of Massachusetts.
Okay.
I communicated this to Joni Nelson, the director of BFF. 2 months later, BFF was still not registered with that state of Massachusetts.
Oh shit.
Consequently, I made a sound business decision not to partner with BFF. Would you partner your business with a rescue group that was not registered in the state of Massachusetts?"
Probably not.
End quote. Within 2 hours, this was rebutted by a commenter who linked to an official government website listing approved shelter and rescue organizations, and on that list was Boston's Forgotten Felines. One person who worked for the shelter commented on the post as well to defend her organization, and numerous others accused Diane of libel. 2 days later, she responded to this criticism by again role-playing as her cat, Gussie. Quote, "Meow Boston. Gussie here, the king
Okay.
of Purr. I represent Diane Kelly, the very proud owner of Boston's first
Oh my
cat
god.
cafe. Diane is catastic. She adopted me from Little Lion's Cat Cafe in New York City. Diane has been
Dude,
the
so
most
so
wonderful
good.
mom I could ever have.
Okay.
She loves me to death and gives me the very best of care. Diane is opening Purr Cat Cafe to rescue abandoned cats. My
Oh.
mom has been working on opening Purr Cat Cafe for 2 years. She has worked diligently every day for 2 years to open Purr Cat Cafe. There
Okay.
has been a tremendous amount of inaccurate statements posted to Purr's social media. I have captured every post for my mom, Diane. I will be consulting with my mother's attorney tomorrow. Meow. Meow. Purr. In response to a comment attacking her, she wrote, "Dear Ryan, Purr Cat Cafe is being harassed. Purr Cat
Okay,
Cafe
I think these
is not
actually need to
even open.
come in
How
from the
could
left.
anyone rate Purr at getting cats adopted? Yes, it is more than disheartening. It is not the difficult to see. Purr is not opened yet. Purr had a 5-star rating. Purr walked away from Boston's Forgotten Felines because they were not reliable.
It's a little awkward,
Yes,
but
BFF, Boston,
pretty sure this works.
was not reliable to bring cats to Purr. But
Yeah,
only
that does
2
work.
days
Just
later,
awkward.
Diane would escalate this further in a way that nobody predicted.
I hope she's
September
gonna be
26th,
reasonable.
Diane posted a picture of people in front of a banner with the cafe's logo on it, writing, "Purr is a collective team. Our goal is to save abandoned cats and find them forever homes. However,
Okay.
Purr is also an organization that will fight against individuals that try to deface Purr Cat Cafe. Meow.
Okay.
Purr." Kathleen, returning to the page, left a comment on this post. Quote, "Just to clarify, this photo is from First Catterday at Boston Common on August 6th, 2017. Half of the individuals in this photo were not part of the Purr team, only people we spoke to and pulled into the photo with us. In regards to the
Starting to
team,
lose track
to
of
my
the narrative
knowledge,
here.
at
Hang
least
on,
2
sorry.
individuals are no longer associated with Purr, and I am the short gal in black pants standing behind Diane.
I
Not
got it.
sure what the purpose of posting this image was, but I don't want to be associated with this business any further. Please remove my photo." Diane responded within the hour. "Dear Cat, just to be clear, you did participate at First Catterday to represent her, did you or not? Additionally, I know you enjoy having several different sexual partners. You shared that with me, and I have no interest at all having a woman that works for me
shit!
that has several different sexual partners. You sharing with me that you have several different sexual partners is inappropriate." Immediately, a flood of comments filled the post, admonishing Diane, and many people who claimed to be interested in the cafe expressed that they would not visit when it opened.
Oh my
Kathleen
god!
responded, saying, "We had a conversation
Oh,
about how
shit.
you'd be meeting my boyfriend, not my sex life in any aspect. For anyone confused, I am openly polyamorous, meaning I have 2 boyfriends. I never
Oh, I
talk about
really
anything
needed to
sexual.
know that. Yeah,
You are
for
out
sure.
of control, Diane. My personal life has nothing to do with your business. In that same comment thread, Kathleen noted that she had just received 2 messages from cafe employees informing her of their departure from the company due to Diane's behavior. She made another comment later that read, "One of my
That's what I'm
many sexual
saying.
partners worked on your freaking header image and Indiegogo
Oh
graphics,
my
so
god,
you
it's
didn't give a
so
shit when
fucking
it
funny to
benefited
me.
you."
Holy
What's more,
fuck.
this attack from Diane encouraged Kathleen to post more previously withheld details about the business.
Oh
and
yeah.
their
Yeah, let's get
correspondence.
it.
That same day, she shared
Of
an
course.
image taken from a live feed of the basement earlier that month, showing that Diane had failed to fulfill her promises about the space. She closed the
Aw.
comment by saying, "I'm done playing nice." She then posted screenshots
Nice.
of emails
Yeah,
between
fucking get
herself
it.
and Diane, depicting a bizarre exchange. Shortly after
Let's
she left
go.
the
I
staff
can't
at
wait.
Her Cat Cafe, she received an email from Diane that read, quote, "Kathleen, it just so happens that we have no cats at Purr. Therefore, I see no need for you to work at Purr. There is no reason to have any staff at Purr. We have no cats." Diane
I
notes.
mean,
Kathleen responded, "Okay, I'm assuming you're firing me right now, so I'll pick up my last check on Monday. Have a good night."
yeah.
Diane responded the next morning.
I'm not gonna give you your last
saying,
check.
"No, I was being facetious. We have no cats, Kathleen. We are opening a cat cafe. There is a bit of a disconnect here. If you no longer want to work at Purr, then please let me know. Thank you."
I would have interpreted that as me being
Kathleen's
fired.
reply
What?
reflected her mounting stress working under Diane.
Absolutely.
Part of her response reads, "I am not happy about this, Diane. I am trying to be professional, but it's difficult when it's not being reciprocated. I'm being called names, I am unsure if I have a job in the middle of the night, and you lose your temper with me on the phone when I express my professional opinions. If you
Okay.
continue to treat me in this
We're
manner,
just gonna go
and
ahead and
others
run
in
with
a
this.
far worse manner, so much so that they stop working with you altogether, we will not be a successful business. If you cannot make this commitment to your employees, then you will no longer have employees. The workplace cannot
Woo!
function the way it is currently functioning. I should be stressing about getting our doors open, not about what name I'm going to be called over a miscommunication, or if I even have my job, or if I can even express my concerns about the business I'm so
Damn.
pleased to be managing." End quote.
Double true.
Immediately after this, the phrase, "We have no cats, Kathleen," became a commonly repeated phrase in the comments, used to tease Diane. Perhaps most damning was an email Kathleen revealed
Yeah.
from Diane discussing the partnership with Boston's Forgotten Felines. Quote,
Okay, I don't have enough
"We
cable
discussed
apparently.
Joni and BFF bringing guaranteed 15
I've been
cats
making
to
cable.
Purr by September 3rd. Kathleen, BFF and Purr have been in a partnership for over a year now. Yet, BFF can't deliver any cats to Purr. Kathleen, you have worked with Purr for 6 weeks now and you are telling me to be patient? I have been working on Purr since December 10th of 2015. How arrogant of you to tell me to be patient? BFF can't bring any cats to Purr. That is obvious. Please let Joni know that Purr does not
How
want
about
to
you
do
just go buy the
business with
fucking
BFF."
cat trees, man?
Unquote. The same day, the official cafe
Go buy
posted
some
a post
fucking
with
cat
more
toys. That's like
dramatic
the
letters
whole
that
thing.
lacked any of the hallmarks of
Just
Diane's
go buy
character,
them.
making it likely
It
that
probably
she
cost you like
was
$1,000 to kit that whole place out with fucking
Diane
scratch
posted a
pads
cafe
and
space
whatever the
photo
fuck else.
with employees leaving and an enraged follower base.
What?
The future of
It's
the business was
so
looking more
simple.
bleak than ever.
Shut the fuck up.
Diane's determination would prove indefatigable.
Oh my god. Indefatigable? I've never heard it
On
pronounced like
September
that. I always thought it was
29th, Kathleen shared an email that she had
indefatigable.
received from Diane.
Fuck.
It read, quote, "You are more than welcome to get back your belongings. They are yours and please take them. I also will be suing you, Kathleen, for defacing Purr Cat Cafe. You posted a picture of an empty basement at Purr, which was a complete lie. You posted several other
What?
things to Purr's Facebook page.
What, like
that
she
were
removed everything out of the basement and then uploaded the
feel it is
pictures?
okay to abuse someone for something they did not do.
Give us a live feed of the
Apparently
basement.
you do. Be
We'll pay
prepared to
for it.
Stand up in court and
That's
tell
so
the
funny.
world how you lied. The truth is
How
going to
you
come out,
lie.
Diane. Of note was a reply from Amy Crystal, the general manager that preceded Kathleen, who said, "She isn't going to bring you to court. I will be surprised if she does. She threatened to bring me to
True.
court once too, and it never happened. Did anyone go to this open house? Why is she still trying to open? This place won't last with all the bad PR it's received. Also,
Okay, did I
alcoholics
empty this
can't
out
manage
all
a
the way?
business until they get help and can manage their own
Ooh, the
funds. When I first met
alcoholics
Diane, I
card.
had seen her on
Damn,
Twitter,
dude.
but at some point you have to
Yikes.
realize some things aren't meant to be. Also, she
Woo.
offered me a percentage of
Spicy.
ownership in the business too. However, when push came to shove, she didn't follow
This
through.
kind of sucks 'cause I need more
Also, her
cable.
letter
I
to
like
you
just
is
totally
the
burnt
exact
myself
one
out of
she
all the
sent
cable
me.
that I had.
Maybe she copied and pasted it.
I might have some in
She
here,
said, I
but
don't want to lose you.
kinda
Are you
doubt
really
it.
willing to walk away from this
Oh, I do.
partnership, etc.?
I don't have room for it though.
Sometime soon after this, Diane reopened the cafe's Facebook page, then quickly deleted many of the posts and their associated comments.
Right.
Then, on
Checks
October
out.
3rd, Diane made another Facebook post, again posing as a cat. As was becoming her pattern, however, she dropped this rhetorical device immediately and referred to herself again in the first person. It read in part, quote, "Good morning, Boston. My name is Daly. I am a cat that was abandoned, and Diane Kelly, the founder of Purr, rescued. She brought me to a veterinarian to seek medical treatment for me. Diane had to move and could not..."
This is kind of like a bit of a Bill Burr joke, but he's got a joke about like Steve Jobs and Apple, how they had those fucking commercials where it was like some of like the greatest people of all time, like Gandhi, Einstein, and then like put Steve Jobs up there. What is this, like self-stroke?
helped bring a me to her new residence.
Oh my
She
god.
found me a safe, loving, caring new home with a
Oh,
friend.
that's good.
There have been a tremendous amount of inaccurate statements regarding Purr Cat Cafe on several social media fronts.
Oh,
and
yeah.
again, I want to address your concerns.
Oh, JP.
Again, I apologize for not handling Purr's Facebook page as professionally as I could have.
Sure.
I certainly have
No
made my
shit.
mistakes and am working hard to improve in this area.
Okay.
I would like to share the following facts with you that may provide you with reassurance that I absolutely have the best interest of the cat's health, welfare, and safety at Purr. Purr has a 10-feet glass vestibule that was built with the safety of the cats in mind. Patrons will need to be buzzed into Purr via a Purr staff member.
That's...
The buzzer is at the reception desk.
What?
The vestibule was built this way so there would be no danger of
What?
cats getting out
They
of the
have a
building
fucking
and-
airlock?
There is a kitty door built in the door leading down to the basement. of Purr. This was built for the cats to have
What?
the opportunity to go to the basement and seek solitude and rest if they would like to. I don't have very good photos of the basement. As soon as I do, I will absolutely post them to Facebook. A great deal of the inaccurate information being posted to many social media outlets has significantly delayed our opening for many reasons. I am working
Holy
with
fuck.
Boston's Veterans Association to have a feline veteran program.
I do
Purr
need so
has
many
plans
screws,
to bring our
actually.
cats
I couldn't
to
believe how many
senior
screws I was gonna
citizens
need.
in the neighborhood
I
to be
understand now.
therapeutic
I get
for
it.
the residents. We are working with the Jewish Family and Children's Services Center in Brighton as well. They have a program in which the individuals volunteer at local businesses to gain skills that will hopefully lead to future employment. Many of the adults working with this great center are planning to volunteer at Purr in hopes of gaining skills for future employment. The program is called Pathways to Employment. Finally, I would like Purr to also be a food pantry in the future.
Oh, food
Purr
pantry
also
too?
plans
Fuck
to
yeah.
make Purr complimentary for certain
That's
groups,
so funny.
such as senior citizens, autistic individuals, and veterans, etc.
Have I seen the
I've
steel
spent
screws
18
recipe? I have
years
not.
now working diligently
haven't.
to open Purr because I
This
have
is
a
okay,
mission
though.
to help animals.
It's alright.
Purr will be a means to educate our community to be responsible pet owners. I have always
Oh, I can't believe I didn't set this up on the blueprint. I'm so dumb.
particularly one working with animals. I have been very upset regarding previous reviews, and it has caused me to take pause in my efforts.
Take pause.
I have listened to my concerns
Yeah.
and am working diligently again now to complete my mission. Thank you, please, in advance for taking consideration.
One
of
steel
Purr's
beam for
goal
52
and provide
screws.
positive support
Man, I've got
for
so many
efforts
fucking
that I
steel
truly
beams.
believe will be doing excellent work for cats, as well as trying to help
Why
the
didn't I set this
community
up in the
as well.
blueprint thing? Am I
Meow.
dumb?
Meow. Purr. The comments immediately were dubious about Diane's claims,
Okay.
most of all about the basement, which had attracted many of them in the first place. One of these commenters, however, claimed to be a professional photographer and offered to provide free services, granting Diane full rights to the images. These offers received no reply.
Imagine that.
Soon, however, Diane would announce an event that, if it were to happen, would render images taken herself unnecessary.
Okay. Whoa, what's up?
October 4th, an email was sent to those
Could
on
just
the
extend
Per Cat
these,
Cafe's mailing list, inviting them to an
some
open
splitters
house in the
upwards or whatever,
afternoon
but
that weekend. They stated that they would be able to host
I think
35
ultimately this is
people
also
at one
fine, though.
time for tours at the top of each hour, and that there would be, quote, no more than 10 cats. After posting
No more than
a few
10 cats.
photographs to the Facebook page in an attempt to kindle interest, however, they all were met with continued admonishment for Diane's behavior, and in response, she posted a stock photograph of a cat at 2:30 a.m. with the text, Boston, clearly there is no interest in Cat Cafe here. No meow, meow, purr for Boston. This post was interpreted by a local news source to mean that the cafe would no longer be open.
I would assume the same thing, yeah.
To reply to a commenter who was demanding updates on the space for the cats. Quote, Kayla, why don't you come to the Open the House this weekend then?
Open the house?
I'm very certain that coming to an open house would be more effective than posting negative shit on the internet on the
Oh
internet.
my god, she's so mad!
Hell, I am just going to respond like you do. Here is my first round. I will be negative and just beat the shit out of a new business to save animals because it feels cool. I have never been to a cat cafe. Let me ask you a question, Kayla. What does a cat cafe do? Why do you
I don't know.
surprise me with your intelligence? You are so brilliant. Send me an email? End quote. Later that day, a volunteer named Chandler made a post clarifying that, indeed, the open house would be continuing as scheduled and that Diane would be there with her cats.
Oh yeah?
However, it was clear that Chandler was ignorant of many of the details of the event, writing, This has been very confusing for everyone involved.
Cool.
On the first day of the open house event, however, Diane made a peculiar post to the Facebook page. She wrote, Good morning, Boston. Her is looking forward to hosting our
Surely
open house
somebody
today
went to
and
these open
tomorrow.
houses, right?
We
Did I
also
set these
wanted
up?
to share a
Yeah.
video from Kathleen Grace. Beneath this writing was
No,
a
I just need
video
the output
Kathleen had
set
made
up.
for her YouTube channel, in which she shares some of her pet play fetish gear with her viewers.
What?
Kathleen was granted no chance for a rebuttal, as Diane had blocked her from the Facebook page, but sometime afterward, Kathleen deleted this video from YouTube. The response to
Pet
this
play
video
fetish
was
gear?
universally negative, with many people
Dude, what is
expressing
going on with
confusion
this
as to
place,
why
man?
Diane would post an ex-employee's
What?
fetish video to her business page.
True.
That morning, Diane posted again, writing, I do not understand how there could be so much negativity, cruelty, and slander to a business that is not even open yet, and most importantly,
I
trying
wonder.
to save animals. Is that a bad thing? When the post was archived, there were 88 comments, but it's likely that before it was deleted, there were well over 100. However, at long last,
Yeah.
Diane gave the commenters the photographs of the basement for which they'd been asking, but it showed little
Kitty,
more than what had been there in
why
the
are you
earlier
bussing?
photographs, with objects like
What?
scratching posts, nests,
This is a bad time, right? We're
scattered
watching a thing about cat
haphazardly
abuse
across the
right now.
basement floor.
And crazy
At last,
crazy
the weekend
housewives.
of the open
Yeah.
house had come. Several people who
Yeah,
had raised
stereotyped.
concern on
Oh, it's
Facebook
bad.
went
You wanna
on
go
the first
outside?
day and posted
Right
their
now?
findings.
Alright, hang on.
Despite
I'll be
her
back.
hopeful claims of no more than 10 cats, Diane had only
Pause the
raised
video.
4.
Come on, let's go. You wanna go too? Come on. Okay. I know you want to go out. Okay, you don't have to. That's fine. Should we go check it out for a second, huh? Go see what was up? I get you. I understand. Sometimes I want to do that too. I gotta go to the bathroom. Yeah. Look at you, buddy. Look at. Okay. Let's go.
Her 35 people at once limit proved similarly inaccurate, with apparently no more than a few people at once in the storefront. One visitor, going by Michelle, noted that the 10-foot vestibule that Diane had touted was not prepared.
Oh,
Rather,
yeah.
the first door was an automatic sliding door, while the door on the inside was simply a locked swinging door, and while she was holding the inner door open for her friend, the automatic door opened as well, though no cats escaped. Another woman, named Marie Billiel, live-tweeted about her time at the cafe. Some of the tweets read, quote, "At the Boston Purr open house, there are kittens. No idea where they're from or if they're up to date with their shots. I can overhear Diane talking to a reporter. She's still talking about her vision, what she wants to get for the basement. Kathleen was right about the vestibule. It opens onto the street, currently propped open, so does not offer safety for escaping cats. Diane just brought Gussie up from the basement, and he's clearly terrified. The door remains locked, and with Diane in the basement and Chandler playing with the cat, guests have to awkwardly let other people in. One kitten is now growling and clearly unhappy. No one reacts. Now Diane is asking people to help assemble cardboard cat houses because it is too technical for her.
Too
Chalk sign on
technical?
the wall asks people not to pick up cats. People do it anyway. Staff doesn't notice or care. This little guy is hiding behind cat litter. Also, it looks like the cat door is taped up so the cats can't actually leave the public space.
Oh
Air
my
in the basement
god.
is stagnant. That seems fine now, but what about when cats live there and start using litter boxes and corners? It's unclear if the basement has heat, but for sure there is no obvious form of ventilation. On the second day, the automatic door was disabled, requiring guests to open the door manually, but overall, the open house only raised further concerns. Diane would go on to lament in the comments on her Facebook page that those people criticizing her wouldn't go to the open house, in spite of the fact that at least one of the people she named had documented her time there, and when people pointed this out, she didn't reply. Shortly after the open house, she attempted to apologize for her previous statements, but few people took her at her word. In the coming
Yeah,
weeks,
of
Diane
course.
would continue to respond to comments, repeatedly purging the post history of the Facebook page, and still occasionally speaking about Kathleen and her, quote, sexual preferences, all while more and more people discovered the business and attacked her in the comments over the inadequacy of the space and her aggressive social media strategy. This
Right.
pattern repeated for weeks, and eventually, on October 17th, Chandler announced in a comment that she would no longer be assisting Diane. On October 21st,
Oh, no.
another person named Elise Crow visited the cafe for a tour, but most of the issues people had were unaddressed. As of yet, there was no heating solution for the basement, though Diane claimed she had installed a HEPA filter. She also
A
claimed
HEPA
she was
filter.
planning to create ramps
Oh,
for the
good.
cats to climb onto the beams, but Elise noted her concern due to the presence of electrical wires on them. While Diane stated her desire to open the cafe in 2 weeks, she also admitted that she still had not partnered with an animal rescue yet, but also claimed that upon opening, there would be 8 cats living in the space, though they wouldn't be adoptable. The only explanation which Elise could imagine was that Diane would
No,
adopt
these are
more
still red.
cats herself. In the following weeks,
Wow.
Diane continued to post, calling for people to assist the cafe on social media, quote, "Or we can just continue to be negative and Her Cat Cafe will die.
No.
The abandoned cats of Boston need your help, Boston."
Does it cost money?
On October 31st,
Or is that
Diane posted
kinda
that the Purr Cat Cafe
class
would
stuff?
have a soft opening the following day, though what made it soft was vague. However, the next morning, she stated that, at the suggestion of who she called a consultant, the opening would be delayed yet again, and the following day, someone going by Edward made a post in Diane's stead.
Comes with the
Quote,
game.
"Good
Oh
evening,
shit.
Boston. For the
I'm
last
willing to
few
try
weeks,
it.
I've
Yeah,
been
sure.
reading your comments and all of the prior posts and catching up on private messages.
Oh, I still need to set
to
up
this page.
distribution
I've
for
been
this. Hang
compiling
on.
all of the questions, comments, and concerns, and wanted to address them
build
with
it in there
Diane
tight.
personally, so I have all the answers without giving the wrong information to you. I'm meeting with Diane this Saturday to get all the questions answered. It's likely that this was the same Edward who had been unconditionally supporting Diane in the comments of the cafe's posts, someone to whom Diane had been responding. 3 days later, this Q&A was released, but as Diane had proven herself untrustworthy multiple times over the previous months, none of these statements were particularly convincing.
I'll try it.
In these answers,
Wait,
however,
okay.
there were some interesting
Well, if you can
notes.
walk me through it,
The first
you can
was
give it
that
a
she had
shot.
some sort
You
of
know.
consultant for the welfare of the cats, though their qualifications were unspecified. In response to a question about a ventilation unit for the isolation room used for sick cats, she wrote that she would purchase one when she had the funds for it, and she claimed interchangeably that there would only be either 8 cats or 8 to 10 cats. In a later question, asking about Kathleen's back pay of $2,000, Diane stated that, quote, "Unfortunately, the funding for PER has run dry, and I can only pay her back if I open the doors so I can pay her back with interest. And I will do right by Kathleen for all the work she put into PER." Diane also claimed that she had made a $6,000 contribution to Boston's Forgotten Felines at some point in
How
the
the
past, and that
fuck?
the Kickstarter funds had all been spent on rent. Despite still being unopened, she had been
How the fuck you gonna make
for over a year,
charitable
and had
contributions
$4,100 a month, meaning
and
she had
still
paid
have
well
employees
over
to pay?
$50,000
Hello?
for the storefront property that was still not in use. When asked about who was employed,
Charitable
Diane
contribution.
replied
Motherfucker,
vaguely
people
that,
donated your
quote,
Kickstarter.
"We do not have a full staff." By this point, it seemed likely that everyone who had once been on the payroll of Per Cat Cafe had either left, been fired, or laid off when the company
Whatever it
ran out
is
of money.
fucked
What
up.
Diane was paying for rent was, at this point, unclear. Edward also
Right.
fielded questions, though they mostly amounted to him stating he was contracted to handle Per Cat Cafe's social media from then on. However, only
Right.
2 days later, he made a post himself to the Per Cat Cafe page, writing, quote, "I joined this cafe with the utmost concern for the safety and welfare of the cats.
Okay.
Due to creative differences, I have decided to part ways with the cafe. I wish Diane well in her endeavors."
Okay.
The commenter wrote,
Oh shit.
"I'm torn between that was fast or you stuck it out longer than expected." By the night, Diane was again lamenting the negative comments that plagued the
That's-
business's social media.
That's
page.
so funny to
4
me.
days later, on November 13th, Diane posted again that Per Cat Cafe would
I keep accidentally clicking the video because like when you move your mouse around in Satisfactory, like it's actually moving around the screen, but when it like hits the edge, it just stops. But if the picture-in-picture is like still
be opening that weekend. But she
here,
was
then there's like a
threatened
chance
by
I can,
surprising
you know,
body, the city
do
of
this.
Boston. On November 15th, Boston 25 News aired a segment stating that the Boston Inspectional Services Department would block Diane from opening the cafe unless they received proof of her licensure for the business.
Absolutely.
This investigation was spurred by multiple complaints from people who had been following the Facebook page and were either concerned about the issues Kathleen had raised or interested in provoking Diane to further outrage. In a report
Yeah.
the same day, Diane stated that, quote, "The
Let me
cruelty
just make these
investigation
Mark IV
is
belts.
bogus, and I will be pursuing a
Bogus.
lawsuit against
Bogus.
Fox 25 for slandering my personal care academy
Nice.
and my business. What specifically have I done cruel to the cats at Per? To here are no cats residing at Per Cat Cafe currently for me to be abusing." This investigation has been no obstacle for Diane,
What the
and
fuck
at
is she
last,
talking about?
November
Ah,
18th,
that's so
2017,
funny to me.
The Per Cat Cafe had its first day of business. However, the issues that people had raised on Facebook were still largely unaddressed.
Right.
Not only was the cat door to the basement still blocked, but Diane had added even more tape this time to keep it closed. The vestibule
Yeah,
was still not
don't want those
being
kitties to get
properly
out.
managed either. None of the cats were yet adoptable, and it appeared that Diane had adopted cats specifically to live at the cafe. In the following weeks,
Yeah,
Diane
you're
addressed
okay.
questions from commenters on
You
social
can't
media, and while many
use your
people
place
believed
as a
that
shelter
people
after adopting them
wanted
from the
interest
fucking
in
shelter.
since we
That's
still hadn't
okay.
secured either heating or ventilation for the basement, it would remain
That's not
far
right.
to the cats. On the 29th,
Obviously, you don't
Diane
need me to
claimed
tell you
that
that's
she
not
had
right,
7
but that's
cats,
that's
and more would
definitely
continue to come, promising
that's
that she would
definitely not
partner
right.
with cat
That's
rescues in the
that you
near
fucked
future.
up.
She continued to profess that she had, quote, learned from her mistakes, but in the months that followed, a strange series of
Okay.
events would occur that would leave those following the cafe perplexed and concerned.
Yeah, no shit. I thought these smelters were for me.
In December
What are
of
these fucking things making?
2017, a woman
Oh,
named
steel
Janet
pipes.
had contacted
Well, where's
Diane
all the
about leaving her cat, as she would be
smelters I just
preoccupied
built?
caring for an ill
I thought I
relative.
set up a whole
Diane
bunch of them.
agreed by
Here they are.
housing the cat at her cat cafe, though it appears that this arrangement was remarkably informal. On January 3rd, 2018, rather than seeking care for the cat, Diane called Janice to angrily accuse her of giving her a sick cat and demanded that she return to take them away.
What?
Janice was out of state and would be unable to return for at least 3 days, and so the cat languished in the Fur Cat Cafe as their condition deteriorated. By
Oh.
the time they were taken to see a vet, the cat's condition had worsened to the point that the vet recommended immediate euthanasia.
Oh my God.
Janice agreed. A subsequent MSPCA investigation found that Diane was not at fault for the cat's death, and it appears that she never publicly commented on the issue. As the months
Oh my
passed,
God.
Diane's psyche
What the
diminished.
fuck, man?
13, at 6
Fucking
o'clock
crazy
p.m.,
bitch.
Police were called when one of Diane's volunteers discovered her on the floor of the cafe, surrounded by empty wine bottles and an open container of cat medication. According to the police report, quote, officers asked when she last stopped drinking, to which she replied, I never stopped. Diane shouted and cursed at the volunteer and at the officers as she began to weep. When one of the officers asked her if she wanted to hurt herself, she nodded. Realizing what she had done, the officers called an ambulance and she was taken to the hospital, where she apparently recovered. Around this time, Diane was able to partner with another cat shelter named
Most reasonable cops ever, by the way.
or FBR, but on March 21st, after the
I
state
don't
discovered that
fucking
they weren't
believe it,
registered,
almost.
they were issued a cease and desist letter and ordered to remove all cats that they had given to the Fur Cat Cafe. As the year wore on, Diane reduced the operating hours of the cafe multiple times, a reflection of low patronage. Online reviews over the course of 2018 were extremely mixed. Some people
Extremely
reported that it was
mixed.
a positive
Yours-
experience, but
what a
even
nice way to put
positive
that.
Reviews would sometimes remark that the cats seemed tired or nervous. The images attached to the reviews betrayed the reason. A photograph from January of 2018 showed that the entrance to the basement was still blocked off, as did another from 6 months later.
Ridiculous.
Despite these
Fucking
concerns,
ridiculous.
Diane was able to partner with a licensed group named the Bay State Animal Cooperative.
Jesus
The reviews
Christ,
continued
man.
to dwindle in number
The
going
fuck?
into 2019, reflecting even
I'm not like a big animal rights guy. You know,
in August.
let me just say that right now.
What's more, the Bay State
I had a
Animal Cooperative had canceled its
surprisingly painful conversation with people on the stream like a few days ago about like whether or not it was okay to eat a cat if you're like starving to death, and I was like, yeah, absolutely. I'd eat a fucking human being if I was starving to death. Are you kidding me? I got a lot of flack for that. But what the fuck, dude? What is this shit?
Is permanently closed. No further information is available. A new tenant will be coming soon. Boston Magazine made one final article published the day after to
I still don't
commemorate
have
the
anywhere
event.
for these screws to be
When they
going.
asked Diane for a
I know where they
quote,
need to
she
go.
responded almost incomprehensibly. Keep on wagging the dog's tail. If you can't save yourself from reading this story, rescue a cat in the meantime, or perhaps even a dog. I know this is better than Game of Thrones. The article also noted that the landlord had sued Diane for failure to pay rent. Upon losing the case, Diane was evicted. She took to the defunct cafe's official Facebook page to protest, writing, quote, meow, meow, purr, all part of the history of Purr Cat Cafe. You can read about the true story shortly in The Perfect Claw. It will be the true story of Purr Cafe. It will be a very true story about the society we live in.
Oh boy.
In which social media and the media
What a
reality to
fucking
super
rabbit hole.
reality.
This guy's channel does not
Story
miss.
in which speaks volumes about animal
I was
rights
expecting
and
something kind of
Massachusetts.
nonsensical.
End quote.
Also, how
However,
many
the
screws per
nature
minute
of
am I
the
making here?
perfect claw remained unclear.
Each of these
So
is making
the
40 per minute.
article, and she
That's
provided
120
no
per
release
stack.
date. She would continue by indicting individual
I really need like
properties as
3
well,
outputs here.
going as far
Otherwise,
as
it's
posting
just
pictures of one woman's Facebook
4
profile.
outputs is also
She
fine.
continued to use Facebook to blame the failure of the cafe on the media coverage, the negative attention on social media, and Kathleen Krukzek, but she apparently had no
480.
strategy to bring
Does the tier
back
4
the
belt move
cafe.
480?
While it's uncertain
It
how Diane managed the
does. Oh,
finances
that's
of the
fucking perfect then.
business, It
Okay.
seems likely that she spent nearly all of her funds on attempting to open the Fur Cat Cafe. And if the article in Boston Magazine is correct, then the landlord had not sued the business, but rather Diane herself. And
Right.
if he sought damages, it seems unlikely that she has the money to pay him.
Right.
Searching for the Purr Cat Cafe online will still show remnants of it on social media sites, during a time when people found humor in Diane's posts or frustration with her neglect neglectful attitude towards the cats in her care.
Right.
In nearly all of them can be found a familiar phrase first written by Diane in 2017. We have no cats, Kathleen.
What an incredible, incredible story. Yeah, champ, I'll play Satisfactory with you. Do you think I should probably, like, finish my game first before we play? So I have, like, full familiarity of, like, the whole process? Did you say you hadn't beaten the game yet? Too? At the very least, we should probably get to the same point in the game. Alright. That's where... What was my screw line? Was it this thing? This thing used to be all my screws. Pretty sure this used to be all my screws. Here's what we're gonna do. Obviously, we're overproducing. But looking at a new playthrough, and I started one up today, and it got to stage 4. Damn. That's pretty quick. How long were you playing? I'm way overproducing screws, actually. Surely I'm overproducing screws. Well, I am for now, but later on I'll probably need all these fucking things. Like 8 hours? I don't think I managed to get to stage 4 on my first... Well, I didn't have the benefit of, you know, previous experience, but yeah, it's definitely further than I got on my first day. I don't know what I accomplished on my first day. I'm kind of glad that I still have my, my save files or whatever at the end of each day that I play.
Meow. Meow. Purr.
You're stupid. Shut the fuck up. Just meow, meow, purr. Okay. Hit me with Wings of Redemption, dude. I feel like I've heard this name before, but I don't know anything about it, so. Look at that handsome man.
While content creators from the early days of YouTube are still active online, there are few with a reputation as mixed as that of Jordy Jordan, better known as Wings of Redemption. Often compared to Darkside Phil, Jordy is still remembered fondly from the days when he was popular enough to launch the careers of other YouTubers simply by exposing them to his audience. Nowadays, however, searching for him online will reveal numerous videos compiling clips of him streaming on twitch.tv, showcasing moments of rage and frustration, as well as online harassment targeted towards him. What's remarkable about these compilation videos is just how much attention they receive, sometimes over 50,000 views in less than a week, and with enough time, they will often accumulate view counts in the hundreds of thousands, while one has reached 1.4 million.
Look here! Look, listen! Appearing offline does not...
Similarly, some of the
I'm
channels
listening.
that compose these compilations have thousands of subscribers, with the most popular, Sean Ranklin, boasting almost 50,000. And while Jordy seems to have once had friends willing to support him, they now deride him with much the same glee and enthusiasm as those looking to harass him.
And
Right.
Francis got confused and shaved his whole head and beard with a razor. And now he looks like a milk dud. Now he looks like a thumb. He looks awful.
That's not very nice.
So who is Wings of Redemption, and how did he go from being one of YouTube's most popular creators to the subject of widespread and perpetual ridicule?
Okay, apparently this is waiting on, stupid automated wirings. Which is crazy, by the way. Why would I be waiting on wiring?
Only a few years after
Are these things really just
made
producing that
available,
slow, or are they
a new kind of video
starved?
content was
Oh, they're
gaining
cable
popularity,
starved.
known as Call of Duty commentary, which would chiefly consist of footage captured from the eponymous game and similar first-person shooter titles. The commentary in these videos would often be related to the gameplay, but other times the videos served as a vehicle
Is that
for
really
musings by the
as fast as
creator
I'm
on
making
any
fucking
variety
cable
of
right now?
topics. Among these early creators were names still active today at varying levels of popularity, such as C-Manners, Hutch, Tabes, and Dr. Disrespect, who utilized the format to increase their initial popularity. Of this group, however, there was one in particular that stood out, a man named Jordy Jordan, going by Wings of Redemption, or simply
Oh, there's really no
Wings.
need for me to
He
upgrade
took to
that.
the style of video quickly. 2 weeks after a test upload of himself playing Call of Duty World at War with no voice crack, he released his first commentary video on October 24th, 2009.
Hello, hello, hello. Yeah, hi again. It's my first commentary, and here we go.
I still have more than enough copper here to double my
Though he had little trouble talking for long periods during the 10-minute
cable output
runtime,
here.
he apologized both during his commentary and in the description for various things, including long pauses and his choice of subject matter. Even so, he found himself comfortable creating videos.
True.
Soon, he was steadily producing new content.
Sounds like my kind of guy.
Videos as well as shorter videos, highlighting impressive feats he accomplished.
What are you doing right now, champ?
Though his opinions were strong, he was still viewed as maintaining an affable and relatable personality. Perhaps interested in maintaining an air of
You want to at least see if we can
authenticity,
get it to
he
work?
continued record his commentary as a single take,
Then maybe
restarting
we can
the
figure out
recording
if and
he
when we
was
want to play.
satisfied but willing to accept minor errors.
Oh man. It's late.
You're trying to get the IP for the server?
tired,
Okay.
and I'm ready to get this over with.
Well, I hate to say it, but thank God that at least sounds like something that I don't have to worry about. It sounds like a you problem.
And I bitched entirely way too much about quick scoping in my last 2 attempts.
He soon began using a short intro, labeling himself as Intense Camping Productions, a play on the camping strategy common to first-person shooters. During this time, he would engage frequently with his commenters, and even stated that they were having a positive
Oh,
impact.
I don't have any more encased
Before I go
beams.
on with that, let me just say I want to thank all the subscribers for tuning in and watching my videos, and hopefully rating them at some point. But I'm going through a hard time in my life right now. The more
Yeah,
support
brother.
you guys
I
give
get
me,
it.
fantastic. I always said that love outweighs the hate. It's damn true, brother.
While the precise
Yeah.
numbers are uncertain, he quickly was receiving thousands of views within the first month, an impressive number both for the time and for such a new channel. His subscriber count also
Hell yeah.
began to grow in
Good
tandem.
job.
But this attention was both positive and negative. Because his in-game username was visible in his videos, people would message him on his console, wanting to be his friend or asking for game advice. They would even join his games mid-session, and their skill levels would vary widely, which could influence his ratio of wins to losses, which he felt important. However, it was the comments in his videos that would prove the more emotionally taxing. The Call of Duty community is well known for decrying certain playstyles as illegitimate or lesser, and among these is the aforementioned camping strategy, where the player chooses a single location and waits for opponents to approach. This more methodical method of play was Jordy's favorite tactic, and one that he
Oh.
though he was clearly self-conscious of it to the point that he felt the need to defend himself over its use in his very first commentary video.
It's bitching. I mean, I just wanted to get this off my chest because some people think I'm a camper, which I am a camper.
Let me see, admits it.
To you, I camp to fucking win. If it requires me to camp to get the upper hand on you, I will camp.
But this
That's
did
fair.
little to dissuade criticism. While viewers agreed that Jordy routinely displayed high-level gameplay, his usage of the strategy invoked occasional ire in the comment section.
No, fucking get over it, man.
Quickly wore at Jordy's patience, and he would soon
Oh no,
respond
Jordy,
to
you
his
can't. You
commenters.
can't.
On November 23rd, less than
Can't
a
lean
month
into that
after his
shit,
first
man.
commentary
You gotta say
upload,
fuck 'em.
he created a video titled Point of Address, in which he discussed the multiple issues he had begun
Think
to
you got it?
face.
All right.
I'm playing in a game.
Here. Let me know
Y'all to come in and try
when
to join the game.
I need to do something, and then I'll
What happens is you actually use my tips against me.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah. Exactly so.
I don't want to have to try hard every game I play. Oh, and don't ask me what my penis size is and stuff. Serious question. I mean, I'll seriously thumb down anybody who just messes around and wants to know, do I put my finger up my dog's butt or something like that?
Right.
Come on, guys, be serious.
Later that same day, he released another
Dimensional
video sharing a
expansion
bit more
increased
about
to
himself
200%.
and his living situation,
Refining manipulation
asking
of
for
sound
donations
allows us
towards
to
an
now
Xbox
deconstruct
360 so
non-living
he could
matter
play
down
with
to its
viewers.
atomic
First and
components in
foremost,
one
a
dimension
lot of people
and
have
store it
asked
in
me,
basic bound
am I
states in
going
another.
We do not
ever invest in
resonate
an
with the
Xbox?
tribute song. Do not worship at the window. Desecrate our temple gifts. This shallow serenade is sour insult.
My intention was not to encroach, if that is what upsets you, nor was it to dispose of material I do not waste.
I don't need Ada and the aliens talking, by the way. That's makes me nervous. The fuck is that?
Power augmenter unlocked. Summer sloops naturally harvest.
Harvest.
Yes, harvest energy from distant sources and distribute it locally.
100
The power
power
augmenter
cells.
supercharges summer sloops by feeding it local power, increasing its harvesting range and efficiency, and thus power output.
Oh my
Basically,
god.
the more power it's given, the more it provides.
Do not loop the loop organ. It will shred and tear and unravel the threads. Many temples burned.
I am gonna loop the
Good
loop
to know.
organ.
That confirms that hypothesis.
Absolutely gonna loop that loop organ, dude. What am I supposed to do with all this SAM shit, man? I got so much SAM. Y'all told me I was gonna need this stuff like crazy. For what? Whatever it is, I don't have access to it yet. Look, the elevator's almost done. That's what really matters right now. Let's go get it. Let's go get it going. Now that the cables are finally kind of flowing. My cable output is still like a little low. I could expand it. It's just kind of a pain in the fucking dick. Obviously, we're not using the copper like we thought we were going to in order to make the electronic stuff.
I wouldn't mind getting an Xbox, but I'm currently unemployed at the time. I got laid off from my job October 14th, and I'm currently on unemployment.
Right.
So that means I cannot splurge whatsoever.
Relatable.
Because I went from making $1,000 a week to 350.
Damn, 350 a week sounds
there is
nice.
another alternative. If 500 of you donate $1, I would be able to get an Xbox 360, Modern Warfare.
Hey, can't blame him for asking.
A year's worth of Xbox Live, and the cables for the HD PVR. And I could play with the Xbox people. I may stress this, you do not have to give me money.
However, he also began feeling a need for his videos to perform well, and he
Working?
noticed what he perceived as
Okay.
the low number
Try.
of ratings he was receiving.
We'll at
in
least try to get it
relation
going.
view counts.
My videos get around 2,000 views now, and they're still only getting 200 ratings. I spent a lot of time in these videos.
No, you can't pressure
If you
people
could
like
just
that,
click
man.
any of the stars. I don't care if you want a 1-star. Put a lot of time into them. Could you please just help me out when you watch the videos? Put a just put a rating on it. Because I put a lot of videos
support.
out. I'm not like other commentators that put one video out a week, or they have time to go back and do the animations and all this thing. I forget to do a lot of that mess because I just put videos out in bulk. I usually put
Within the first 2 months, Jordy
7777?
had a reputation for speaking whatever came to his mind, but this propensity pulled him into controversy almost immediately.
Let me try one more time.
In a now deleted video, Jordy decried those who practiced a technique called quickscoping, arguing that it was too unrealistic to be legitimate. In particular, he attacked another Call of Duty commentator who went by Hutch, who had a
No good.
significantly larger viewer base at the time. These comments, perhaps unsurprisingly, drew ire from Hutch's viewers. Rather than allow the feud to continue, the two of them decided to hold what they called a friendly debate, in which the two of them would discuss their particular grievances with the other, chiefly their playstyles, and record it. This recording was later released as a commentary video on December 13th, 2009, hosted on Hutch's channel. As he was introducing himself, Jordy revealed a few details about his own life.
yo, it's your boy, Wings of Redemption.
That's quite an intro, buddy. Why don't you take it down a notch? Just, you know, take it down maybe another 14 decibels.
Oh, the Ebonics thing is something my channel came accustomed to. I stopped it at one point, and people requested me to bring it back.
Ebonics thing.
It's not
Oh
how I
my
Where are you
talk.
from?
god.
Speaking of Ebonics.
I'm from Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. I actually grew up in the Holt Garden Project.
You ought to get slapped in the nuts for speaking Ebonics if you're from North Carolina.
South Carolina.
South Carolina. Oh. Are you white?
Yeah, I'm white.
Oh.
White as it comes. But I did grow up in a black predominant neighborhood, and when I grew up, the kids I hung out with spoke Ebonics.
I guess that
something I picked
qualifies
up.
you to speak Ebonics then, yeah.
The rest of the
Why are you
video
being mean
stayed
to him?
mostly civil,
He's being
with both
honest.
parties waiting patiently for the other to make their point and speaking with an enthusiastic but restrained candor, even though they couldn't come to a consensus. With the drama successfully diffused, Jordy continued to upload videos to his channel, and he grew rapidly. His propensity for sharing information about his life would increase as well.
Alright. Some people requested me
Oh
to
my
show
God.
some videos of some of my guns. I guess I'll start out with the Call of Duty guns that I own.
He would often use his firearms as filler images when he wished to upload commentary without video content, specifically in his point of address videos, which became regular fixtures.
Dude's
of the
fucking got an
channel.
armory, man.
Around this
What the
time,
hell?
He was beginning to attract the attention not only of viewers, but of other gameplay channels. On January 4th, 2010, he released a dual commentary video with another
I do want to make more
going
cable.
by Woody's gamer tag.
Learn a thing or two from Woody Gamertag.
Yeah,
Is that your actual name?
Woody's gamer tag is my actual gamer tag, and I go by Woody, the unexceptional gamer. So,
This began a trend of inviting other commentators onto his channel to discuss the game and their
We can keep
opinions
doing
on
this
strategy
sloppy.
and tactics.
Restarted the
He
server?
also had made a deal with Machinima to produce exclusive gameplay videos for their channel.
Oh no, not Machinima, dude, you're
He
cooked.
quickly cut ties with a different communal channel, Persona Gaming, and he did so by publicly ridiculing other people on the channel.
They've got 3 or 4 people now that I just don't like. I mean, I don't want to say leeching off
Nothing.
of us 3, but
With his viewer base growing,
This might be because I have like the fucked up version of Satisfactory, right? Like, what's your client version in the bottom left? Here, let me type it out in chat. Oh, I can just move my avatar real quick. Ah, there you go. I don't know if we talked about this, but this is not a legitimate copy of Satisfactory. And I've been unable to join anybody unless they were doing like this whatever fucking thing. Click on and off the server manager? Sure. Can you do anything to change the port? Set it to not 7777. I don't know why that would help, but food for thought. This also might be information that seems relevant to you. It's probably not anything you can do on your end, but maybe. Do you think it would help if, well, I don't know if I want to put in the effort to do it, but if I did the fucking server thing? Because I've got the fucked up version. Elite session? Fuck, no.
he began showcasing other creators of varying sizes that he enjoyed by hosting. their videos on his channel.
Okay.
Because when Dr. Disrespect is surrounded by enemies, he means one thing, and one thing only.
He would also begin performing product reviews and partnering with other companies, though, like most other creators of the time, his production quality was limited. But his most successful inter-channel venture would begin 6 months after he began uploading. On April 27th, 2010, Jordy uploaded the first episode of a new podcast titled Painkiller Already, or PKA, alongside Call of Duty commentators Woody's Gamertag and FPS Russia, also known as FPS Kyle. The format was simple. The 3 hosts would talk with each
FPS
other
Russia.
online and record the conversation, speaking with little direction and few notes. Podcasts of this kind were seeing a surge of popularity at the time, and with 3 relatively large names in the Call of Duty scene participating, along with a weekly upload schedule, it rapidly gained a considerable audience. Because these were made available almost entirely unedited, the production cost was extremely low, and their runtime would last anywhere from 1 hour to over 3 hours, tending to be longer as the series continued. Jordy's subscriber count began growing dramatically as the year continued, to the point that he felt comfortable showing his face.
Where's the last fucking thing, man?
At any rate,
Is it coming or what? There it is.
it's your boy, Wings of Redemption. I'm signing out.
About goddamn time.
Now that he was partnered with Machinima and he was beginning to see significant amounts of money, his ego was beginning to grow proportionally. This would manifest in frequent comments in his videos, rebuking those who disapproved of his playstyle, and he would even create a video where he again would attempt to legitimize his methods to those who disliked them.
Time to do some bitching.
Yeah.
Alright, recently I put out a video called Flawless on the Invasion. And a lot of people were crying about commentary, a lot of people were crying about camping, a lot of people were crying about the weapon selection.
Bitch.
Let me address all this right now. What I did in that video was not camping in the least. I basically held down over half the map. Alright? I held down half the map and I was moving constantly.
Right.
You do not have to be moving into new areas of the game, of the map, to not be camping.
He's admitted when he was camping in the past, so why would he, like, whatever now?
I mean, yeah, people will call me a fat nerd for that, but guess what? You'll just get your ass blocked.
Yeah!
Straight up.
That's what I'm saying.
About people who try to threaten me with unsubscribing.
Okay,
I don't give a fuck,
this is
man.
painful.
I don't give a fuck, kid.
I'm
Serious.
fucking dead ass right
I
now.
will block you
When we
out
find
of
out what
here.
Phase 4 is, we might have to tear down,
Really enjoy my site.
like, everything that we've done so far in order to, like, rebuild it correctly.
Assembly Pioneer Progress Presentation. Congratulations, the Phase 3 project part shipment is finally ready for delivery. On delivery, Phase 3 will be completed and the main body will be constructed. You should know how this works by now. You'll get access to Tiers 7 and 8
Oh
in the
shit.
hub.
Oh
In
shit.
fact,
Oh
perhaps
shit.
You should just go look at the technologies there yourself.
Well, you know I
It's
will.
all laid out so that even a monkey could understand it, so you should have no issues.
I am a monkey.
Speaking of which, I don't think you need a reminder about project
Oh
parts.
my god.
Instead, I will be providing some interesting facts. Did you know the average pioneer succeeds at saving the day? Did you know the average pioneer knows how to optimize pipe throughput? Did you know the average pioneer stays late at work because they care about humanity?
Okay.
Anyway, I thought you might want to know more about your peers. Good luck in Phase 4.
I doubt any of my peers are making it to fucking Phase 4, by the way. Send it. Not any, but a lot. I doubt very many of them are going. Send it, by the way. Show me. Later.
Phase 3 of Project Assembly completed. Fixit's predictions indicate pioneers should generally reach this point faster with above average results, but we should all adjust our expectations according to the situation. It is understandable. The pressure and complexity will only increase from here, so be sure to take on Phase 4 with efficiency and competence.
Okay. Well, I don't need, it looks like, any of the stuff I was making. Here, before I really get into this with earnest, let me save my game. I'm about ready to rip this shit up and set myself up more efficient than I've ever been. It's going to be very, 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 very painful. All this shit, man. All this shit might have to come to an end. This is going to take a lot of time. And the sucky part about this taking a lot of time is the fact that it's going to take just as much time to set it back up again. But I've leaned really, really hard into making various parts and stuff, not knowing if I'd need them later for, like, whatever the fuck. And, like, now that we're at the next step, it's time to, like, undo, redo, and unfuck all that situation, so. Like, remember my beautiful, gorgeous
I don't want haters.
motor
Subscribers don't want haters.
facility?
You wanna hate,
Well,
leave a
what the
subscriber.
fuck are we making it for, huh?
Block you off.
What are we doing it for?
Straight up. Excuse me, I got kind of like a little head cold.
My
But as his
huge
popularity and confidence increased,
electric
his patience
part
diminished.
grid thing.
He began to upload highlight clips with
It's like, why?
increasing frequency, showcasing gameplay that frustrated him. This propensity for responding to negative comments became a part of Jordy's online image in the months following his channel's launch, and soon this would attract the attention of a group looking for people specifically like him. At the same time that Call of Duty commentary was gaining popularity, a group called the Federation of Asshole Gamers, or FAG, was organizing and releasing videos. Though they had no set formula for their efforts, it would typically involve a leading member streaming themselves playing a game and either harassing a single person themselves or organizing a group to harass one or more people in the same game with the streamer. Among the most popular within the group was a man named Daniel Keem, better known as DJ Keemstar.
I got a rocket. I got a red rocket.
Oh my god, what the fuck?
Say my name. Say my name. Say Keemstar. Say Keemstar. Go girl. Go girl.
At some point in mid-2010,
let's give it a shot.
Call of Duty commentator known as That Guy Who Camps approached Keemstar, stating that Jordy had been attacking him, and so the FAG, led by Keemstar, organized a mass false flagging operation on his channel, in which a large number of their viewer base flagged Jordy's channel videos as being inappropriate in order to have it removed from YouTube. In response, Jordy
IP's the same,
created a
right?
video asking people to persuade members of the FAG away from flagging his channel, though his tone sounded more fed up than frustrated.
They're going to be trying to flag and thumbs down my videos, which in result will getting my account banned, and I'll have to go through the long, lengthy process of getting it back. To help protect my channel, if you could go and not subscribe to his live stream, but kind of go in the comment section and persuade people not to do this. I'm not telling you to flag his videos or anything, or his channel, because
alright, it's a good idea.
I've already got footage of his channel threatening my personal space and my personal use, and I'm gonna try to send that to the administration department over at Blog TV and see if that gets done. But I'm not telling you to take any action. Let me get that point clear. But let's work and try to keep my channel live if possible. Thank you.
This request proved ineffectual, and the FAG was able to successfully abuse YouTube's automated systems, racking up over 30 strikes on his channel. Protected by Machinima, his channel would remain on the site, but Machinima demanded that Jordy resolve the issue, and so he organized a meeting with Keemstar, moderated by another Call of Duty commentator. Jordy at first played innocent, but it soon became clear that he had counterattacked Keemstar with similar vigor by weaponizing his viewer base.
DJ Keemstar, have you ever thought that everything I do is behind the scenes because I'm not doing anything?
Send this to you. You piece that out.
I've seen a conversation with you and Two Bucks on Skype, and again.
That almost worked. Let me try one more time without like spamming the join button this time, right? Because I might have fucked it up. Let me do it one more time, okay? Oh no, I uncopied the code. Hang on. Can I join through Epic? Yeah, if you can tell me how.
$2 to talk to you to get you to stop, spamming my channel.
Oh, you're threatening him that you're gonna sue us, you're gonna do this, you're gonna do that. You're saying jail time. You're saying
because he was putting up one of those fronts just like everybody else, and it was more of a scare tactic. But see, that's behind the scenes kind of stuff.
This last round was caused by a comment that Wayne
Negative.
wrote.
Still the
He
same.
Said, and I believe this is the correct quote. Nick, I don't know if you've noticed, but I've already killed that bait.
Shift F3. I hit that just now. Do you want to do that like in the menu here? I'm doing it. I'm hitting it. Doesn't seem to be doing anything. No Epic Game pop-up, yeah. Well, in case I haven't been totally transparent about this, this is a pirated version of the game. It's just logged me into Epic, but if I go onto Epic, I don't have Satisfactory like on my own games list, if that makes sense. Right? Okay. I don't know how the fucking workaround works for the people that made this cracked version, but yeah. Katie, what? What's wrong? You got all kinds of stuff to scratch. Oh, Katie, be nice. Let me head back in.
Gee, I don't understand why you wrote that comment. Because our channel has been under attack. There's false copyright complaints on it to the point that it's suspended until YouTube reviews it. And now we have someone that's taking credit for killing our channel. I don't understand why you wrote that.
You should have seen that was going to come anyway. You attacked a channel that was 4 times your size. I mean...
We have 62,000 subscribers. I believe you have 90.
And I have 100,000 subscribers, and I also have 120,000 podcast viewers that don't even look at YouTube.
Any thoughts on our discussion here, Wings?
Yeah, I'll ceasefire.
But this apparently wasn't justice enough for Jordy. Immediately following the stream, and after asking if they had privacy, Jordy had one last threat to pose to Keemstar.
All this shit's gotta go. But first, let me
so far.
Alright, well I got
Let me...
DJ Keemstar, I've run some stuff by you. Is your P.O. Box 148 Holland, New York 1408?
That's correct. That's correct.
Is your street address York 140809702?
I can't make any of this shit.
That's incorrect.
All right.
I don't give my personal where I live at. I don't give that out.
Must be under the tech.
Is your girlfriend named Melissa R?
Yes, she is.
Is her phone number 7165?
Okay, can I ask you why you're trying to get my personal information?
I'm just trying to see how much of this is correct, because I gave some of this information to Fisticuffs.
You gave my personal information to Fisticuffs?
That's crazy.
Okay, so should I find out what trailer park you live in and announce that to the world?
True.
Trailer park, my man.
Oh my god. Okay, we're eventually gonna need all of this shit. It's hard for me to tear down my previous thing to build this stuff without knowing ahead of time, like for sure, like what this shit's gonna need, right? I'm just not gonna know what I need for it until I get there. So, painful as it is, we're gonna just stay the course here. We're just gonna keep looking at what's directly in front of us and try not to anticipate what's behind it. And when we get to the next segment, then we'll try and figure it out then. Starting with this though, we can stop the production of those little control fuckers though, the little orbs, and we'll just take the computers and the heavy frames or whatever the fuck that we were making, and we'll just box those up for now. What were these making? The modular engines. How much need for that? Also don't have enough room in my inventory to unfuck all this shit. These modular engines are backed up all the way. I'm gonna have to tear some of this down. Period. This smart plating and stuff is just not used for anything. It looks like the only thing that I really needed out of like the what do you call it? To like get to the next stage of upgrade was like heavy modular frames and computers. Which now we have like plenty of screws. We have plenty of plastic, we got plenty of rubber. We need way more cable. But I think we have a thing now that lets us make like iron cable or something. No, we don't. We can make iron wire though. Okay. I might have an alternative for cable. It's probably in the assembler though. You know. Insulated cable. That's fine. Just use iron wire, and we have so much rubber, dude. We have so much fucking rubber. Also, we can make computers out of the assembler. Lots. We need these crystal cocksuckers, which in themselves will require manufacturers, or yeah. So no matter what, we're gonna need a manufacturing. Whether it's building these oscillators out of the spare quartz that we have, or... Oh, I have to do that all from the ground up, though. I don't have any more reinforced iron plate production. Fucking A, dude. Goddamn. Huh. So probably just stick with the base recipe for the computer and shit. Cable, plastic, and circuit boards. God knows I have enough circuit boards. Ugh. My God. Feeling the stress. Got it, though. Need more cable. Let's just start there. It was rubber and wire. What I'm really tempted to do right now, in this very moment, is to make my train station even longer. Right? And then to set up each one of these bays for something produced somewhere else. Like now that I don't need the adaptive framework or the whatever the fuck we've got coming in from out of town, we can set that iron production to making wire. We can pour it in the wire, fuse it with the rubber. We can do all of our like combining based production here. But all the simple production shit, that should just be like going into these bays and then being funneled out of these bays to make our combo pieces. I mean, the fact that I built my shit so, like, all over the place is really gonna bite us in the ass here. It truly is, like, just all over the fucking place. God damn, my head hurts.
Wait, so what was the motivation behind this action?
This is, well, basically, I did some digging, and I tried to find everything I could find out about him in case he actually did drop my YouTube channel.
Alright. Well, this is a good example, though, Wings. Like, you know...
I was going to take a trip up to New York.
This was...
You might be going back looking like a raccoon.
Maybe, like, none of this would have been necessary. You know, maybe even if you did it on your own, you didn't need to bring it up now, though. You know what I mean?
I'm just letting him know that. I'm just letting him know it's out there, and
Just.
You know how many people? You know how many people threaten me a day? It's like I know that you're a bully and that you get off on bullying people, but like I'm one person
Interesting.
that is just gonna constantly have the middle finger in the air. It's never gonna go down. It's always gonna be fuck you. No one is ever gonna fucking talk me into submission or anything. So whatever you're trying to do, just stop now. Because the middle
I'm not
finger
trying
is
to do
right
anything.
here.
I'm letting you know that.
So, we can take...
I'm not trying to intimidate.
Yes, you are. Yes, you are.
He is trying to intimidate him.
Trying to say where I live, what my P.O. box is.
Let's not be fucking weird Silence of the Lambs about it, Wings. And,
Hey, I can't help. I'm a precision marksman.
Oh, God!
Despite this threat, it appears nothing more came of it. Still, the FAG channel on YouTube would remain permanently offline, while Jordy's would survive with little to no lasting impact. In the year and a half that passed, Jordy would reveal more of himself and his personal life. Of note were the videos of his brother, who had recorded them to send to his family while on deployment in the military, and another of him returning home for a visit. Jordy would become more and more comfortable showing his face as well, which garnered him occasional ridicule over his weight. Over time, he would begin to use his channel for numerous things other than his gaming videos. He continued the practice of allowing other Call of Duty commentators to upload a video onto his channel, perhaps in an effort to help others grow in the same way that he had grown. He would also occasionally make philanthropic videos, such as an instance in which he gave a specialized controller to a paraplegic gamer, or when he began requesting donations for a charity. As Jordy's channel grew, so did his podcast, and he quickly
Do you like
established
having
himself
this
as the
concrete
central
here?
fixture
But
within it, earning a considerable income. Though the numbers
oh,
are not
my head hurts.
precisely known,
Yeah, fuck it.
Jordy's financial situation had improved considerably, and according to FPS Kyle, he was making approximately $10,000 a month at this time.
Damn.
Despite this, he still seems
No,
to
don't give
casually
up.
treat his channel as
You're about to
normal
do
as
what you said you
possible.
weren't gonna do.
More
Just fucking give up on
he
this shit.
uploaded another
You're
person's video
overwhelmed.
from Twitter onto
I
his
understand.
channel under the pretense that he
Okay.
simply wanted to share it.
Let's go back to that adaptive frame. Let's just step at a time this, okay? This is a lot of steps. It's okay.
Still, the way it is a misunderstanding, and it was blown way out of proportion like everything is with me. That's why I'm always so bitter and always angry at everything.
Xbox dance.
I would love to have this concrete moved out of the way so we can make our train station a little bit fucking neater than it is right now.
Whom he had met on a dating website. Charlene was already a mother of 2 children before they had met, and Jordy quickly took to a parental role. He began providing financially for the 3 of them in every way, as Charlene had no job and seemed to have little desire to get one, instead choosing to rely on Jordy's income as she raised her children. It was also around this time that Jordy was beginning to receive more harassment in the comments of his videos, and he was reacting to it more and more. He gained a reputation for being aggressive to his subscribers, something he would attempt to refute.
The thing is, I get criticized and ridiculed all the damn time saying I hate my subscribers. I don't care about my subscribers. I don't care about dumbasses. Look, if you want to sit here criticize and belittle me and say I ain't shit or that I'm fat, fuck you. I don't give a shit about your ass. And for the most part, a lot of my subscribers
Overlapping
are not
another
looking
thing.
far. Nobody wants
What,
to
the
play with a
fucking
guy that goes,
storage containers here?
14. Nobody wants to play with a guy that's a liability on your team. Do you really want to play with a guy going 2 and 27 and you're dodging air support because of him? No, you don't. I might have anger issues and I might have a little social issues from being always a loner and being overweight and all. And that addresses a lot of the things why I can't be like a Woody's gamer tag and be like, everything's gonna be all right and and give that kind of fatherly like advice.
Right.
But I am what I am. That's the only thing I can do. I don't try to stress over things I cannot change.
Though he claimed not
Okay,
to care,
so these
he
are
determined to dedicate not only
apartments
mentions,
number
but entire
10
videos
and
to
11.
arguing against these comments. This culminated in a video released on April 10th, 2011, titled, "This is why I am always hostile," in which members of his team during a game of Call of Duty derided him and shouted his username.
There goes the train right now. Do I have what I need?
This video likely had the unintentional side effect of spurring such harassment, as he was now giving them attention in videos, beginning a cycle of harassment and encouragement. But even as he was losing patience with viewers, he was mending relationships with other creators and building connections. For example, on July 3rd of
This is where we're building
2011, he uploaded a
motors.
video of himself in person with Keemstar. Perhaps more surprising was the fact that they were at the mansion of Alki David, a man who had inherited a net worth of $1.5 billion
Jesus
to compete
Christ.
in Call of Duty for a cash prize. This event was interchangeably called the Battle Cam Bowl and the Billionaire Showdown. Despite
This is
these
making
promising
rotors.
prospects, his confrontational attitude would only worsen until it culminated in an
Where were
event
my
that many
adaptive frameworks
considered to
coming
be
from?
the moment when his career changed completely.
I don't remember. They were coming from this area, I thought.
On August 25th,
Or maybe not.
2011, the hosts of the Painkiller Already podcast gathered to record their 67th episode to thousands of viewers live.
It's just their
They
steel
had
back here.
eventually chosen to change their recording methods. Rather than simply recording and then uploading the podcast to hosting sites and YouTube, they would stream their recording sessions to Justin TV.
Solid
with
biofuel is
3
not going to
main
last very
sections:
long.
a pre-show, the podcast itself, and a post-show. While the podcast would only run for approximately an hour and a half, this stream would last for upwards of 3 hours, sandwiching the official part of the podcast with casual conversation.
What are we making here?
This
Just
particular
wire?
week, their guest was an up-and-coming Call of Duty commentator who went by Syndicate. Syndicate had gained popularity by
not steel.
playing the cooperative game mode in Call of Duty called Nazi Zombies, or simply Zombies, which eschewed human opponents in favor of AI-controlled hordes of enemies. For the majority of the stream, the episode proceeded as normal, with Jordy discussing his newfound fatherhood.
I'm really digging the whole father figure kind. It's cool seeing like you're doing stuff with them and they're responding to it, and you know you're actually getting through to it, and you win those little
These
battles.
tier
Those
2s.
little battles feel like you win wars.
Tier 1s.
It's like you're just getting him to say what he feels, like instead of I don't know. Or,
However, during the post-stream, Jordy began to mention his low opinion of Syndicate's abilities and his chosen play mode, while simultaneously showing his ignorance about it.
If you want to try and get all the zombies, like say it's an insta kill and there's a zombie to your right, you know, you want to make the most of it or something, or is it huge?
I've had this debate with people so often. Let's just go back to multiplayer, where my experience is at.
But wait, we're not talking about multiplayer, right? Like I think Syndicate would.
No. There's no difference. What's the difference between a zombie behind you and a guy with a gun behind you? What's the difference?
The difference is if you're facing one way, you're going to turn all the way to turn around to the zombie, and you haven't got.
Can we just make heavy things here?
You get yourself in that position, you deserve to die.
Not at all. Because zombies.
As they
I'm making
argued and
steel
Jordy
here.
continued to profess his skill, Woody had a proposition.
I'm just gonna say this: you're talking to a guy who's probably 4 times the multiplayer than you are.
Oh shit!
There's no difference.
I'll do this.
I bet you right now. I bet you right
True.
now you get on zombies and stay toe for toe with Tom and not even know the fucking man.
That's so funny.
You know why?
Oh, let's do it.
Oh yeah, there it is.
What are we gonna do with this coal, man?
Why I can do this? Because I use my brain.
Well,
I
you
think,
got sulfur
where's
there.
my back at?
Oh yeah.
You just combine it into compacted coal.
I'm not about to go and play 6 hours.
What? You were not gonna play 6 hours.
Soon, Woody and fellow commentator Redneck were teasing and goading Jordy.
You're going to beat me on zombies because you play on 2 sensitivity, whereas I play on insane.
I'm saying,
That's
I'm
me.
saying, I'm saying it's not me, shit.
I'd like to add this to the conversation.
conversation.
That's so funny.
I'm also much better at zombies than you, but I refuse to play or prove it or stream it or provide any kind of evidence about it because it would take me too long.
I didn't say I was better. I said I'd go toe for toe with it. Like I would kill
Okay,
just
all right. Well then, I take it back. Tom, I am just as good as you, but I refuse to play.
Yeah, true though.
Discussed further, Wings
So
continued to
funny.
describe his superiority in both skill and content creation.
Me, it's his
All
own
of this
thing.
was built
I try not-
adaptive frameworks, right?
me not being fake.
So stupid.
Not, like me.
What am I doing here?
Not being fake.
Not being fake.
So you mean like
Woody, however, had a report that revealed quite a bit about Jordy's personality.
Your online personality didn't match your in real life personality.
Shit does.
No, so my experience with, Jordy as opposed to Wing was that in real life you were much more sensitive, much more caring. In real life you were like almost gentle sounds like a put down. It's not what I'm going for. But you were nice to everybody. And there were
I don't know what I'm gonna do with the coal.
None of this is
Also,
like
don't care.
none of this is,
It's
but
fine.
There was like an endearing level of insecurity, right? Whereas like the Wings of Redemption in a lobby is full of bravado. I'm the best player to ever exist. I can beat Syndicate and zombies, right? Like, but the Wings of Redemption that I met in real life in Beverly Hills, like not everything is easy for him. Not everything is so great, and he's caring about other people, and he's true and honest, and he was himself, but he wasn't like beat you over the head with self-confidence kind of guy at Beverly Hills.
Would you lick his face?
Well, at the one time, yeah.
Soon after, just as they seemed to be forgetting about the challenge Woody had suggested, Jordy went back to bragging, and while Syndicate had initially been humble, he shared his confidence in his ability at previous titles in the series.
I'm not upset about anything, dude.
I gotta take a piss.
I just know what I know what I've been to, and I've played with every single commentator there is to play.
it's because I've got quite a lot of friends who like in the same frame of mind, and it's like there's no change in it. I know, like the most common ones I've played in the most is COD 4 and Modern Warfare 2, and I can probably beat you in them two. I'd do it for the fun of it. I'd go for it.
Let's do it.
So what map are we playing? I'll get my ass slapped, I know I will, but I'd still do it.
The thing is...
But as Jordy's braggadocious claims reached their height, his anxieties were also revealed.
Well,
you know the reason I don't do it? Because if I happen to lose, I hear about it for years.
Exactly. So like, if you lost against me, would you hear that for years?
Yes,
Probably not, because I wouldn't bring you up again.
No, but everybody in the stream would, and then they would tell somebody else, and then people that don't like me would get to it and start coming to the
Well, then maybe you should have been talking shit, dude.
I'm not gonna lose to you.
Due to his console being in a separate room from his PC, Syndicate could listen to the call as the other three discussed, but could not speak for the duration of the game. As Syndicate left to turn on his console, Jordy played a warm-up match. Soon, their duel began. Jordy and Syndicate utilized radically different playstyles. As previously mentioned, Jordy preferred positions that offered control over the map, and once he reached them, he would remain mostly static, exploiting the strength that the location provided. Syndicate, however, preferred a more mobile playstyle, rapidly moving from location to location in order to gain an advantage over his opponent and to make himself difficult to locate and pin. They would play on Bog, a map with a few long sightlines, and they would use M16s, a relatively long-range and high-damage weapon. These choices clearly favored Jordy's style, but Syndicate acquiesced, perhaps because he was unconcerned with victory and was more interested in sating Jordy's ego. The game would end either after 10 minutes or after one person had scored 30 kills. The map on which they were to play was defined by a single central location, known colloquially as the trash pile, or the hill. This hill not only offers omnidirectional cover for whomever controls it, but its height allows the person to apply pressure across the majority of the map, meaning that many games played on it are focused almost entirely on controlling this position.
No.
By the time the match began,
What's the purpose of this
approximately 4,000 people had gathered to
No
watch,
purpose?
a considerable number for the time. Jordy spawned on the southern side of the map, while Syndicate spawned in the northeastern corner. Moving quickly, Jordy discovered Syndicate's position early, and within the first 12 seconds of the game, he had taken the first kill. But already, there was a problem. Jordy realized that they had forgotten to turn on the radar, so that neither Jordy nor Syndicate could tell the position of the other player without seeing them or hearing them. This meant that whoever was losing would be forced to play far more aggressively than normal in order to retake the lead before the timer ran out. Jordy noticed this immediately, stating that all he had to do was sit still and listen for Syndicate's footsteps.
You probably should have paraded our own, because I can sit there and be a bitch with the sound ward now.
However, due to his slurred speech and poor microphone quality, many people interpreted this statement as insulting Syndicate and acting cocky. Syndicate, undeterred,
Well, kinda.
immediately took the trash
Okay, I
pile,
think that this new
using
update's
it
just
as
doing what we're
his
good all,
skill.
I guess? Okay.
Perhaps
I see you.
looking to test
Sorry.
Syndicate's abilities and find his weaknesses, Jordy began experimenting with new tactics, engaging from farther away and attempting to sneak behind him, but Syndicate proved prepared for each instance. Finally, with a bit of luck, Jordy spawned behind Syndicate, dislodging him from the hill. The positions reversed, Jordy had his
Okay,
chance
we'll
to catch
try,
up to Syndicate another kill,
try the
setting
server thing
score
first.
At 3-4, but Syndicate had an unforeseen advantage. Though he had never seen Jordy's gameplay, he knew that Jordy favored more passive strategies, and based on this knowledge, he took a gamble. Syndicate threw 2 grenades toward the trash pile. One landed wide, but the other landed directly on top of Jordy, forcing him off of the power position.
Miracle Nade almost hit its target.
Oh my god.
Oh, Miracle Nade.
Too far to reliably retake the hill, Syndicate ran farther west and hunkered down behind cover, and Jordy followed. However, perhaps suspecting such, Syndicate turned and took another kill with a single burst as Jordy ran towards him, with no chance
Negative.
of rebuttal. Spawning on the other side of him, Jordy attempted
Think you need to
catch
give your
Syndicate
public
by
IP
surprise,
instead?
but
I'll keep it
again,
hidden on stream.
Syndicate was too
It's up to
quick,
you.
and a single burst was enough to finish him off. Now with over double Jordy's score, Syndicate was in a comfortable lead.
I'm
defying
slightly
the
inclined to believe that it's just not going to
everybody
work
present.
unless it's
But
the
while
same
other
setup
people in
that
the voice
we
call
had
were
earlier,
laughing
but
and enjoying themselves, Jordy's mood was souring. Having just insulted the ability of his opponent, and with his reputation as one of the most popular Call of
worth a
Duty
try.
players, he felt pressured not only to win, but to do so convincingly. Now that he was losing, his confidence was proving more fragile than his boasts had suggested. Jordy again spawned on the trash pile, taking another kill as Syndicate attempted to reposition, but he was removed from it almost immediately after another engagement.
Good
lord. Syndicate up 8-4.
Despite his lead, Syndicate chose not to remain sedentary, instead moving about the map and searching for the next engagement in adherence to etiquette. By this point, the stream had reached approximately 7,000 viewers.
Jesus
Jordy
Christ!
spawned south of the hill and made a dash for it, but was caught by Syndicate and pinned behind a piece of cover.
Okay, so all
As
we're
Jordy
doing
stayed in
here,
place, Syndicate moved west
60
and
per minute. Are
predicting
these both?
Jordy correctly, flanked him and took another
60 per
kill.
minute.
Is he still sitting over there, just crouching?
I'm sorry, I can't tell you where he is. That wouldn't be right.
A minute passed as the two hunted each other. With pressure mounting, Jordy began to accuse Syndicate of misconduct only seconds before the shot of the next engagement began from across the map.
You got girls lately?
Look here,
Watching
let
my
me.
videos.
Why don't you go and make a comment that there's not been a shot fired in almost 2 minutes because Syndicate's laying on his belly somewhere.
No, he's not.
120.
Relatively long fight, Wings took the
Have to
kill,
just to buy you a
after
Steam account with it?
fights much
Well,
faster for a chance
no,
at
buy me an account? Oh, I guess that is cheaper, right?
cover at the hill.
I have seen that before.
Two grenades at the location, but Wings had anticipated
Double
this and moved
120s.
to a different piece of cover farther east. Catching
Just so we
Syndicate
can
on
play
the flare, he
multiplayer?
took yet another kill
Oh,
for
shit,
himself, and
man.
finally began to close the gap in score. Slowing down the pace of
Well,
the match, he again lodged himself
I must
into the hill,
confess
taking his comfortable
that
defensive
in a
posture
couple of
so
years,
that
at this
Syndicate
rate,
wouldn't want to hide and wait out the timer. But in a
when the
straightforward duel, Syndicate
the
again
Twitch
won
payouts
his
finally
first
fucking
match.
kick in enough,
It
I'll
would
probably be
nearly
buying
another
the
minute before the two saw each other again, and Jordy
VR
was losing
headset.
patience, demanding that Woody tell him Syndicate's location.
Dude, he's just
Satisfactory's not really on the
looking
list.
at the fucking map right now. Where's he at?
Oh, I see him. He's not hiding. He's looking for you.
I'm standing out in the fucking open. He can't see this because he's too busy laying on his belly half the time.
Not true. Like, we can all see what he's doing. He's hunting for you.
Yeah, he's not doing a good job.
With less than 2.5 minutes remaining and a 4-kill lead in
Well,
Syndicate's favor,
we could make
Jordy
compacted
was
coal,
forced
I
to change
guess.
Tactics. Spotting Syndicate in the south,
Can I
he
load
threw a
coal into my
single grenade
backpack?
for a
Or
kill,
for my
but
jetpack,
this
I mean?
was followed by a time-consuming duel that saw Syndicate the victor, time that Jordy
I
could
don't
no
know.
longer afford. Jordy
find out.
began chasing after Syndicate over and over, desperately trying to close the score, but for each kill that he gained, Syndicate would gain at least one more in return. After a frantic flurry of action that lasted a minute and a half, Jordy finally lost the last of his patience as he realized that he could no longer feasibly win.
Commentator Showdown goes on. Like, I knew that was a tough lobby to do well in, but I was there.
No, can't use coal. Oh, whoops. No. I fucked that up. Hang on.
Being made, and the fact is, like, you're gonna hurt.
Prior, however.
Oh my god, I skipped over the whole fucking video. I'm cringing to death. Stop! Shut it down. Jesus Christ. Okay.
Too busy laying on his belly half the
There we
time.
go. That seems about right.
Yeah, he's not doing a good job.
With less than 2.5 minutes remaining and a 4-kill lead in
These should all
Syndicate's
be empty.
favor, Jordy was forced to change tactics. Spotting Syndicate in the
These
south,
also,
he
I
threw
think,
a
are all
single
empty.
grenade for a kill, but this was followed by a time-consuming duel that saw Syndicate the victor, time that Jordy could no longer afford. Jordy began chasing after
Okay.
Syndicate over and over, desperately trying to close the score, but for each kill that he gained, Syndicate would gain at least one more in return. After a frantic flurry of action that lasted a minute and a half, Jordy finally lost the last of his patience as he realized that he could no longer feasibly win.
Commentator Showdown goes on. Like, I knew that was a tough lobby to do well in, but I was there.
Slamming the controller. That's so funny. Dude, turn off the Xbox notifications. Holy fuck. I'd be losing my goddamn mind. I'm sitting here, I'm losing a fucking game, I'm freaking out. Get these notifications off me. Shut the fuck up.
Wings, did you spawn in?
I broke my controller.
Controller?
Yeah, keep fucking laughing, you fucking faggot.
Whoa. Easy, mate.
Yeah, we spawned in there, man.
Fuck you.
Oh shit. That's so funny.
Fuck! Why the fuck you stream that shit?
It was your idea.
True. Kitty, why you
It
stressed?
was your idea.
What's wrong? What's wrong, honey bear?
While this loss was
If I add you on Epic, I wonder if we can invite you to see if it launches or not. You can try it.
His actions soon afterwards would ensure that it would remain one of the most memorable parts of his career.
I'll try it. Sure.
The day after the duel, Syndicate made a post to Twitter. Though the structure of the tweet was a bit confusing,
Let
the
me
message was
try
clear.
opening up the Epic
Quote,
client.
See for yourself.
I don't think I have it
held
on my
respect
computer.
the
Hang
loss
on.
for Wings yesterday, but after this, no. Attached was a screen capture of a conversation between the two of them. Apparently, Alki David, the billionaire who had hosted the Call of Duty competition the previous month, was offering $5,000 to the winner of a rematch between Jordy and Syndicate.
So
Looking
sick.
to repair his image, Jordy had approached Syndicate, offering to fix the match so he could guarantee a victory. Quote, you get
Wait,
$3,000,
.msi?
I get $2,000, but I have to come out on top. Sound like a good deal or want no part of it? Syndicate flatly refused, offended by the offer.
Hell yeah.
Jordy grew desperate, saying, I need this kind of money. I don't make $2,000 a day. I got a family to feed, so money is a big deal to me. You said you wanted to bury the hatchet. What better way we both make money? And I beat you by like 1 kill in game 5. It's a $1,000 to lose a game you're not expected to win. I figured I'd offer it.
Not expected to win.
Syndicate replied, no way, Wings. You just blew it big style, and ceased communication.
True.
Soon created a video discussing his loss to Syndicate and uploaded it on August 26th.
That's
2000,
funny.
Titling it, I'm Only Human, in which he discussed his conduct.
One of my pet peeves is I hate losing. I hate losing with a passion. I hate losing even more when I'm the only person that has something to lose.
Oh. Frames are gonna
That is
dip
something
here.
I've been trying to get over all my life.
Till we figure
Even
this
when
out.
I was a child, I could not stand losing. It feels like I've failed in every form.
Alright, bye, Dolph.
Period.
Thank you.
When I lose,
Love you,
I
sexy.
felt like I wasn't good enough to the point where it's like maybe I shouldn't be playing.
Despite his attempts to address this, his comment section
We'll figure out a way
soon
for me to put my dick
afterwards
in your
would
mouth,
be
okay?
littered with references to the infamous duel, taunting him for his
We'll
loss.
workshop it.
This further fueled his discomfort, and it would manifest as videos talking about himself and his personal problems in vague terms, such as a
Love you.
video published less than a month after the duel titled "My Weight and Life Problems."
Yeah, run
A
it.
lot of people get the impression that I'm this asshole person to subscribers and everything else, and all they ever do is they single out the negative. And that's kind of what anybody does. It's like a first human nature to kind of single out the negative in everything. Nobody sees the positives that you put out there. Nobody sees how many people.
I mean,
I mean, I can list. Oh, you go on to any other commentators' videos, you won't see even a
Oh,
shred
fuck.
of the
Hang
amount
on.
of hate that I get, which I knew going into it with my play style that I would get tons of hate. And since there's been so much stress with sub box breaking, the view count thing, the losing the 1v1, all the haters, all the loss of subs, I've actually gained 20 pounds because all I've been doing is worrying and eating. That to go along with the new family that I got.
God damn
It's
it.
really problematic. I mean, it's just all stress, and then there's other problems in life like.
Not gonna share your password, cringe. It's not. I tried to type in the password. It's not even the right password. It's probably like some auto-made password, or it's like you can't use that. You have to use 2 special characters. So I don't remember what the fuck it is. I have to like go into my actual email and like do the recovery.
Oh man, why couldn't that be like COD 4? You know what I'm saying?
Okay, new password.
You better actually wonder where that's from. That's from the Trailer Park Boys. You can check
Create
that
the
out on
password.
Netflix if you
Sign me
live
in.
the United States.
Alongside his regular YouTube content, he
That's
began
funny because my
occasionally
default
live
password that I
streaming his
usually use
playset
would have
until
worked.
late
So I wonder
November 2011.
what the hell happened.
However, Jordy also began to show some of his negative views of himself.
First off, most of my fan base don't
Last
like
sign
me.
in.
Most people
August
actually
28th.
say what I'm about to say.
Fortnite outfits 2.
Despite this
Epic
growth,
friends
he was
38. I
looking
have
into
38
2000
epic
for his
friends?
gaming career,
The
something he
fuck
made
do I have 38
emphatically
epic
clear in his
friends?
videos in early 2012,
Set up
such
email
as in a video
2FA?
titled,
No.
"Why Hide the
That's
Truth?"
fine.
You know, I do have for you today.
That is
some
my
stale-ass fucking gameplay.
email
That's what I
address,
got for
yes.
you. I got it on lockdown too. And you know why I have stale ass fucking gameplay? Because I hate playing the fucking game. Plain and simple. But you know why I play the fucking
Library.
Because it's the only thing that gets views. That's quite honest.
Yeah, I got Backpack Hero?
A lot of people
Should play
want
that shit.
A lot of people want to
Civ
ask
6?
you know,
Yeah,
why don't
shit.
you get a real job?
Well,
real jobs don't pay as well. They don't. I mean, perfectly honest. Like, if a real job was the answer,
who the fuck are all these people?
In March, another significant upheaval occurred.
I know
in
this
his
guy.
life.
For those of you who know, I've
Who
been
the
dating this girl named Shalene for about a year now.
Fuck are these
And
people?
Today I kind of decided for a
What the
huge life
fuck?
change. I actually asked her to move out of the house.
Yeah, add me on
I
Epic.
made some bad decisions in my life, and a
Oh,
lot
here we
of it
go.
was influenced, you know,
He's
from
playing
her being
Factory
there,
Game,
trying to keep
apparently.
her happy. And it's got me in a really
Kitty,
bad financial
relax.
situation. And
Why you
I need
bubbling?
time to basically get my life back together.
By this point, it appeared
What?
that his finances
Why
were
you
beginning to
fuss?
struggle as well, stating in a video on March 11th of 2012
Why you
that he had,
fuss?
quote, sold most of my guns over the last year or so to keep afloat. This suggests one or a combination of two
Kitty,
potential
that's my
factors.
headphone cable. I'll get
Less
you
money than
fucking
he had
bad.
shared, that his
It's so
income had
bad.
reduced significantly, and that he had spent so much money on Shalene that he had drained much of his finances. Later, he would share that by his estimations, he had spent approximately $80,000 on her and her children to care for them and buy them things, including a new truck in which they had eventually left. Perhaps recognizing the popularity of the content that focused more on
Okay,
his
I
own
did
life,
invite
he
you.
sort of
I guess you aren't getting them. I mean, you see everything that I see, man.
to the point that they came to
Do I
resemble
need to be
flaws
like in the main menu
or
to see that, maybe?
commentary.
If you're gonna let the opinions of
Hang on, let me
others
see my game again.
dictate your life and allow you to basically not do something like just because
I
you're
didn't
fat,
see
you're
anything
gonna
pop
lie
up,
your
or I
life
didn't hear anything pop
like,
up.
just
Kind of been
because,
looking at my
you
cat
know,
though. Let's see. Send me the invite again, I guess. if you can. Oh shit, now I don't have a valid Epic Games login. Oh no, I did before. Ah! Dude, this shit's gonna blow up. This used to say yes. Now it doesn't say anything. That's not good. Dude, I'm gonna nuke my game trying to get this to work. What the fuck? I don't even remember the process by which I managed to, like... Oh, I got a notification on my phone. It's an email. Epic Game security code. Password changed. Yeah, it's true. Allie! Why are you meowing? What's wrong? What? Why fuss? You've never been this talkative. You got food. You got water. Right? You just want to go outside. She just wants to go outside. Hang on. I'll be back. What? What? I'm gonna fucking get you. No, there isn't. What are you having me kitty's food? My bad. My bad. My cats do not have food. No fucking wonder. Terrible pet owner, apparently. Okay. By logging into Epic Online Services with your Steam account, you'll be able to do the host and join thing. Right, well, I don't have a Steam thing. Logging into Epic Online Services with your Steam account requires your Steam account to be linked with your Epic account. I have that. If you don't have a Steam account, I guess they're just assuming that I'm on Steam right now, right? Because I got the Steam thing right here. But clearly I don't have Steam, or I don't have Satisfactory on Steam. If you don't have a Steam account linked to Epic Online, if you don't wish to log in, you'll still be able to host and join games for those who play via the Steam service. Okay. I see you've posted me a thing. Where do I do that? From the join game thing? Like this? Oh, that pulled that up right away. Negative. This looks different now. Let me try that one more time. Not going. Or am I supposed to post that in like my browser or something? Oh, my head hurts. Oh. We'll get more coffee. Hang on, I'll be back. Okay. I'm back. The Steam one I feel like it's more promising because you can see my little icon on the bottom left when my avatar is not in the way. It has like the little Steam icon there. Let's try that. Am I doing it right? I'm supposed to do join game, right? Is that correct? It's not like something I paste into my browser or anything. Close. It's no availability for my platform because my platform's fucked up. Right? Because when we look at our account thing, the platform just doesn't exist. Yeah. Oh well. It's not to say I haven't connected to servers before, but you know. All right. Send it on. You want to share that through Discord? Oh yeah, my head's fucking killing me. I need to take some Excedrin. You know. Definitely getting overwhelmed here on Satisfactory. It's finally starting to kick in. That's your Discord thing. Try both. Both what? The thing you just... Oh, the server thing and meme? God, this coffee's gonna be hot as fuck. Yep. GG. Good try. Good try, but ultimately we just couldn't get it done. It's alright. No, good effort.
You're you don't think your face looks as pretty as somebody else, you're not going to go to a movie. I mean, that's in the same line and ballpark of thinking that you're in by not wanting to date a girl because she's classified as a slut.
One of the topics that he would discuss frequently
The
was
fuck did
his
he just
weight,
say?
as well as his desire and efforts to reduce it, which included sharing video of himself working out and recording straightforward vlogs about it.
And this is my first trip to Dr. Norman since I got back on the diet. And I went and got the prescription pills.
Maybe these are tier 2 mark.
And while I was there, I was weighing.
Normal?
And
Normal?
it bothered me how much I weighed at that point because I kind of realized where I was at. Keep in mind, March-ish of last year, 2011, I was around 368 pounds. So within 1 year, I had put on around 100 pounds.
This pressure would
Damn!
continue to build, and soon
Fuck.
it would manifest in a way that would shock his viewership and further alienate him from his contemporaries.
Okay, so there's a lot of iron here. 480 iron per minute. I wanted wire so I can make cable. Am I really ready to commit all of this to cable
2012,
production?
Jordy entered an argument on social media with another commentator
Or
going
wire
by
production,
El Presador.
moreover.
In a now deleted tweet, Jordy wrote, "I've got a load of guns, El Presador, and if I decide to kill myself, I'm taking you with me."
Holy
Soon,
fuck.
the Call of Duty commentary community was talking among themselves about Jordy's conduct, but there was at least one
Yeah, you
person
can't be
that
saying
saw
that
an
shit, dude. That's
opportunity.
like the craziest
DJ
shit I've ever
Keemstar
seen.
had been publishing tweets that he labeled as drama alert for some time, cataloging drama occurring online, and here he sought to both capitalize on the recent drama and diffuse it at the same time. Acting quickly, he gathered a number of these commentators for a group call that would be recorded and streamed live on September 23rd. But before El Presador or Jordy could join the call, another commentator who had inserted himself into the situation joined as well, going by White Boy 7th Street, who proceeded to lambast Jordy for his conduct. He expressed his belief that Jordy had made these comments on Twitter to increase his view count.
Right. He did it for attention. That's what a fucking 13-year-old emo chick does. I care about wings. I like wings. I'm sure all the viewers do as well. I can relate to them. I have a personal relationship with them. You know, I can feel them. I can understand them.
Wait, did I just put all my cable in here?
That's why I got away with so much stuff.
I have none cable right now.
I lost.
I'm trying to make fucking cable, man.
Soon after, Duranker had an opportunity to
I'm gonna make fucking cable if I have none to make these power lines. Oh my god.
As soon as Jordy joined the
I'm
call,
dying.
he demanded that he be able to speak with the other three who had become involved: White Boy 7th Street, Duranker, and El Presador. Immediately upon Duranker's rejoining, Jordy began insulting him based on his employment, then began proclaiming his superior income.
Go ahead, Wings.
I told you what it is. You're a production supervisor. You walk around with your hands in your pockets. You probably turned a wrench in 8 years, and you want to sit there and talk about gall of working hard. So you have a fucking cake job. Your job is fucking cake. What you do is you hold your hands in your pocket. You wait till the fucking safety meeting in the morning so you can suck up to some fucking big wig dick. Then you go home and you drink your fucking Miller Lite. What it sounds like you're doing.
No, actually, I'm on my phone. I'm actually at work because I have a job. Anyway.
Fuck yeah, get him!
Job for 5 years. And you know what? I make more money now than I did at that job in 1 day of the week than I did. But the fact is, the more money you make, the more responsibility you take on. You're also going to neglect. You're talking about people.
Oh, fuck. That's funny.
Look here, son. I have
Look here, son.
people I support. 9.
Look here, son.
Not 2, not 3 children. 9.
That's funny.
Then began explaining his aversion to manual labor.
Paradoxically.
The reason that I have worked a real job is the reason I don't want
True.
to work a real job again. It doesn't matter if it's labor or backbreaking work. You know, if I see a person digging a ditch, you know what I don't think? That's a hard worker. I think that's somebody that fucked up in his life.
Right.
Jesus Christ, dude.
Offered insight into Jordy's mentality and even claimed that Jordy was lying.
Wings, can I ask you a question?
Yes.
All right, so when I was watching the Twitter feed unfold, like this is how it played in my own head. I saw, you upset, and I know you, right? You're a guy who thinks a little bit short term. You know, when cash comes in the bank, you feel wealthy. When the bills roll in, you feel broke. When the views are high, you feel, if you have a good day view-wise, you feel like things are awesome. If you have a single bad day view-wise, you worry that the world is crashing. So I watched you on YouTube and I thought, you know what? He's not joking or putting on a suicide hoax. He's just a guy who has extreme feelings and expresses, like, there's no sort of long-term, moderation filter on there. Now, if I get 700,000 views today and 30,000 views tomorrow, I feel like I got 730,000 views over 2 days. You feel like, oh my gosh, my channel crashed today. The world has ended. And so when I watched your Twitter thing and saw White Boy respond to it, I felt like White Boy was off target because he's like, oh my gosh, this guy faked a hoax. I saw it. I felt like you claimed it was a hoax as a way to change the topic and end the beef.
Wings, it's kind of been you versus the world tonight.
No, it's always me versus the world, dude. It's been like that for the last 3 years.
Chill the fuck out.
I'm pretty
Bye.
much, Scarface of the YouTube community. I'm the bad guy. I'm everything that personifies everything bad.
After a bit more arguing, Jordy began to threaten and insult White Boy, while Woody unsuccessfully attempted to defuse the situation.
You're real close to me just telling you what you actually make.
That's not anybody's business what people make, though, Wings.
I know what he makes. His contract ain't much different from mine.
But Wings, he's not talking about money though.
He is. He's calling me a view whore when he said himself I'd get like 1,000 views. You're fucking dumbass, dude. I don't do that shit for views. If I did that shit for views, I would do it on my fucking YouTube channel.
Why don't you take your one-eyed ass and learn fucking something? Quit smoking pot. Quit being a fucking high school dropout.
So I think instead of going after the messenger, we should talk about the messenger.
What a temper.
Fucking person too, and you're sitting there trying to destroy my
I shouldn't.
livelihood by some fucking bullshit.
I shouldn't
trying to
accuse
say
though.
did
I have a temper too sometimes.
Do you not understand the gravity of the situation? You faked the suicide for views. Your fucking raw instinct.
After Jordy returned, the live stream took on a drastically different tone, discussing Jordy and his negative mental health.
It's not a fucking fake suicide. That's what you don't fucking understand. I'm a suicidal fucking person. I don't like my fucking life.
Damn, brother.
Why do you? Okay, listen, Wings.
No, I'm listening.
We as human beings, we just have to look down when things are tough and look at what we have. I know I'm sounding like a Hallmark card.
What do I fucking have, Beanstar? I have a fucking night full of drama. I have fucking El Fresco trying to get big off me by threatening to put the FBI in me. I have one of the biggest channels in the gaming on YouTube trying to shut me down while I'm having one of the worst months of my fucking life. What do I have?
Wings, think about what you just said. You said that you have El Presidor trying to get big off of you. Now, do you really believe that? Do you really believe that?
Okay.
El Presidor's a fucking leech.
We're making
If El Presidor is really just trying to get big
480 iron ingots per minute. I want to make wire
It hits you all at once, dude. Have you ever? Well, you probably have.
by 12.5 per minute. That's not very much. We're gonna need so many constructors, dude. Fuck.
They do. People in the community.
So much wire.
Wings has been around for forever.
So much wire, dude.
With you, people do respect you. You know, and admire you. Look at how many people tune into PKA. No offense to Woody, but if you were out of it, it'd be probably like half the people there.
Well.
What do you think is the biggest thing, Wings, that's missing out of your life right now? What is the
Damn.
root thing that's making you
Hitting on the hard hitting questions right now. It's a bunch of wire, but we still need to make cable out of it though too.
because people look at you from the outside and say that guy's got a lot. You know?
I don't know. I honestly can't answer any question.
Is it
6 times 30 is 240. 240, and we want to make what?
No, dude. I've had other girlfriends since Celine. I mean.
19?
I can't honestly answer that. I mean,
Fuck, man. I don't have enough cable, dude.
About an hour into the live stream, however, the tone shifted dramatically again as El Presidor joined by calling Keemstar on the telephone. Though it was often difficult to understand him, it was clear that El Presidor was still intent on calling the FBI.
These require 60 per minute. That's good, at least.
Yeah, but you're too lazy, and I also know that.
In the midst of this, however, Jordy made
I can't think. This is too interesting, and I really need to do like mental math right now. Yeah, just stop. I just discovered I needed 19 fuck-ass constructors. It's a stupid, tremendous number. I hate to do it, but we're gonna have to go partial on this. 19? How about I just do 18, and we just overproduce iron a little bit, and we just say, fuck the inefficiency, we call it good, you know? Even 18's a crazy number, though, brother. It's a crazy number. We don't have room for 18. We have to double stack it. I hate double stacking, dude. That's 6. You're gonna have to double stack it, man. You could go 9 and double stack. You have just enough cable to do it. Yeah, I mean, you're gonna have to, man. And you still not even making the wire yet, bro. You consider that? How fast are these gonna make these? 22.5 a minute. I've got 9 here. That's roughly 180 a minute. That's like 3 constructors making wire, okay? There you go. Right? No, I want, like, fucking... Let me push these out a little bit further. Hang on. First of all... I need mergers. All the way down the fucking line. God damn it. Why aren't you lining up? Why are you being weird? I know this isn't fully efficient. Understand that. Then I need splitters on the opposite side. Going like this. But really though, just 3 constructors on the very end. It's really not like totally necessary. Just build it like this. Triple splitter like this. And come right there. I'll upgrade the belt here in a second, okay? But right now, let me just get it locked in, okay? You're all gonna make cable. Because I need that shit, like, right now. Let me out. Tier 1 belts coming off the backs of each of these is fine. But we're gonna need, like, a heavier belt running down the line here. I think tier 3 is probably enough, but we'll just build 4 anyway. It's fine. And then we're kind of doing like the same thing here where we need mergers to start. Here, put some foundations. There we go. Mergers to start, heading that way. I want to build these like pretty tight. There we go. Splitters all the way down. If it's gonna let me put it down there though. Kind of looks like it might not. It is, but it's just too tight still. I think this is technically correct though. Here's the train, by the way.
A remarkably prophetic statement.
Because El Presto is one of the main instigators of my frustration. Like generally, when I'm feeling bad, he's the person there to try to kick you when you're down.
Why don't you get that he's just a troll and he says he's trolling you while he's doing it, and you still bite into it? You're feeding him. You're feeding the troll.
I understand that.
Then why don't you just stop?
Because it's not built into me to stop. It's not.
In the end, however, the drama was resolved.
Well, so Wings. El Presto, this is a breakthrough moment. El Presto said, let's sweep it under the rug. What do you think, Wings?
That seems like a good idea to me. It seems like a lot of headaches avoided.
Bam.
There you go. Back hit show.
Bam. And give me a pre-tackling video.
Even so, this moment deteriorated the relationships that he had with other content creators even further, as he was already known as a volatile personality. The rest of the stream was dedicated to discussing Jordy's mental state, where he reiterated his desire to stop working as an internet personality.
Okay, I hear like the sound of
really depressed though. I mean, as soon as I leave this room, I'm happy. As soon as I forget all of this, I'm happy. That's why I said beforehand when I was a little more upset that I know what I need to do. What I need to do is quit YouTube and move on with my life. But at the same time, this is the high point so far in my life. I mean, I'm not gonna say it's gonna be the only high point in my life. It's hard to walk away from having access to 50,000 people. It's hard to walk away from, you know, basically being able to get advice at any time of the day, any day of the week. It's hard to walk away from, you know, being somebody of importance to going back into a world where you're nobody.
Even after alienating so many other creators, his relationship with his friends on the Painkiller Already podcast remained consistent, but this would not last.
Damn. It's a fucking sad story, dude. What the fuck?
What a lot of people don't know is, I kind of grew up without
Okay,
a father figure.
I need to set all these up for whatever this is right here.
My mother was an attractive woman during her 20s and 30s and even 40s.
Over the next year, Jordy quietly continued to produce videos. The longer he continued, however, the fewer views he was receiving on his channel, but this didn't stop him from sharing a woman he had begun dating sometime in August of 2012, named Brandy, whom he had met on a dating website, just as he had Shalene. Compared to Shalene, however, she would feature much less prominently in his content. He also became much more susceptible to radical mood swings. In early 2013, Kojima released him from his contract and created a video discussing this, titled Rock Bottom.
I made a few decisions in my life that really crippled me when they dropped me. Because I had like a 3-year contract.
I might have to move all these like out back here, give myself room to do this. No.
I bought things and made obligations that I normally otherwise would not have. So basically,
Oh, I didn't upgrade these belts.
very well. I've been going into
I'm
the
stupid.
red for February, March, April, May, June, 5 months now. And when I got that week off, it kind of like kickstarted a lazy bug in me. And when you start
Each of these requires like what, 60 a minute? Well, the level 1 belt should be fine then.
And being fat depresses you, and that makes you want to eat. When you eat, you feel depressed. It's just a constant cycle of being a failure. That on top of just the negative comments.
I feel for him, but also, like, I don't know. I get it, but goddamn, brother, you gotta try to fucking figure your shit out a little bit, dude.
I used to have the skin of an elephant. Back in Modern Warfare 2, you know, maybe Black Ops.
You gotta fucking figure your shit out a little bit, man.
Soon after, however, he joined another company, Full Screen Arcade, but he was making significantly less money from this contract.
Right.
Around this same time, perhaps attempting to increase viewer retention and income, he began speaking more to YouTube drama, often eschewing the gameplay component of Call of Duty commentary so he could simply talk to the camera in a more normal vlog format. Throughout 2014,
Yeah, fuck, I feel that. That's what I'm doing, dude. I'm here playing a game, but I prefer talking to my chat. Well, fuck about this game.
From YouTube drama to national news headlines,
Game's a game, dude. I've been making them for a long time. I'm not like I'm not having fun, but, you know.
MRSA, a sort of drug-resistant staph infection, then upload it to his channel.
Damn, brother.
A close-up of the bacteria and pus oozing from his skin. Similarly, on Painkiller Already 149, he discussed a rather graphic and personal scene.
One of the worst feelings I've ever had in my life. I mean, the only other feeling that I could even contemplate with that would be the time I was constipated and the turd went sideways on me.
What do you mean?
That doesn't even make sense.
let me tell the story.
Oh, no. Do I want to hear the fucking story, though, dude? Jesus Christ, man. Holy fuck.
I started doing Slim Fast to replace
These are all probably backed up, yeah?
What I didn't learn about Slim Fast is that hydration is really, really bad. Like, you have to drink a lot of water when you're on Slim Fast when you're replacing those meals.
These should be backed up.
So I got dehydrated really bad. I'm talking about...
They are backed up. Okay. Yeah, because I need to, like, double layer my constructors here.
I feared pooping for about a week, so what I did is I ended up going to get a saline enema. And I have
Oh, man, I don't want to hear about this shit at all, brother.
enough to pass, but it only got a little bit. So, like, it softened like the first 3-4
God damn, man. What the fuck?
I get on the toilet and lean in and it like stimulates the muscles to actually make it come out. So I do it. It goes, and then that little piece, about this big, hits it and turns like that and it spreads my butthole wide open. I fall off the toilet and I hit my head onto the wall. And I call up my grandma. I'm like, you might have to take me to the hospital. But what we ended up doing is she ended up sticking her finger up my button and mashing the turd up.
That did not happen.
But midway through that
No
year,
fucking
his
shot.
children would see a remarkable short-term change. While recording the Painkiller Already podcast, FPS Kyle proposed a way to help Jordy finally
Okay, we
lose
got
weight.
cable now.
One episode, I threw this at Wings because you know he was
I'm-
bemoaning his
Okay.
sure, and I said
We'll just leave this all to cable production. I don't know what I want to do with the rest of that iron over there, but it's fine, I think.
fans behind it. We'll do a Kickstarter to get you like fitness gear, supplies.
I think what we're gonna do
Film the entire thing.
is
We'll make coffee mugs.
we're gonna turn this splitter sideways.
Not only will this revive your body, it'll revive your YouTube channel. This will be amazing. Come to my house. I'll take a month out of my schedule. I will devote it to you. We'll do this thing together. It'll be fun. I sort of half-heartedly meant it. I didn't really expect him to ever say yes because of all the things that we've told you so far. You know, he doesn't get out of his bubble too much. And then the man said yes.
What's more, these videos would be hosted on Jordy's channel, where he could collect the advertising revenue. With the plan in place, Kyle prepared for Jordy to move in.
And
Can
so
I-
that night I was taking a shower in my shower after the show and washing my hair, and I bumped my elbow on the shower wall, and I was
No, right there.
The shower is a little narrow. And it occurred to me, Wings of Redemption could not fit into my shower. And if he was going to
Oh, that's mean, but
we would
true.
have to put in a new shower. So construction began the next day on a $5,000 shower.
Jordy arrived at Kyle's house on October 13, 2013. In the video updating people on his arrival,
This Kyle guy seems like mostly pretty reasonable, but I don't.
leg and fidgeting as he spoke. This wasn't surprising. He was a self-admitted homebody, preferring to stay in his mother's mobile home with his grandmother.
I thought you didn't live in a trailer home, dude.
It's a change that kind of makes you feel better about yourself.
Yeah.
The first
Yes.
video was uploaded with the series titled
Come on,
FPS
let me.
Boot Camp in
Please
all
let me build this
capital
here.
letters. The beginning showed Jordy squirming across the floor and pulling himself with a rope.
He is allowed to
That's
lose
not
weight.
right.
As long as he's losing weight, it's a good thing. Pull.
What became immediately clear, however, was that FPS Kyle had no experience as a personal trainer, and he was using his common knowledge to construct routines for Jordy. At the end of the first day, Jordy filmed himself in the new bathtub that Kyle had installed for him, and somberly reminisced about when he was stronger and lighter.
I was kind of disappointed in myself how I wasn't as strong as I remember myself being. But I guess that's
Yeah.
the way most things happen. You always feel like you were better at a certain point. Like I found myself remembering.
Dude, I have that like right now.
Thinking back to when I used to be like 330 pounds, and back then I thought I was really, really heavy. And,
Dude, I'm having that right now.
330, like, oh, Lord, that's 110 pounds. You know, and that's exactly what it is at this point. It's 110 pounds, and there's
A lot of weight to carry around.
Really
Fuck, I
nothing
had
you
that
can
for a second. Right there.
do about
Stop.
it, but it's really cool. Like I feel really good that Kyle's helping me out here. I mean, he's being a really good friend doing this, and like
Despite his struggle, the new video performed well, receiving 50,000 views within the first 12 hours. The next day, he discussed more of his hardship with the routine. Apparently, he had also broken the bed that Kyle had let him use.
No!
I forgot my headset. The bed I ended up breaking on the first night. They had like a futon.
No!
And I felt real bad about that.
Yeah, that's fucked up.
Even so, his attitude was positive, buoyed by by the high view count of the first episode of
Oh
FPS.
no, brother.
In order to help fund Jordy's
God
sale
damn
of
it,
the title,
man.
a crowdfunding
I feel
campaign
so
was
bad about
created on
that.
either November 1st or 2nd,
Fuck.
asking for $2,500. According to the
Holy
comments,
fuck.
this goal was doubled within 24 hours, and by the time the campaign ended, it had raised over $8,000. These videos continued, and ironically, the large amount of support Jordy was receiving was creating significant pressure on him to perform.
It's beyond belief how much support I've been getting through these videos. And like it motivates me. Like when I'm on there.
Yeah.
In this video right here, you're seeing me make almost 3 minutes on the elliptical. The entire time I was on that elliptical, I thought about all the people sitting there rooting for me and how I can't fail. And like,
Oh man.
failing at this point would be letting everybody.
No, dude, come on, man. It's not okay. I hear ya.
And I don't want to fail.
Why am I getting emotionally invested into this, dude?
I think this year might be the year where I can keep it close to myself, where I don't want to be overweight on my birthday.
I mean,
This year
you're gonna be a little overweight. Accept that, but I hear ya.
might be a stage in my life, and not my entire life.
The FPS bootcamp videos continued, with significant progress being made. Jordy's mood improved more and more as he continued, bolstered by his significant weight loss.
I'm shedding something like 2.5 to 4 pounds a day, depending on what.
There ain't no way you're shedding that much weight, though. Hold the fuck on.
Almost inhuman the way my body is burning fat right now.
What wasn't shown in these videos were Jordy's significant interpersonal and health problems, the latter likely brought on in part by Kyle's lack of knowledge as a nutritionist.
Living with him outside of the workout was one of the most horrible ordeals of my life. That month was one of the worst months of my life. Because
Damn.
Wings lives within his own bubble. He doesn't socialize, and so he doesn't curtail himself to social norms. Right away, myself, my roommate Kitty, and my girlfriend were in my kitchen, and the bathroom is visible from the kitchen. And we hear this noise of water flowing into more water. And we all look up ponderously, and the bathroom door is agape.
No.
And Wings is pissing. And we can see most of him. I couldn't see the penis, nor could he.
Oh, that's mean. Come on, man.
And we were all just in shock. And finally, my roommate Kitty yelled, "Close the goddamn door! You're pissing with the door open!" He's British, if you can't tell. And we all just bust out laughing. Like, can you believe that? He's like, what? What's the big deal? You know, just taking a piss. Now I go shitting.
Strong point.
Shitting. When I put him on the FPS Kyle diet, which is a lot of salads and grilled chicken, basically, he didn't shit for a week.
Oh, no.
He didn't shit for so long, I called the only person who I truly know is a bit of a fitness expert, Joe Lozon, who's a UFC fighter, a man who is literally a fitness expert. He's a professional fighter, professional athlete, big name in the UFC.
No, dude.
He hasn't shat in 4 days, stupid. He's like, what? Oh, he hasn't shat in 4 days. What do you do? He's like, well, if 3 or 4 more days go by, you know, it's gonna be a problem. It's already a problem, I think. Like just I'm just picturing the meals that he's taking in. That's still inside him somewhere. Like he's
more stuffing down the musket barrel.
Yeah. It's like he's overloaded. This, you know, I've seen what happens when you put the wrong ammunition into a gun. It explodes. Are we gonna blow this man's asshole out? That was paramount to me as I pondered over his constipation. And so we're getting him these chia seed drinks from the grocery store, which are supposed to aid in passing, you know, making you regular, making you poop. We're filling his diet with fiber. I believe there was some shredded wheat and chia seed drinks and all of this stuff. And finally, like 7 or 8 days in, I mean, I had to replace the toilet. Not because anything was wrong with it, but just out of principle after he left.
You knew what happened, didn't you?
I knew what it was like.
2 weeks into
You
the
replaced the
program,
whole
Jordy
toilet?
was beginning to feel discouraged after his weight had plateaued, and he approached Kyle wanting to return home. Kyle was only barely able to convince him to stay for the last 2 weeks. When Jordy arrived back at his mother's mobile home, he seemed ecstatic about the amount of weight he had lost. This inspired him to make a video of himself dropping weights roughly equivalent to the lost weight in order to show what he called the, quote, destructive power that I have taken off my body. Shortly afterwards, he hired a personal trainer named Drew using the extra money left over from the crowdfunding campaign, and he seemed relatively good-natured about it, laughing alongside Drew and poking fun at himself.
You put up some decent weight, considering we just got started, you haven't done it in a while. But the endurance there.
He doesn't want to embarrass me. I did 12 reps of 100, and then I went straight to 15 pounds, and I struggled.
However, he also mentioned that he had started struggling with his diet and had gone back to eating high-calorie foods.
And a lot of it's my appetite slowly becoming back. When I was at Kyle's house, I was isolated. I had people pretty much feeding me. But now, since I took over the diet, I've been slipping more and more and more. How are we going to fix this, Drew?
While it's uncertain when these bad habits resumed, this may have been in part because his girlfriend, Brandy, had broken up with him. But while he had taken action to improve his physical health, the health of his friendships had degraded significantly, and this would culminate in an event that would isolate him more than his reclusive lifestyle already had.
This is such a sad story, dude. What the fuck, man?
In March of 2014, during the Painkiller Already podcast, Jordy, Woody, Kyle, and the newer fourth member, Lefty, discussed and considered going on what they called a survival trip, during which they would go out into the wilderness without food, water, or shelter, bringing only some survival implements such as
This one's
flint
higher
and
than the other
steel,
ones.
a water purifier, and sleeping bags. Of the four, Woody, Kyle, and Jordy committed to going.
Me, myself, I've always wanted to try these skills out. It's not because I don't really have any of these skills. I have what you call book knowledge. Like, I know how to start a fire. I know how to...
Oh, that's good, though. That's a good,
other directions.
That's good.
I've watched so many survival shows.
Their preparation was minimal, and Jordy uploaded videos of himself attempting to light a fire using a magnesium starter.
Man.
They scheduled to leave approximately a month after they had seriously considered the idea in mid-April of 2014. However, Jordy's survival kit was scant, gathering only 2 knives, a walking stick, gloves, boots, and 2 fire starters. By the time he was supposed to leave, he had only expanded this kit with a can of bug repellent and a 3rd fire starter. The compass he bought was broken. Some viewers noticed in his preparation day video there was a bottle of soda in the car, suggesting that he had again been failing in his diet. At last, the day had come for them to go on their survival trip, but immediately, Jordy's compatriots began to sense a problem.
I'm driving in the night before, and I think to myself, hey, let me give old Wings a call, make sure we're all good to go here, you know, because it's Wings. Call him up, hey man, get ready to do this thing. I'm driving in now, about 3 hours from the place. What are you up to? You know, you could if you left right now, you'd be here around 11, and you know, you could share this motel room with me. I could get a room with 2 beds or something. He's like, I'm not coming. What? What do you mean? I'm not coming. When were you going to tell me? I'm telling you right now. What? So I call. I text Woody. He's not fucking going. He's not fucking going. And so Woody gets on the phone with him. Woody tries to talk, and I'm thinking like Woody's gonna talk him into this. I'm still driving with this idea. Woody will talk him into this. Woody's a great motivational speaker when he needs to be, and I'm sure Woody was filling him with
compilations of me telling Wings, like, you know, if you want to be an extraordinary person, you have to do extraordinary things.
Be a winner, not a loser. Be a doer, not a don'ter. You know,
Very Henry Rollins-esque, yeah.
Yeah, this sort of talk, you know, and he just doesn't fucking come. He just doesn't fucking come. and it's now it's just me and Woody in the woods. Now it's just kind of weird.
It got gay.
It got a little gay. It's like I hope nobody.
On April 14th, he uploaded a video attempting to defend his decision, though his confidence in his defense was weak enough for him to disable likes and dislikes.
A lot.
Obviously, I didn't go to the PK survival trip today, and I seen people.
Well, I have plastic.
Like, oh, why don't you go now?
I only need
do it, dude. That's not enough.
75 plastic.
And the reason I didn't tell them ahead of time is
Kitty.
because I
My
didn't
goodness gracious.
to basically.
Kitty, you're so unbelievably bad.
And
I
have
actually
decided to
cannot
I
believe
already
it.
made my mind up. I wasn't gonna go. I didn't want to deal with it. You think I want to be this person? You think I wanted to make a decision where it could be meaning the end of my channel or the end of friendships? You think I want to be like on the outs with Kyle and Woody? No, I don't. But the fact is, I got to the point
One,
emotionally where I was
two,
willing to risk my channel
three,
never rebounding. I was willing to risk my friendship with Kyle
4,
and Woody because I was
5,
afraid of this trip. And that right there should speak volumes.
6.
Volumes. Where I was at mentally.
What's going on here?
The comments were almost universally derisive, criticizing him for his cowardice and for his numerous
Surface is
excuses.
too uneven. What are you
The next
talking
Game
about?
Killer Already podcast was filmed
For
shortly
fuck's
after
sakes.
Woody and Kyle returned, and Jordy was conspicuously absent. In place of his avatar was a small tombstone, and for the most part, they avoided talking about him.
Yes, I suppose we should talk about the elephant in the room.
Yeah, so we've decided, it was a group decision, we decided that Wings of Redemption wasn't going to continue with us. He's having a hard time, and he's made some decisions that we didn't feel were so friendly, so for the time being.
While the comments showed a strong dissatisfaction with the decision, the hosts were not swayed, and it became clear that they had no intention of inviting Jordy back for the foreseeable future. While Woody had refrained from speaking on the matter, Jordy's attitude on Twitter pushed him to discuss it in a video he released on May 30th, a month and a half after the trip, in which he seemed visibly hurt by what Jordy had said about him and Kyle.
The core of it is he says like these guys were that the PKA crew were never friends to him, that we never called him.
Oh.
We didn't share the money with him and things like that, and that frustrates me because it's a lie, and that's kind of why he's gone, because it was this constant backstabbing, this constant taking shots at him. Every time he fell into some sort of slump or got grumpy or whatever, he would lash out at all the people that were close to him. The truth is, like, if you follow Wings on Twitter, you know that sometimes he'll just go off about all his personal problems and put that on Twitter. And
Don't have enough concrete, but concrete is coming. Could just wait on it.
I was the guy that held his Twitter account to sort of back off on that a little bit.
You got for me.
Jesus he said
Cast screws? Hell yeah.
Raped my wife after he kicked my ass, and he called Colin
Oh my
Howard
God.
and Wings donated money to that guy because he thought it would make him look good.
Oh my God.
Wings gave search engine optimization tips when people were attacking Colin. The list is long, man. Oh, remember Wings went on Keemstar's podcast and said that we never gave him any of the money from the show. Why would he say that? I've taken so much undeserved shit for stuff like that. And now if you follow him, he says he just lost a third of his income. Right. To say that we were never his friends is not fair. We would do so much for him. We tried to help him so often. I want the best for Wings. I really
Concrete's
do.
not coming, dude. You have to
But
get
I
some
can't
more.
have him in my life anymore because he's been so terrible to me and my family. And I've done nothing to ever make up for it. I mean, people make mistakes, but this is a guy who talks without thinking and has a policy of never apologizing. And when you combine that, you get a guy that just takes and never gives. And
Yeah.
either you get some help so that you can deal with this and compartmentalize the hate and push it to the side, or you reorganize your life so that you don't get this kind of hate anymore. Because what you have now, it's not working for you, man. You're spiraling down, and you need to be on your way up. That's
Damn, dude.
that's where it is.
Holy fuck.
You know, for my participation, I mean, I feel like I'm the lifeguard and you've been trying to pull me under for 5 years.
2,
And after a
3,
while,
4,
the debt's
5,
paid.
6,
As Jordy
7.
continued to upload videos, his viewership dwindled further. Attempting to buoy his view count, he utilized clickbait titles for his videos and would comment on national news and drama, even talking about an incident when Chris Chan pepper sprayed a GameStop employee. He would also upload videos of himself playing games besides competitive first-person shooters, but
Fuck,
these
man.
would consistently underperform, with some of them never reaching more
Can't
than
get this to work,
10,000
dude.
views. He struggled maintaining his workout routine and diet, halting and then restarting both multiple times. His personal trainer, Drew, would occasionally cameo to talk about Jordy's progress, his goals, and the workouts he was doing, but Jordy's attitude had turned dour.
You know, this week Brandy, I don't know if you guys remember Brandy, but Brandy was my last girlfriend. She basically went into a relationship with another guy, and it's like, man, that shit sucks, dude. As you can see my luck firsthand, like, if I didn't have bad luck, I'd have no luck at all. Jordan family motto.
By this point, Keemstar had turned Drama Alert from an occasional Twitter post to a full show, and on October 2nd, 2014, a post that Jordy made was featured.
I've played with the idea of waiting my money out and shooting myself in the head. I even bought a hollow point bullets to do it with.
As Jordy continued to struggle, he would occasionally post to his social media about thoughts of suicide.
Oh,
such as
God.
a Facebook post on October 13th, 2014 that read in part, quote, "I don't joke around about stuff like that. I don't want to kill myself, and you don't kill yourself for attention, you do it to escape pain. Life was and still is a huge disappointment full of pain." Attached to the post was a picture of a package of bullets.
Oh,
Moving
God.
to his career, he started a new podcast in February of 2015 titled The Podcast Show, which surprisingly featured White Boy 7th Street, one of those who had joined for Keemstar's stream a few years prior. However, as the months continued, this show would lose viewership as well, dipping from 40,000 views to 13,000 by August. This reflected an overall trend on his channel. That same month also saw his Let's Plays sometimes netting less than 3,000 views. All of this was in spite of his subscriber count of approximately 450,000, which had decreased
Jesus
from
Christ.
550,000. Even his videos which featured FPS gameplay would struggle to pass 15,000 views, while others would never reach it. By this point, it was clear that Jordy would not be rejoining the regular Painkiller Already hosts, though he would still be invited occasionally for uneventful discussion. As he lost motivation, he would both upload and stream less, continuing into 2016.
True.
Because around January 2013, I stopped trying as hard. I was worn out. I was posting 3 videos a day. I was doing the most I could, and my entire life revolved around numbers. What killed my channel was me. I pretty much killed my channel because
True.
I allowed myself to become so obsessed with money that I never took time out to enjoy myself, and it molded me into a
I
person
guess.
that I didn't like.
Sounds like a lot of people try to help you, man. And fucking,
August
I
26,
don't know.
2016,
2,
I'm
3,
going to the doctor.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Do that often. You know, you stream rarely. The last couple of years, I've developed this thing called anxiety. And I never used to have
Yeah?
it.
What's that?
Now it hits me in waves.
As 2017 came, his uploads continued to dwindle along with his viewership, and this coincided with an increase in his weight again. Where he had once been approximately 380 pounds, he now was approximately 470 pounds, and he was beginning to complain about his back pain more. He had been discussing bariatric surgery as a method to reduce his weight for many years, but as his weight continued to increase, this surgery grew more and more appealing, and he soon began to see it as the only way to improve his life, believing that he could not have any job besides making gaming content at his current weight. What's more, another aspect of his financial situation was slowly coming to be known. For some time, Jordy had been paying for his mother's mortgage on the modular home. She had promised Jordy that once he was finished paying it for her, she would give it to him. He had even boasted that he had made the last payment on the mortgage in a video on October 23rd, 2014. But at some point, once the mortgage was paid off, she went back on her word, and instead of giving the house over to Jordy, she took out a second mortgage and promised Jordy that this time, once he had paid off the new mortgage, he would receive the house, and so he continued to pay.
Damn, no, don't do it! Oh, fuck!
Incredibly low, because instead of paying them directly, he was transferring money into his mother's bank account every month. Recognizing that his YouTube channel was likely not worth pursuing much longer, he changed his focus to Twitch, choosing to rely on live streams more than videos. According to himself, in 2016, he would average anywhere between 250 to 400 viewers at a time.
That's not
He
super
quickly gained a
bad.
reputation for being aggressive and volatile, both towards those with whom he
Also,
would
kind of
viewers, banning people for minor infractions, or saying things he disagreed with. One person from Reddit noted in 2017 that, quote, "When I left YouTube, he said he was going to lose weight, but he is fatter than ever. Not only that, but he is meaner than ever. He talks to his viewers like shit. One guy genuinely offered to teach him how to properly
Stop.
play
I need this
Rainbow
train.
Six, which Wings was struggling at, and Wings told him, if you keep backseat gaming, I'm gonna fucking block you. Then he told a 36-month subscriber that he hopes their parents die in a car wreck because the kid beat him in a 1v1. Keep in mind, this is a 30-year-old man."
Hey, whatever. I hope your family dies in automobile wreck.
On top of this, he
That's-
seems very depressed now. He spends
Okay,
every
so
stream
before
just constantly
Boras-
bitching about how he doesn't get enough viewers to support his fat, lazy, degenerate lifestyle. It makes me feel
So,
unwanted
I
as a
need
fan.
to edit the
He
timetable.
also complains and gets very angry literally
We need to
every
add
time he
Rotterdam
dies. I've never heard Wings
or
admit he got
Boras.
outplayed. It's always outside forces that cause him to die
There you
in
go.
game, whether it be lag, OP weapons, bad teammates, etc. It's literally never his fault. I even saw him throw a controller at his TV out of anger. Also, his shirt was dirty. It looked like he hadn't showered in 3 days, and he was greasy. I really hope he can find it within himself to get his life together. He also said that he had a gun in his hand, was considering killing himself because he wasn't getting the Twitch viewers he feels he deserves, and if he can't make a living
Dude,
off
for
of video
400
games, then he doesn't want to
ain't
live.
bad.
He legit said
You're
that
on your
shit.
way if you got
Soon,
400, dude. I
due to
mean,
the quirks of
shit.
YouTube's algorithm, he would again attract attention and
I don't
viewership
know.
of an entirely different kind.
Joke's on them. If they join one more time, I'm going back online and I'm stacking a team up.
On November 16th, 2017,
Sounds fun.
a YouTube user going by Sean Ranklin posted a video titled, "Wings of Redemption gets stream sniped and loses it." Up to this point, people had learned that they could annoy Jordy by joining his games and harassing him, much to the amusement of many of
We
those
could build this
watching.
out one further,
During
by the
one
way.
stream, he was apparently having
put it on
difficulty
number 11.
controlling his temper, reacting more strongly than usual, and Sean Ranklin created a compilation showcasing this.
Come the fuck on, man.
Yeah. Yeah, dude.
Dude, shut the fuck up, dude. You're a little kid.
Sorry. Sorry. It's not funny. No, it is funny. Fuck that shit. Sorry. It is. Why can't I, This merger's facing the wrong way?
Webby, fucking leave, dude.
Fuck, man. You got it, brother. You got it. Yeah, just drop it. You got it. You got it. You got it.
You could give me like their information, like their name, their address, the number.
Oh, that's not. Hey, come on, dude.
I would really like to know because, like, I'm seriously considering suing them. No, they're
Suing them?
through recent players. Look here. Look, listen. Appearing offline does not fucking stop it. So stop giving fucking advice you know nothing about.
I'm just trying to help, man. It's all right.
I'm banning anybody trying to give me advice. Real talk.
Sure. Yeah. Oh, this is cringe because I did have this set the wrong way, the right way. I just didn't think about it. Here, let me unfuck these belts real quick. I think 3 up is correct on this. I'm not sure though. Dog's losing it.
Alright guys, I give up. I don't know what else stream again.
Yeah, you're getting a dono.
I really need to make this fucking money. I really wanted to get this fucking surgery, man.
Oh, brother.
I just can't do it. I can't take this shit no more, man.
Damn, man.
All I wanted to do was like I was fucking lonely. I
Fuck.
wanted to just fucking stream and
You got it. You got it. You got it. It's good. It's good. It's good. It's good. Oh. Cut the stream, dude. Cut the stream. Cut the stream. Cut the stream, man. Cut the stream.
I'm so sorry.
Oh,
This
dude.
video quickly went viral, and as of today, it has 1.4 million views. With the success of this first video, Sean would continue creating highlight videos of Jordy's streams, focusing on perceived faults in his character. The success of Sean Ranklin's channel encouraged similar compilation channels, and over the months,
Lord
more
of
and
that's
more
that's
would
pretty
appear,
funny.
combing through his
Sorry,
streams
I
to find moments that they found
Lord of the
particularly
Wings.
egregious or of entertainment value. References to
Okay,
these
my bad,
videos
my bad.
begin to populate his stream chat, especially memorable phrases from Sean's first uploads, such as "look here, look, listen," and variations on "ban anyone who tries to give me advice."
I know you can't, but you gotta lean into it, dude. Make it yours. Make it your own.
Things, but these bans were easily circumvented with new accounts.
Right. Damn, you hit the door so hard it fucking creaked open? Oh, shit.
I put so many hours into Rainbow Six, and all I've done is lose viewers. I lost 5 subscribers while playing Rainbow
Yeah?
Six. 5. I was struggling to keep 150 views. I'm almost at 300 on a game I fucking hate. That's a game I fucking hate, dude. I detest this
Dude.
game. This game makes me hate
True.
fucking life. It really does. And motherfuckers that come in here just to watch this shit, I hate you too. I literally do.
Yeah, everybody watching my stream right now, if you're here just watch Satisfactory, I fucking hate
So I
you.
didn't have to play this shit. So like, it
Why
was
don't you just watch me for
Rainbow Six.
anything but?
With pressure now coming from viewers looking to antagonize
Oh,
him,
shit.
Jordy continued
That's
to lean
sad,
more
but
and
funny.
more heavily
But
onto
sad.
the idea
But mostly
that
funny.
some form of bariatric surgery
Alright.
would improve and even fix his life. On December 2nd,
Alright, I need rubber,
2017, he posted a video to
computers,
his channel
I got a bunch
to
of
solicit
screws I don't give
opinions from
a
his
fuck
viewers.
about.
He noted that he was considering multiple kinds of surgery, but more importantly, he had yet to decide where he would receive it. If he chose America, it would cost in excess of $25,000.
Well.
If he went to the Mexico Bariatric Center, the total cost would be closer to $6,000.
Ooh.
Since his income had decreased significantly over the years, the latter was proving the more
I mean, that's what you feel like you need, man. I guess.
But like, I'm at a point in my life where it's like I'm 31. I got nothing going for me other than like a Twitch and YouTube.
I mean, I guess I would think that if they had a policy of botching their fucking operations, that would probably be something you could find.
Like, there's no joy left in them. Like, I do them. I've been
Yeah,
doing
fuck
them
it, go for it.
for
Yeah, fuck it.
like 10 hours
Fuck
a
it,
day
go for
10
it.
Years. This is $3,000.
Fuck it, do it.
I have that money now.
Oh.
I literally have that money now. Part of me gets excited.
If it's important to you, then go do it.
That by the summer of next year, I might not be a
Ain't
fat
no one,
dude anymore.
ain't no one gonna tell you it's worth it or not. When you know, man.
Pursue things outside the house that I
The fuck's
normally
anyone else
do
gonna
with
say about it,
more
right?
Energy. I wouldn't
Let's
be
see.
a slave to food. I wouldn't be a prisoner of my own body anymore. I might be able to find a loving relationship that will last, and not people that will give up on me because I can't be as mobile or as active as a boyfriend.
Do you think that's why people are giving up on you, dude? Because
so,
your
the failure rate
physical
of the
fitness?
Mexican doctor was significantly higher than that of the American doctor. Soon, he began soliciting donations for the surgery during his streams.
What do you mean failure rate? What happens if they fail?
As
Just
he
die?
commented on which doctor to visit, the most dedicated
Or they just look ugly underneath their shirt
congregated
for the rest of your
with
life?
servers hosted on Discord with names such as Whale Watchers and Sean Ranklin fans.
Oh.
Soon, at least one had in excess of 1,000 members. What was perhaps more remarkable was that when Jordy became aware of these Discord servers, he requested to join them so that he could have a discussion with their denizens, and many people eagerly obliged his request for conversation. It appears that this meeting took place
Oh,
in
boy.
early 2018, recorded and uploaded
Can't wait
by
to see how this
Wingstreams
goes.
in a video edited to highlight what they found to be the most interesting parts.
You wouldn't make videos that just trash me unmercifully. You guys have kept me up crying so many nights.
Sorry, I didn't mean to laugh.
And the fact is, like, you're gonna hurt my chances to get a job later on in life. Why do you feel the need to pick on me though? Like seriously, like
Wings, I'll be brutally honest with you, right? The only reason that these channels exist is because you react.
That is honest.
Because I react, but I can't stop reacting. I'm never going to stop reacting.
You can though, bro.
Like, how am I supposed to?
I don't know.
If you guys keep creating
Fuck.
things? You can't ignore it. You can't ignore it, dude.
You can, bro.
We're just fans, man.
We're just fans, man. Look at these people being so nice.
Delete the channels.
Can't take this shit no more, man. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
They're laughing. I mean,
You're an asshole. You realize that? You're making fun of an honest reaction. Like in real life, I really do. I would beat your fucking teeth in.
okay. But you know what? I've lost a lot of sympathy right now. Well, I don't know. Obviously he's hurt, but
What are you gonna do?
nothing. I'm gonna keep uploading fucking.
That's what I do. I'd incapacitate you, and then I'd beat you with the fucking pistol grip until your teeth fell out your head. I hate you. He's so fucking much, dude. Like literally, like I've done nothing to you guys.
Milestone reached.
I've done
The
literally
Blueprint Mark
zero
II
to-
improves upon the Mark I
You're not
in every
helping.
dimension,
You're
except for the
motherfucking sitting
metaphysical
online right now
ones.
with, like, a picture of me,
This
like, tattoos
improvement
on his
was
face.
made available due to complaints from pioneers.
Okay, I'm
and
gonna have to
other
start figuring this out at
pioneers
some
not being
point.
capable of managing their space efficiently. We listen to pioneers always.
You need to make more of these modular frames, though. Heavy modular
In the
frames.
end, little came of this meeting for Jordy besides further ridicule. But besides
Yeah.
making new enemies, he would quite suddenly encounter an old one. During one of his live streams in early 2018, he noted, quote, "I don't like Keemstar. I want nothing to do with him. If I had my way and I could will it, I wish he would get in a car wreck. I literally
Oh.
He's the only person I can think of right now that I wish would literally die."
Man, we've come so far from the guy that was like chill.
That's dead serious. Like if you wanted to do Sharia law,
Okay.
Daniel King
Is that an input point? Oh yeah. Hang on.
And that is words to your mother truth right there.
Shortly afterward, Keemstar would upload a video voicing his displeasure upon learning of this comment.
I laughed my ass off. And Blade laughed his ass off, and Overflow laughed his ass off.
Now, this thing should be coming with cable here soon.
The laughter just turned into anger. I'm mad. Now, should I be mad? No. Wings is known for saying dumb, stupid shit, and is never held accountable for his words.
True.
So, yeah, I shouldn't be mad, but I am. And the reason why I'm mad is
Honest, true.
because Wings said that I'm evil. I'm the most evil person that he's ever met. But then went on to say that I should die. He went on to say that I should die.
Yeah?
You have 1 hour to agree with a fucking debate with me, or I'm taking this to Twitch staff, and they're going to decide whether or not it was a death threat or not. I'm not playing any games.
The two would confront each other once again in a live stream, during which they would attack and insult each other, enumerating how each of them had somehow wronged the other or had committed morally reprehensible
Enumerating.
actions over the years.
Good word.
This time, where Jordy once had been in
That's a
position
rare
of
word.
power, he was now much weaker in terms of influence.
All that clip simply states is I don't like who you are as a person, and in my personal experience, you're one of the worst people I've ever met. Like on a moral standpoint.
Sorry.
I tried to help you so many times. I got you involved with the Billionaires Challenge thing.
How about after the Billionaires Challenge, where you and Blade decided to sit there and make fun of me and call me a retard, saying that you hope Wings continues to
I
make
wonder what the
videos
input level is on this shit, because these are not full. Which makes me like a little bit.
You have going for you. I mean, Wings things.
What about the lie you just said just a while ago, where you said you're wing teams?
What?
What about you're not wing teams?
And I'll tell you what, Wingtings is entertaining, and you know why it's entertaining? Because it's all your fuck-ups, like you crying and you being upset.
Where is this thing getting its shit from, by the way?
I'm sorry, Wings.
It's getting it from here. Where's this thing getting its shit from? It's getting straight from the fucking source.
I got this surgery. I'm gonna get the surgery done. I'm gonna shed one of my biggest catalysts in my entire life, hopefully. Hopefully I can find the strength to do that.
As these streams with Jordy tended to go, he began speaking about his own personal anxieties and struggles.
And like, I don't have, like, I'm not in the case where I'm like,
Also, Train's here.
250 pounds, like, oh, this didn't work out. Let me fall back on my metallurgy fucking degree. Well, it's not a degree, but like job. Like,
Is that cable not coming? Is it fucked up?
I can't do that. I'm 450-pound land monster has instituted. What the future for me if I stop?
I kind of got to figure this out, but
is to go or work at some kind of call center, or cut or something like that. Which is, that's a good living for a lot of people, but like it's not what I want for me. Right? And like, let's get.
This is so boring. You're literally giving me the like victim card, sad card.
Whatever you want to call it, man. Like the fact is,
why don't you just stop being a victim? Why don't you just stop being a victim? All right. I'm sorry. I'm getting loud and angry.
I'm trying to stop being a victim. I'm trying to stop being a victim. Why do you think I'm working toward bettering myself?
I'm gonna give you real advice. This is real advice. All right. This is like not Keemstar. This is Dan Keem talking to Jordy. You have been doing this for a very long time, and as you do this online internet stuff, what happens with your health and your happiness? Nothing. All right. The only
also,
way you were ever,
I lost the train.
Happy, honestly,
I have to go intercept it.
Around this time, Jordy seemed to have made up his mind about getting bariatric surgery, believing that it was the only way that he feasibly could lose weight. While he was still considering
You
both
were
America
losing
and
weight,
Mexico as
though.
options, he learned that the American doctor would refuse to perform the operation unless he could reduce his weight to 400 pounds. While Jordy would sometimes share his weight, viewers were consistently dubious about his honesty, as he had a history of bending the truth. For example, in 2013, while recording a podcast, he had claimed that he had been shot in the leg after shouting at a man breaking into his mother's car, but he would later admit that this scenario was a fabrication. In this case, he claimed to be 460 pounds. He also revealed that he was prescribed a medication called Lexapro, an antidepressant used to control the effects of anxiety.
Yeah.
Almost immediately after he stated his intentions, his life would undergo a sudden and violent interruption.
What? Oh boy, here we go.
On March 6th, only 2 days after the video about his bariatric surgery, he uploaded a video entitled, "So, I Got Swatted," which shows his stream with an empty chair and the sounds of a SWAT team in the background.
Damn.
At one point, a SWAT team member walks in front of the camera for a short time. During this video, they ask who might have called in the team, and Jordy can be overheard giving a particular compilation channel name. This came shortly after the high-profile case of Andrew Finch, who was killed in a swatting incident.
Oh.
In light of this development, Wingstings deleted their channel, citing their discomfort with the troll community. Unsurprisingly for onlookers, Jordy was unable to lose the weight in the time frame he had set for himself, and so he committed to getting the surgery in Mexico, though the ponderous way he went about planning it made onlookers dubious about his resolve.
Yeah.
In the meantime, new channels were appearing that copied Sean Ranklin's style of
Dude, for as
highlighting
much as I like
moments into his streams, what's remarkable
talk about
these
like
highlights, however, is that they would not
freely
only
talk
highlight
about
his
like
moments of rage
my
and
name,
frustration,
where I
but
live,
also
and all that.
genuinely
Like
humorous moments,
being
including the
swatted's
surprisingly
fucking
broad
terrifying.
view of Jordy. However, the comments would reveal the most prevalent reason for viewers to watch these videos.
I should probably be a little bit
as
more
they
careful
were
about that
donation
stuff.
messages, such as one that read, quote, "Can you call your grandma? I have a turd stuck up my ass and I need help getting it out." People would
Okay,
tease him with his
shit.
verbal
That's
texts such as
pretty
"Real
funny.
talk, look here," and "big ups," as well as frequently quoting Sean
Oh,
Ranklin's
no,
first
that's like a
video.
nightmare of
He
mine
would
too.
also
People
come up
fucking
with
give me a
humorous
hard time about
riddles
the
for
stuff
him.
that I say a
For
lot,
example,
like
there was
crazy
this
or honestly.
documentation that someone had at
I
least once lived
already
at
bothers
Jordy's
me.
address by the name of Richard. People began to suspect that this was Jordy's legal first name. While this rumor proved untrue, calling Jordy Richard clearly upset him, and so people began calling him variations of it, with one common
Rich
comment
Rick.
becoming Big Ups Liquid Richard.
Liquid Richard?
Teasing him for his love of Wendy's chili and microwaved banquet meals, which he would occasionally eat on stream. By this point, he had become openly vocal about
Damn,
the
dude.
reason he continued to stream.
The only way I play this game is in hopes to get donations and subscriptions. Like that's the only reason I'm playing it.
Aww.
In a
You're not
somewhat
doing it for the fun of
surprising
it?
turn of
For the
events,
sport?
the
That
members of
sucks.
the Painkiller Already podcast began discussing Jordy as well, speculating whether or not he would receive the surgery for which he had pined for years. Most notably, on
I'm just
April
waiting on this
21st, the
this
Painkiller
train to come in
Already
right now.
podcast hosted content producer Mr. Medicare, and a significant portion of the episode
So
was
we need to
dedicated
verify that
to
it's
Woody and
working.
Kyle
It
describing
should be
Jordy
working,
and his
but
numerous misadventures, told with a
the last time the
directed
train
and
came into
humorous
station,
feel.
it didn't have
Sean
anything on
Rankin,
the right
using a quote
platform,
from
so I don't
Kyle,
know if
released
I
a video on March 22nd,
fucked up the length of the
2018,
train station,
in which he
or what's going
describes
on
a
there.
scene from one of Jordy's streams that he had seen highlighted from one of the compilation channels.
I was watching a stream clip the other day, and it was probably the darkest thing I'd ever seen in Wing's stream before. And he went and produced a photograph, a framed picture, and he was like, "This is me when I weighed, I want to say 240 pounds, and something happens. Something deep happened." He was just like a loss of hope. Like there was a moment where he was like, "That's where I was, and this is where I am." It was a dark moment. But then he started eating his banquet meal, and that perked us right back up, because he chews like a dog, you know, just chomp, chomp, swallow, chomp, chomp, swallow, and that banquet meal's gone. And then when he was done with it, he starts scraping up all the gravy with the fork and like getting all the juices that were in the bottom of the plastic tray, and we're just like, this is not a diet.
Jordy continued to engage in the
Yeah.
so-called troll discords as well, but with one important difference. He would stream at least some of these interactions on Twitch.
Damn.
Such as one
I know this
instance
is
where
about
John
him, but I'm
Rankin
making it about me
uploaded
right
onto
now.
their
Dude, I'm
channel.
getting fucking fat
Immediately
too,
upon
bro.
joining, people
I'm
began
still not.
teasing
I'm
him with
overweight, but
well-known
I'm not like
quotes.
obese.
I'm
For
only
sure.
gonna talk, and it's only gonna be civilized if you guys play clips like you're doing right now. If you try to be funny, if you try to do any meme shit, I leave instantly, and I stop talking.
While it's not certain
This fucking
precisely
train's gotta
how
be on the
many
way.
people joined, it quickly devolved into people talking over one another.
Yo, what's up?
Shout out to Sean Rankin.
fucking leave, dude.
Wait.
All right, one more time, one more meme, and I'm out. Just let you guys know.
Despite his threats to leave, he found himself unable for some time.
I'm getting the surgery.
Yeah.
I'm getting the fucking surgery, dude. I'm getting it.
Okay, buddy. Yeah, alright, I'm sure.
Okay.
You're Liquid Richard?
You can go. All right, I'm out. By the way, whoever just did that, I'm out. I'm getting.
Then leave, dude. Fucking leave, man. Come on, bro. Oh.
I'm getting the fucking surgery, dude.
Brother. Time to go, man.
I'm 460 pounds. I'm 460 pounds. My grandma can't take care of me the rest of her life, and she's I don't know how much longer she's.
Are you
gonna
living
live.
at your grandma's
So, like,
place?
if I don't get
Actually,
the surgery,
I think they talked about that when I
there's nobody there for
wasn't
me
paying
in
attention.
life. So if I get bedridden, guess what? I'm pretty much fucked. So I have to get the surgery. There is nothing to do with.
You don't. I don't know.
You see how you act, dude? Like seriously.
You're a little kid. Shut the fuck up.
Little kid, you just went.
Alright, look here. Look, listen.
What do we want to do with the rest of our stream, by the way?
Here's what I'm most
We
likely.
want to play like Among Us on
I'm
VR
most
chat
likely gonna-
and try
I'm most
inscription
likely
again,
just gonna
perhaps.
quit and you're gonna lose your toy.
Could go either way with it.
You're gonna.
How about that guy?
You know why I won't? You know I haven't quit yet. Why don't I have the balls to quit? I have enough money to pay my house off and the.
Where's this
surgery
train
and
at,
do
dude?
Everything I need to do.
You fucking cry on stream for money.
Ugh.
You don't have the balls.
I haven't cried on stream for money
Fuck.
in a long time.
Oh no!
Listen, shut up. Let me speak a fucking sentence.
Oh no! That's not good.
It doesn't matter. Here's the thing. The only reason I let me talk. Mute them.
How about you? You got the controls.
The Painkiller Already subreddit would also be used as a place for those interested in Jordy to congregate, occasionally criticizing him and pointing out inconsistencies in some of his claims. For
Right.
example, on May 28th, someone with particular interest in him created a long Reddit post in which they detailed why they believed he had lied about scheduling his surgery in Mexico. Of note was the fact that this person had tested Jordy's honesty by applying for bariatric surgery at the same location. Where Jordy had claimed that it took some time to be scheduled, this person claimed that, in his experience, the clinic offered to schedule the surgery as soon as he paid the $500 deposit.
Damn.
Jordy would discuss this mounting scrutiny during his streams.
Not to mention, I'm scared to fucking death of the surgery.
Well, that's still lying though, then, dude.
Nobody, because if I talk about anything, on everything, there's a video made about it, and there's 20,000 people laughing at me, or there's a podcast with 100,000 viewers.
Fucking train coming,
making
man.
fun of me, calling me a fucking idiot. What is there? It's like, seriously.
Oh,
what
here
is
it comes. I can see it on my fucking compass right now.
What do I do this for a privilege
It's
for?
coming.
Like, seriously. About a privilege to fucking sleep all goddamn day? Play the same fucking games over and over and over again?
True.
Like shit to realize nobody's ever gonna fucking love me? Like, what
Oh,
is the privilege
brother.
that I fucking get? No, I don't got any friends, dude. I spend my entire life
Here
sitting
it
in this
comes.
fucking room.
By this
All right.
point, he also had begun taking his Lexapro despite his initial reservations.
It didn't stop at this fucking train station at all.
This is coming through Lexapro. Because I'm always stressed out. Like y'all motherfuckers give me so much anxiety. Anxiety meds aren't even working for me right now.
Oh.
I'm a
Come on.
fat dude. I'm going to cheat. It's going to happen. One of the reasons I'm
Did I not save the timetable?
is I'm trying to buy
I didn't save it. Oh my god.
I'm trying to fuck myself up so badly.
I think Rotterdam comes before Boras. Save changes.
I cheat.
Okay. It's fixed now.
And I'm gonna throw up, and my body will reject food.
It didn't even stop at Boras.
Force myself to learn a new way.
Hello?
Soon after this stream, he would take to the Reddit thread and admit that the
Is that because the car's already full, probably?
had indeed not yet paid the deposit
Damn.
due to nervousness over
Okay.
the procedure.
Well.
On June 16th, the members of the Painkiller Already podcast were discussing the likelihood of Jordy actually scheduling and receiving the surgery.
So, wing surgery is
Let's tell you what.
I may lose $5. I'm starting to think that he's telling the truth on this.
Yeah, get ready to dole that out. I would like it in doubloons.
Doubloons.
He breaks out the
Funny.
happy pills, and so I don't watch his streams very much. But the highlight videos. I swear, I haven't even subscribed to any of the highlight video channels.
Okay,
but
these
because I
used to be
watch them all,
making
YouTube knows that
the specialty stuff that we needed, but now I don't need that anymore, so this should just fucking stop right now. This thing's committed to them.
On June 28th, 2018, Jordy posted pictures of himself in a hospital gown to his Twitter feed, and soon he was back in his mother's modular
These adaptive,
home. He had opted
heavy
for a surgery
frames or
called a
whatever the fuck.
vertical sleeve gastrectomy, in which approximately 90% of the stomach is removed.
90%?
He began to question his decision.
I wanted my life to be so much different after the surgery.
Oh my
It's not
God.
really. It's not. Like, I just text just like 20 minutes ago and canceled the plans I had for today because I'm gonna have to stream again today to try to keep my subs up. And you know, like, I'm stuck in the same routine again where it's like I'm fucking here. And like right now, like I'm so sick of sitting in chairs. That's the reason I bought this chair today on a whim. Like I'm so sick of like my body hurting for sitting in chairs because I'm so big. And like I want to lose weight faster than I'm losing weight right now. And I'm not doing everything I could be doing to help.
Yeah, these things are all stupid.
He continued to stream, and in part due to his new antidepressants, he had stopped reacting with such explosive anger as he once had, though he still would often read troll donations aloud before realizing what they were, or simply out of exasperation. It's also possible that he recognized how much of his income was coming from these troll donations, and he wanted to encourage them to a certain degree.
Hell yeah.
Art of Redemption, draw me like one of your banquet meals, you sexy man. I want to get coomed on? Oh. How many words do you have left to you? I don't have HIV, man. Hey, Carbine PPSH. Wow, you're really fat. That's cool. let's do the donation rundown. Trailer Park Redemption donated one. I can respect that one. What? The guy goes, I donate, but since I'm in Great Britain, it's in pounds, and you obviously don't need no more of those.
Yeah, pretty funny, I guess.
I know you're a lazy fucking bum who doesn't want to work because I'm also 406 pounds, yet I still work 60 hours a week doing manual labor. Get a job, you parasite.
However, while few developments were occurring post-surgery for Jordy, the community around him would begin experiencing significant upheavals, some of which were revealed publicly. In early 2019, a man named Joshua Moon, best known as Noel, the owner and operator of the Kiwi Farms, hosted a stream in which he discussed the history of Jordy. The most surprising part of his stream wasn't the section about Jordy himself, but rather the troll community that had built around him.
Alien
And
Power
my
Matrix.
rabbit hole into this world started with asking a question. Who is Lean? And the answer I got to that question was... Lol, you mad, bro?
Oh,
Mad, bro.
rifle.
Mad.
Did I ever make a rifle for myself?
Piss. Piss.
I don't think so.
Piss. Sis. Lamau.
Did I not unlock it?
Lol, piss.
Where is it? I feel like I've seen it. Right here.
My friends, is the fucking moment I
Oh.
decided,
So I need to
holy shit,
do some stupid
these
shit right
white
here.
people are fucking crazy. These people are fucking nuts. This is not just some random fucking faggot from their Discord. This is a trusted user. There's like 12 of these people. It's a Discord with like 1,000 motherfuckers.
Yeah.
And this motherfucker.
So I need to make
was
this
at the
explosive
tippy
powder
top.
shit.
He's
But I don't
up
need
there
like
in
that
the
much
upper
of it.
echelon
But I still
of
need
the
enough of
troll.
it to at least
This
build
shit,
this powder.
I went in there asking people about Lean. A couple days after I spoke to Lean, people are like, well, you know, he started to monetize his videos. I'm like, oh, is that it? And they're like, no, he makes him look positive in his videos. Well, fucking goddamn, that sounds awful. Let's look at this. Let's look at one of these DS positive videos that Lean put out on Wings of Redemption.
It's fucking stupid. Like, all their fucking effort, they still couldn't stop me from going 40 and 10. After all their fucking effort, they still couldn't do it.
And this is what pisses them off.
We're not getting anything accomplished right now.
Trolled the fuck out, but still ends up 40 to 10 with
We need to make more of these heavy
very,
frames
very
things. There's no reason we can't. Why am I being so inefficient right now? I've got a headache, but I'm really dropping the ball right now. I'm not getting anything done.
Soon
It's really kind of
afterwards, word
disappointing.
goes that apparently Lean claimed to a troll server that he had hired people to gather the personal information of everyone present in it. After trying to talk to the people in the troll server, Noel was banned, and the owners completely purged the chat logs of the entire channel in order to prevent Joshua from gathering information and taking screenshots of the conversation. But this wasn't the only piece of infighting that was occurring. Some months later, on July 3rd, the Wings of Redemption subreddit's Discord server was, quote, given a holy cleansing. One of the moderators of the subreddit wrote that, quote, the server has fallen down a manhole of noxious biohazard shit, and it all started with road banning
Jesus
users
Christ.
for having different political opinions in favor of keeping user SodaSweet as a mod, who was a guy with children that was sending and receiving nudes from another user by the name of 3PM, who was another bloke that enjoyed cross-dressing and posing as a female. End quote.
What?
Went on to describe
What the
arguments
fuck?
and fights that members would have there, specifically attacking the head admin on the server. As the troll community fought among itself, Jordy continued his habit of Twitch streaming, maintaining a view count between 300 and 700 consistently,
That's not bad.
with irregular donations. But so far, very little has changed. While he has visibly lost weight as a result of his surgery, he has stated that he is still over 300 pounds, much heavier than he should have been a year after his surgery. He continues to state that he
Yeah,
wants
but
to
you're making
stop
progress on
making
it,
gaming
dude. You
content
got it.
online,
Come
but
on.
he can't
It's
convince
alright.
himself to leave the reliable money. And so,
It's alright.
he continues
It's
to
alright.
make troll donations and ban accounts from his stream chat, only for the trolls to replace them with new accounts shortly afterward. Many speculate that Jordy may only stop streaming on Twitch when people stop donating money, but the amount he receives
True.
only seems to be increasing with time as people pay to send him messages in order to harass him. Jordy Jordan now stands as an
Yeah.
example of what happens when someone without the proper mental fortitude, flexibility, or attitude is suddenly given fame in a niche area, and when someone's poor
Yeah.
social habits alienate them from any kind of support network, whether in the form of their contemporaries or their viewer base. He
Yeah.
also shows what can happen to those who feel themselves incapable of making any sort of significant change in
Can I
their lives,
reconstruct my
and the
hub up
fates
here,
to which they may consign
by the way?
themselves.
That's the whole video, dude? Oh my god.
Hello, Jordy. Hello. How are you? How did you do it?
I restarted Discord. I closed the tab and I reopened it.
Okay. My stream was also they were calling me a boomer who didn't understand technology.
I did the basic stuff. You know, like if it doesn't work, just turn it on and off.
Yeah.
So what's new, brother?
Nothing really new.
Hmm. Wait. I know this song. Where have I heard that before? Oh.
Of the internet's content creators, there are few so controversial as Philip Burnell, better known online as Darkside Phil, styled with a Y. He sports a respectable number of subscribers, over 180,000, but the more notable figure is his number of uploads and their frequency. Since 2008, he has uploaded tens of thousands of videos, usually 10 to 20 minutes long, and he still uploads more than a dozen daily. This is in addition to another channel where he uploads video logs, or vlogs, where he talks about
Yeah, this is the music that plays when you're playing Prison Escape on VR chat, actually.
On his Patreon page, he makes over $1,000 every month from nearly 200 different patrons.
Damn.
Searching for him on YouTube, however,
Sick,
brings
dude.
up far more
Good job.
than just his own
Congrats.
videos.
Nice.
There are numerous clips
Yeah, where'd he get there?
of his gameplay constructed to mock and tease him, while others offer commentary on what has gone wrong with his channel, implying that he
Let me
once
sync
had a
these,
loyal and raptured fan base. He often
weird
is cited
ball
by other
things.
content creators as a negative example, though their reasons for doing so often remain vague.
It's like, that's the fucking dark side Phil style of doing things. Blame everybody that isn't you, and people watch to watch you rage. Like, do you want to be the fucking court jester? No, you don't.
So who is he, and how did he gain the ire of so many?
Yeah, I guess I don't know anything about him. Tell me. So curious. I am gonna run out of
Philip Burnell
fuel
entered
here
the gaming
soon.
community in the early 2000s as a fighting game competitor, though he would commonly compete in
I
local
still have
tournaments.
a fair amount of solid biofuel just floating around, but
Philip himself claims that this nickname was earned due to the unpopular opinions he touts and because he uses the hatred against him as a motivator, but other tournament goers tell a different tale. They claim that he
We'll run
received
out.
this nickname because of his bouts of rage, argumentative disposition, and poor conduct.
DSP, stop recording. No one gives a shit. Play. You can't hold up a tournament.
Where am I playing? You still haven't told me. Jesus Christ, man. Treat you like you're a Want me to run the fucking tournament for you?
According to himself, he had poured all of his
oh my
available
god.
time
What is
and
this?
funds during this period
Oh my god, look at all this shit!
in a game called Super Street Fighter 2
Holy fuck!
traveling all across the East Coast to
These are just mantle crates?
In 2005,
Oh my
Phil
god,
decided
it's
that he would
huge.
take out thousands of dollars
I
in
don't really care about anything that's in there, but
the Evolution Championship Series, better known as EVO, an event where numerous tournaments for different
my
fighting
stomach's
games
doing backflips. I don't know if we're gonna make it to 8 hours, boys.
largest of its kind.
I don't think it's gonna
There,
happen.
He would enter the tournament for Super Street Fighter 2 Turbo, where he would take 4th place underneath 3 Japanese players. Latching onto this accomplishment, he quickly proclaimed himself the best Super Street Fighter 2 Turbo player in America, since no other American players had placed above him. But other players in the community
I'm gonna try and
were
eat some
unimpressed.
food. Give me like 5 minutes, okay? I'll be
Version of
back.
the game ported from the
I'm
arcade.
gonna pause the video as well. I promise 5 minutes or less. I'm back. Oh, hey, Cool Neb. I was just making some food. My day's been slow, but okay. Kind of sitting through a bit of a migraine right now, which is not fun, obviously. Possibly expecting company later today, so I do need to go and just tidy up the house a little bit at some point. But it's like pretty much okay right now. I just need to mop and like clean off my counters. So, you know, plus that company might not actually even come, so not too worried about it. We're on to phase 4, as you can see, which looks spicy. You still don't even like really know what it is that I'm gonna need because I don't have the research unlocked, but it's making me want to like tear down everything that I've built so far and to like redo it properly because we're like there's a lot of things that we're like overproducing, there's a lot of things that we're like underproducing, blah 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 blah. You know, we did a lot of setting up for the shit we needed on phase 3, which we no longer need, apparently, maybe. So we're gonna maintain our current disposition of just tackling the problem that's directly in front of us and worrying about the fucking logistics later. You know what I mean? Okay. Rubber, motors, heavy frames, computers. Right now, what I'm really thinking about doing is setting up some more auto production for these heavy frames. Yeah. Our computer output's like okay right now, but it's not great. Our heavy frame production's like pretty lax. The hover pack, hell yeah, that sounds sick.
The opportunity
Oh,
to watch
whoops.
a live streamed session of Cards Against Humanity or downloaded. Knowledge of these sites spread by word of mouth unlikely.
We're also watching a lot of Down the Rabbit Hole.
Like eulogies, and from them it is clear that his reputation has turned from that of an amusing reviewer to a mentally
What the fuck is this? We're watching a thing about Darkside Phil. The fuck up. Which is a name that I've heard before, but I don't know anything about. Bunch of motors, bunch of rubber.
Internet's content creators, there are few
Oh, that sounds sick.
as Philip Burnell, better known
Yeah, I've actually been getting a little bit annoyed at having to constantly refresh my solid biofuel for the jetpack because as I've gotten more and more used to having it, I just kind of use it like whenever the fuck. It's not very efficient.
Tens of thousands of videos, usually 10 to 20 minutes
Like that,
long, and
you
he
know.
still uploads more than a dozen
Motors
daily.
and rubber.
This is in
Well,
addition
hey.
to another channel where he uploads video logs or vlogs where he talks about himself and what he's doing, typically for over an hour at a time. On his Patreon page, he makes over $1,000 every month from nearly 200 different patrons. Searching for him on YouTube, however, brings up far more than
How many heavy frames are you making? I think I've only got 2 manufactories making them. But I have plenty of supplies to like start producing more. So I should get into that.
Implying that he once had a loyal and enraptured fan base. He often is cited by other content creators as a
So it seems like I'm using him quite a bit.
reasons for doing so often remain vague.
I just had
That's
to...
the fucking dark side Phil style of doing things. Blame everybody that isn't you, and people watch to watch you rage. Like, do you want to be the fucking court jester? No, you don't.
So who is he, and how
Milestone
did he gain
reached.
the ire of so
Bauxite
many?
is refined into aluminum products via a multi-step
Oh, 10 a minute?
process. Considering your past achievements, you should have the minimum required
Philip
skill to
Burnell
overcome
entered the
these
gaming
new production
community in the early
challenges.
2000s
If
as
it
a fighting
helps,
game
many
competitor,
others have done this
though he would
before,
commonly
so if you
compete in
fail,
local
someone
tournaments,
else will
he struggled
eventually
I
to
believe I'm
succeed
set
in
up to
earning
make a lot more than 10
title
per
of
minute.
King of
I just need to actually do it.
himself claims that this nickname was earned due to the
Because I have like separate factories everywhere making the parts needed.
the hatred against him as a motivator, but other tournament goers tell a
But maybe
different
not.
tale. They claim that he received this
If anything's gonna bottleneck me, I think it might be the modular frames,
disposition and
or whatever they're called.
conduct.
DSP, stop recording. No one gives a shit. Play. You can't hold up a tournament.
Where am I playing? You still haven't told me.
Where are the heavy steel beams at? Hang on. I can foresee a problem here.
According to himself, he had poured all of his available time and funds during this period into practicing and competing.
Yeah, I kind of see that.
Super Street
Or I have
Fighter
seen that.
Turbo, traveling all across the East Coast to attend tournaments.
Where are all my
In
heavy steel
2005,
beams?
Philip decided that he would take out thousands of dollars in credit card loans to attend the
Apparently they're down
Evolution
here.
Championship Series, better known as EVO, an event where
Which is
numerous
weird because it
tournaments
looks like they
for
should
different
be...
fighting games would take place.
Oh, this
By
is like the
far,
final
it was the
resting place
largest
on my
of its
shit.
kind. There, he would enter the tournament for Super Street Fighter
I
2
see.
Turbo, where he would take 4th place underneath 3 Japanese players.
Hang on.
Latching onto this accomplishment,
Here's what we're gonna do.
he claimed himself the best Super Street Fighter 2 Turbo player in America, since no other American players had placed above him. But other players in the community were unimpressed. This particular tournament used a special version of the game ported from the
Fuck.
arcades onto the PlayStation game console, and this port was widely considered to be far less balanced and vastly inferior for numerous reasons, including unresponsive controls and extremely problematic bugs. As such, many top-level competitors boycotted the tournament. One other competitor, Alex Valle, had declared that he was going to enter the tournament not out of a competitive spirit, but to gatekeep other competitors who he felt didn't deserve the prize money or prestige that he was forced to cancel at the last minute.
Looks like we might need more of these encased industrial beams.
The game and the event itself, Philip's pride was inflated.
It's not
by
super
taking 4th place, and
super
he began
surprising,
touting his superiority
given how often I've been
online
using
and
it to
in
make
interviews
level
after
4 belts unnecessarily.
People that got top 8 at Evolution to make excuses because it's on console, it's ridiculous. And it's unacceptable.
For 2 more years, he would compete in
Okay.
tournaments, but he never found success like he had.
I will say that I don't know if it's because of my mood tonight or the migraine or whatever, but yeah, I started to feel for the first time the that overwhelming sensation of like shit just being like a little bit too much.
Idiot named DSP, who's a total piece of shit, by the way. I like to get that on YouTube, but this
I
guy
got it.
thought he was hot shit because he beat me and Choi in a game that was like, it's like fucking Neo Geo conversion of Street Fighter or some crap, dude. and he was so proud that he put under his signature, he's the #1 U.S. ranked Super Turbo player that year. But I mean, look at him now. I mean, he just...
With his controversy fading, he too faded from the competitive scene.
Okay. I'm gonna finish this ramen, dude. I had to take a bunch of Excedrin, it's making me kind of caffeine jittery, so I need to get
2005 also had
some food in my stomach too, so I don't like
creation, and in
throw up.
2007, just 2 years later, people began uploading videos of themselves playing.
Might be hard to do the full
games,
8 hours
often
today.
adding their own commentary over their gameplay, a practice borrowed from internet forums. They also borrowed the name, Let's Plays. Discovering this medium, Philip began posting his own videos onto YouTube by pointing a video camera at his television screen, then uploading the files onto YouTube on a channel under his typical pseudonym, Darkside Phil, in all undercase.
Alright. Obviously, he's a pretty bad driver, but apparently they're all drunk. Because no one's shooting at.
Side note, during this time, there were 2 acceptable practices for recording gameplay footage for a Let's Play. The first was to use what's called a capture card, a device that allows video and audio to be recorded directly onto a computer from a video game console. A similar process could be done with a camcorder. The second was to simply point a camera at the screen and use the built-in microphone to capture voice and gameplay. Of these options, the former was far preferable, but viewing choices at the time were limited, and so some Let's Plays used the latter method and found some success.
Expensive and complicated. Well, I don't know. Maybe not that expensive or complicated, but
though he was admittedly terrible at many of the games he played, he often would play this off in a way that his viewers enjoyed, with off-color humor and a cocky personality. These viewers would often cite his authentic reaction
let's
as a
go.
reason for enjoying his content.
I'm going to need
Considered his laugh grating,
more of these beams.
and dull.
I've seen the train car come in. It is not bringing me a lot of these fucking things. The good news is,
Some of his videos
I don't think it's gonna be that fucking hard
a very high number,
to
especially
make more of
at
these.
that time, and he would regularly
I do
appear
not have an
on
alternative recipe for beans.
footage of new
At
games.
least not in there.
On September 9th, 2009, he also created a blog channel, which he called The King of Hate HD in all
Still no.
capital letters. This channel also began
Well, I've got
collecting
limestone
considerable
everywhere.
views on a
I actually
small
had a
number of
steel
his
plant that I
videos.
partially broke down.
Philip's pattern for video
I think I
production
might
was
just
mostly
convert that
consistent.
directly
He
into,
would play games in blocks of several hours, recording
what do you call it?
playing sessions
Encased
by
industrial
placing the
beams.
camera on a coffee table near the screen. Once he was finished playing, he would chop up the videos into approximately 10-minute segments and upload
That's what I'm gonna
each
go
of those
do
segments
right
onto
now.
his gaming channel individually. In April of 2010, Philip began to experience the first signs of trouble. Apparently, Ubisoft had seen some of Philip's gameplay footage of Splinter Cell Conviction and complained to the YouTube
Oh,
administrators,
I had to blow my
who
nose.
promptly shut down his channel out of fear of litigation. YouTube then contacted
Ramen
Ubisoft
spicy
to
as
verify
hell.
the concern, but Ubisoft stated that they had made no such claim. In fact, it had
Oh,
been an anonymous
severe nosebleed. Be right back.
false account in an attempt to shut down Philip's YouTube channel, at least for a time. Why they wanted this is uncertain, but the channel was reinstated shortly after. As time went on, Philip uploaded more and more videos.
Okay, I'm still here,
He was
but
reliably uploading
I'm
over a dozen
currently
videos
performing
a day.
triage on myself,
Near the end of that year, he was laid off from his job, and so
which
he established
basically
a
just
Google
amounts to
AdSense
ripping up a bit of
account to
Kleenex
start
and
monetizing
stuffing
his
it into my
videos.
nostril.
AdSense is the system that Google uses to distribute advertisements and pay content creators.
Really
for
trying to
videos
nail
so
that
other
nerdy
platforms
nasally
when it
tone
interacts with
for the remainder
ad
of this
or the video itself. Along with
next
this,
like
he
30 minutes of my
started a
stream or
new
whatever.
series on his blog channel in October of that year called
Proceed.
DSP Tries It, where he would review food items and occasionally video game peripherals. These videos would also be monetized under his AdSense account.
A lot of concrete here I'm not doing anything with. Oh my god, smacking. Oh, Jesus Christ, dude.
But Philip would not have this revenue stream for long. Once his AdSense account was approved, he began requesting
Yeah,
that his viewers
a lot of like
interact with
bonus
his videos
extra
more,
limestone
along with
here.
requiring that viewers should click on ads in an effort to increase his revenue. What he wasn't aware of was that asking viewers to click on ads was disallowed in the contract for AdSense.
Really?
So his account was banned, meaning that he
Oh, no warning? Just banned him? Fuck.
for any of his videos on any of his channels. Creating multiple AdSense accounts is disallowed by the service, meaning that Philip could not monetize his videos.
Damn.
Unemployed and without
Get
income
fucked.
from YouTube, Philip began uploading his videos to Blip.tv, a competing video hosting service. to
Where's the
receive
train
a
right now?
lucrative partnership offer. Only a few months after he began using Blip,
Apparently,
he was banned from the
it's pretty
site
far
for
from
making
here.
numerous
So we have time to get up this
shows.
production.
This is what happens when you let the Jews do whatever they want.
Oh my god.
Let the Jews overrun space, and now look at this.
Oh my god. Can't. Brother, you can't. Okay.
Give me your money. You hoarded it for far too long. Why are you carrying your balls next to you?
Oh my.
Stupid moron.
Brother.
You big-nosed freak.
Jesus Christ, man. Ha 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 ha.
And AdSense and
Yeah.
employment opportunities, Philip was suddenly in deep
Whoops.
financial trouble going into 2011. In March,
Oh,
Philip was
brother.
approached by Machinima Incorporated, a company that contracts content creators chiefly for gaming videos to become a managed partner. By allowing Machinima to place advertisements on his videos under their AdSense account rather than his, he could continue making money through videos on YouTube as a full-time career.
Okay, so I created 2 new channels on YouTube. The first channel is called DSP Gaming.
I think these are producing at 120 per minute. So, I had coal here earlier. I was making steel here earlier. And then I just stopped because I was needing to make so much cable. Let's see how pure this coal is.
And as long as this works out over the next course of this year, it may be something I can do in the long term, which is excellent. So,
Despite Philip's optimism, things would not stay so simple.
Tier 1
Over the
miner,
course of
pure.
2011,
Okay.
Philip would find more and more viewers, but many of his older fans would begin to sour towards him. By this point, many other Let's Players had joined the scene, uploading their own gameplay with capture cards and screen capture applications. Compared to Philip's camera method, these other recording styles provided far higher quality of both video and audio. But even the hardcore fans who were used to his camera recording method were finding frustration with his attitude. Though it's difficult to gauge a precise widespread response, many commenters would complain about his inflated ego and his habit of blaming the game rather than himself an inordinate amount. When competing with others in online games, he would always degrade his opponent. If he won, he would profess his opponent's lack of skill, and if he lost, he would accuse the opponent of illegitimate tactics, or he would complain of faulty controls.
That's called cheating, and that's what everyone does online, which is why you shouldn't fucking play online. You keep asking for me to do it, so I gotta do what my fans want, so hope you enjoyed this real shit-fest session I had tonight.
This last complaint may have merit, as his temper would often manifest as abuse of his equipment.
This is fucking bullshit!
Well, that's a great idea, actually.
Move, asshole!
Philip would also become
Yeah, I like that idea. Thank you for that.
For example, when game reviewer Mitch Dyer posted a review for IGN with which he
Yeah, because God knows I have plenty of fucking awesome tickets.
After the argument, Philip posted a vlog onto his King of Hate HD YouTube channel attacking him further.
And he just got all offended that, like, I told him that I work full-time on YouTube. Like, okay, jealous much? That's what I used to do, jealous much? But anyway...
He also would attack other YouTubers,
Actually, hang on.
notably PewDiePie, iJustine, and Tobuscus, each for
Tobuscus?
While his former fans
Didn't that poor guy die of cancer or something?
Philip's detractors would
I mean, surely he didn't know at the time I was going to work out like that. But, you know, what the fuck, man?
in light of these problems, Philip's viewership
There's a lesson to be learned there. You never fucking know, dude.
slipping. Between November of 2011 and April of 2012, he would drop from nearly 13.5 million monthly views to 5.3 million.
Ooh.
Over 60%, after which his viewership
Surprised he was so big in the first place, honestly.
for the rest of the year. Things got even worse for him after Machinima
I
renegotiated
put the
his
Founders,
contract
right?
later in the year, reducing his pay.
Ooh.
Why this occurred is uncertain, but there is speculation that it was because of his diminishing viewership and the belief that it would continue to decrease. Philip, in large part, believed his viewership
Oh, I
issues to be
I can combine iron,
but rather because of changes that were
ingots,
occurring in
and
the
coal
back end of
instead,
YouTube. He argued that YouTube was changing to
in order to get
accommodate
even
viral
more
content while
juice.
simultaneously hurting who he called
What am I doing this
little
for?
guys.
Encased
His
iron?
content was being deprioritized.
It's not like it's a big deal for me to,
Prioritization
you know,
was
just smelt the
reflected in
iron.
his decreasing viewership. Many of his fans
I would need
and
6
all
of these
his
then.
detractors, however, were unconvinced that this was the only problem, if it even was
That's
one.
fine.
Many
I'm okay
indicted
with
him for
this.
his inflexibility,
2,
an argument
3,
bolstered by his adamant
4,
refusal to alter his content production or
5.
release methods. Sometime over the course of 2011,
6.
Philip had started dating a woman named Liana Hongen, known better by the pseudonym Panda Lee. While Philip's fanbase seemed generally happy that he was now in a relationship, there was a subset who weren't so enthused. Many were shocked to learn that Liana was 11 years Philip's junior, and that they had started dating just after she had turned 18, but most were more concerned about Liana's aggressive tone during cooperative gameplay.
What do you mean? 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh. These are 30 each, right? So I need 8. Could turn these around. More likely I'll just filter it around.
2011 also marked other strange
let's see.
behaviors from Philip. For example, for his DSP Tries It series, he took video of himself showering with an Axe body scrubber.
God damn it. Stupid ass.
But even compared to all of this, his worst trouble was yet to come. Trouble that would arise from an unexpected place. His own fanbase.
Oh no! Bill, don't do it!
In 2012, one of Philip's fans going by the name Evil AJ 2010 was blocked from commenting on Philip's videos when he mentioned his belief that Panda Lee was the cause of Philip's change of attitude and, therefore, loss of viewers. Incensed by his banning, Evil AJ published a montage of Philip's gameplay footage of Metal Gear Solid 2 Sons of Liberty in early 2013, entitling it, "This is how you don't play MGS2. Throughout the nearly hour-long montage, he peppered in comments from viewers frustrated with how poorly Philip was playing, especially noting how he was ignoring important mechanics as a direct response to Philip's claim that viewers were extremely positive to the playthrough. This video showcased some of the worst of his play, where he would often blame the controls or game design for his poor performance. When exactly this video went online and its precise viewership have been lost, but some sources claim that it quickly garnered over 1 million views. One of Philip's tweets, apparently criticizing the video for stealing his footage, predates the upload that currently exists. These imply that the original was somehow taken down, possibly by Philip, and then later re-uploaded by Evil AJ on February 15th, 2013. Whatever the exact case may be, this video quickly sparked a series of similar montages, each with the title prefix, "This is how you don't play," showcasing Philip's worst moments. These videos would range in length from 10 minutes to over 2 hours. In order, these montages would overtake Philip's own video content, researching for his channel due to his popularity, pushing his own content farther down the search results. Philip, enraged by this, set about attempting to remove these videos from YouTube. In a misunderstanding of fair use law, he claimed that these videos were violating his copyright, and argued that, while his videos were transformative since he was playing a game,
Probably just
other
turn these
videos were
sideways.
stealing his content by using his video footage. And so, he went about systematically flagging the videos for YouTube's review. Despite his efforts, these videos would stay online and continue to multiply as the months dragged on.
Ew, no!
Another series parodying the DSP Tries It videos would gain popularity, criticizing different aspects of his failures or his character, especially his ego. For example,
I do
one
have a
user
couple of hard drives I scanned and recycled, but I didn't like any of the shit on them. I could be wrong about it, but...
are his ingredients to create it.
They're $60. I paid them their fee to utilize the ingredients to make my work of art.
Make my work of art? Oh, fuck, Phil.
Though he was gaining newfound notoriety, it wasn't enough to change the downward trend of his viewership. As more and more of these videos proliferated, public opinion against Philip worsened, as did his viewer count, and more internet denizens became aware of his existence through a negative paradigm. Even switching over from using a video camera to direct capture couldn't staunch the leaking viewership. To make matters worse, Machinima had again cut his pay in early 2018, increasing Philip's financial strain. However, with his AdSense account disabled indefinitely and his public image souring, Philip had little recourse. To supplement his income, he began streaming on a new platform called Twitch, which offered an online venue for gamers to play games and interact with fans live. But even here, he couldn't escape trouble. He became known for banning and censoring people with negative comments, as well as berating and insulting his viewers.
Some people just aren't as intelligent. I don't even know what else to say. You're in my shit right now.
Yeah, you're all stupid, Gumbo. Got him. True.
Egregious to his fan base was when his girlfriend, Leanna, derided the game Kingdom Hearts 2 in the chat section while Philip was playing it. And when the chat devolved into argumentation, Philip locked the chat so that only subscribers could talk. The bad reputation from Philip had suddenly spilled over on
Also, what the fuck are these foundries doing here?
Fuck all of you who are acting immature. This is what you get now. We're putting it into sub-only mode. You fucking idiots.
Yeah!
Fucking game. It's hard to concentrate when a bunch of little immature.
Philip continued to quietly make videos and stream through 2013.
Yeah!
His viewership hemorrhaged and his detractors uploaded more and more "This is how you don't play" and parody DSP Tries It videos. In 2014 saw major changes for Philip. Taking out more loans, he purchased a new condominium, this one in Seattle, Washington, bringing Leanna to live with him. He believed that a new location would provide him with the motivation and energy to surge back into popularity, but this living situation proved problematic. Leanna was
we are now
had
making
no higher education, meaning Philip had to provide for both of them with his
240
job.
steel per minute, which is actually kind of crazy.
Later in the year, after a dispute with Twitch admins. At the time, Twitch's servers were unable to handle too much bandwidth, and so when Philip was streaming and calling that the servers were unable to handle
18. Oh, dude, I don't have enough fucking concrete for sure, by the way.
Philip, annoyed, asked why other streamers could stream at higher bit
We could do this on site, though, because we have all of our concrete is going towards the production area.
Unwilling to accept the drop in quality, he began streaming on YouTube.
So we can just,
Platform, but
make all of our steel beams here, yeah, and then put that on the fucking train.
On January 10th, 2015, prospects were looking better for Philip when he created a Patreon page for himself. In the first month, he made over $1,300 from 134
Just throw that shit on the train.
shore up his lost income, but this upturn in Philip's fortunes would not last. On June 24th, 5 months after the launch of his Patreon,
That gives me an
Philip was
idea too.
swatted while he was streaming. The term swatted refers to the questionable online practice that had been
Questionable? It's fucking deplorable. What are you talking about?
a person calling in an
Anyway.
anonymous tip to the police in the area that there is some serious situation at a streamer's location, such as a hostage, thus instigating a response from a SWAT team who would go to the person's house.
Oh, we could just make iron pipes. Well, I'm not trying to make beams. 60 per minute of the ingots. Oh! Well, I'm only gonna need like 4 constructors then. Actually.
Quickly and peacefully, however,
Oh.
with the officers bantering to each other that the incident was, quote, gamership, but it was only the beginning in an uptick of negative behavior targeting Philip. On June 26th, just 2 days after the swatting attack, Philip's stream was struck again, this time with a dedicated denial of service attack, better known as a DDoS. The function of such an attack is to overwhelm a person's internet modem, temporarily shutting off internet access. But the
Not good when you're
blow
streaming.
by far was against his videos in general. A small number of people began flagging some of Philip's videos, claiming that the fan art in the videos was utilized without the permission of the artist.
Oh,
If he were
shit.
to receive a third strike on either account, the respective account would be taken offline temporarily, cutting him off from one of his few precious sources of revenue. At the recommendation of Machinima, Philip set all of his videos that used fan art as private, thus removing them from public accessibility.
Well, was he actually doing that? Or are people just fucking with them?
Search algorithms considered the views on these videos to be lost. Socialblade.com's
Damn.
public drafts show that, according to YouTube's algorithms, Philip net lost 1.37 million views on his channel.
Woo! Fuck, Phil! You gotta figure that out.
In doing so, his videos were
Stop using fucking fan art then.
search and recommendation functions, further reducing the visibility of his channel. Between July and September of 2015, Philip lost approximately 500,000 monthly views, which constituted 15% of his remaining viewership, a sharp
Damn,
downturn
brother.
from already dwindling revenue. Machinima,
Yeah, he
facing trouble after a number of publicized scandals and seeing Philip's viewership loss, renegotiated his contract again to pay him even less. To shore up his income, he announced yet another channel, this one called KO Gaming, which he launched on January 14th,
Where's the train at?
2016. This channel was created to be a
It's all
repository
up there.
for edited content.
I don't know which one of these platforms to put the steel beams in. Guess we'll just put it on the second to last one.
Some performed well, while others failed to
We'll
break
organize it
10,000
back at the
views even a year
back at
later.
the station, dude.
Philip began showing strange patterns in his Patreon rewards during 2015 as well. Most notably, he had asked for a significant amount of money to produce a reboot of an old, cheaply produced show he had created with some friends about 4 years prior called Project 7. However, after collecting the money, he stated that he would have to postpone the filming of the show indefinitely to concentrate on his regular content. He also made promises for other videos with high monetary goals on Patreon. For example, his patrons voted for him to make a best
Oh,
and
shit.
worst moments
No.
montage of his playthrough of Alan Wake, which was to be released that September. However, after the first part received weak viewership, he decided against fulfilling that obligation. He also made a goal for 4 extra Minecraft sessions, but he neglected that obligation as well. only
No,
one
Phil!
session for similar reasons of low viewership. Though these failures attracted considerable negative attention, this was nothing compared to what was about to occur.
Okay, what's your production rate, by the way? 15 per minute? So we can just do a tier 1 belt all the way down here.
On May 1st, 2016, while preparing for a live stream, Philip accidentally streamed himself masturbating.
Oh, shit!
As it only captured his chest and face, what he was doing was clear. At first, he attempted to cover it up.
Oh, Phil!
On his channel, but the word spread quickly.
No! No!
Show Drama Alert. This public attention actually increased his viewership for a short time, and so he
Oh
changed
my
tactics,
God.
retweeting some of the images made to joke about the incident. Machinima still attempted to control the spread of information
Oh,
by copywriting
fuck.
any videos with the footage footage of
Oh,
Philip's
fuck. Oh, no, Phil. Oh, no.
stagnant subscriber count, a gradual decrease in viewers continued
Damn,
throughout the rest of the
brother.
year. To help salvage his income, he began streaming on Twitch again on November 29th, 2016.
It's kind of funny to me that I'm taking the time to set up all this steel beam production when I have like an excess of beams at the fucking Final Train Depot. Just rotten. Just not doing anything.
The new game releases and the fact that he claimed he was playing well instead of getting
I've been playing for more than 2 hours, but we were juggling the game, trying to see if we get multiplayer working.
So a lot of group of people who like to see me rage and fail haven't been around.
Train's still up
They
there.
watched a couple streams, they're like, fuck, Phil's doing good. What the fuck is this? And they left and never came back. In addition, you know, there haven't really been many other games outside of video.
I think I have a tube here somewhere. Fuck it though.
At long last, on March 2nd,
Oh, there it is.
2017, Machinima removed Philip from their managed partnership program.
Damn.
Since Philip's AdSense account was still banned, he had no way on his own to make money from
Damn.
his YouTube channels. He began to panic. However, within the month, a company named Curse offered Philip another contract, and
Ooh.
his attitude immediately turned again, though some of his thoughts were mixed. On one hand, he was making more money than he had been with his Machinima contract, but on the other, he had lost the protection from automatic content ID claims that Machinima's managed partnership had provided him, meaning that videos of his with copyrighted music or video would have the money earned from them taken away.
Ooh.
Sometime in April, a company by the name of
What are you gonna do, man?
approached Philip with a tempting offer. They told Philip that they could
Okay.
offer him more money
So.
than Curse was currently giving him, and more. They promised that they could give him another managed partnership as well as one other thing. That they
It's a
could
little
find all the
cringe.
parody
Here's what
videos
we're gonna
that had
do.
become so popular and claim them for Philip, placing advertisements on them and funneling that money to him. Tantalized, Philip removed his partnership with Curse and began struggling to enter a new partnership with
This thing is set to
despite being
beams
unable
and
to find
pipes.
any information on them online. After being strung along for some
Um,
time, he realized that he had been
which is
duped.
interesting.
His hobby was a front for another company, Bavaria Media, who currently didn't have the clout with YouTube to offer him a managed partnership or meet any of their other promises. Flustered, Philip returned to Curse, who agreed to take him back one last time in May. For now, Philip's short-term future seems somewhat secure, despite everything that has happened to him.
That's it? That's the whole
He claims to
video?
be making good money from
Fuck.
streaming on Twitch, and his partnership with Curse will be at least enough.
God damn it. I feel like I didn't fucking learn anything. I feel like... What the fuck is the hurdy-gurdy? Show me. Okay, I kind of want to bring all the beams down here. Here's what we're about to do, okay? I'm going to set up a
Over the
pair of
past
smart
few
splitters.
decades, the hurdy-gurdy has gained a limited space in public consciousness. Most people have only heard the term in the Donovan song Hurdy-Gurdy Man. However, the sound of it will
Left
occasionally be
will
discovered by
be
composers who utilize it in order to evoke a rustic,
beams.
pagan, or piratical
Front
ambience,
will
such as
be
in the soundtracks to the show
pipes.
Black Sails and the games The Witcher 3 and Sea of Thieves. However, it usually remains as a curiosity, with its past shrouded in mystery and its mechanics left uncertain. So what exactly is the hurdy-gurdy?
I would love to know.
This is a question I can answer personally, because I play the instrument. This is a modern hurdy-gurdy, minus one key in for repair. This instrument is arranged in the closest thing to a standard that it has. Some have more strings, some have fewer, but nearly all of them worldwide will be built with this basic structure. The most important part of the instrument is here, the wheel, whose axle is turned by the crank on the side. The wheel bows each of the 6 strings which run the full length of the instrument, and each of these strings may be placed on the wheel or removed at any time. There are 3 different kinds of strings. The first are the drone strings, which are tuned in harmony with one another. There are the bass drones, which are on the far side of the instrument and make a deep, throaty sound. There's also an additional drone on the near side, tuned an octave above the lowest bass. The second kind of string is the trompette, which is perhaps the most unique part of the instrument. When the wheel is turned normally, it acts as another drone. but the bridge for the string is not actually attached to the instrument itself. It's only held in place by the tension of the string. When the string is engaged and the wheel is turned hard enough, it buzzes. By rhythmically jerking the wheel forward, the player can create a beat. The third and final kind of strings are the melody strings, which run through this key chest, come out the other side, and wrap around the tuning pegs. But it's in the key chest that the instrument becomes its most complicated. The keys each poke through the top side of the key chest, and attached to each key are wooden or metal tangents, in this case wood, that make contact with the string when the key is pressed. This works like a fretboard on a guitar, except instead of pushing the string to the fret is pushed to the string, and when released, they slide back down and out of the way. Each of these tangents must be tuned manually, which can be arduous. The keys, due to their rudimentary design, also create a percussive clacking sound every time they're played. Nowadays, the melody strings are often tuned to an octave, which produces a very unique sound. Each string has a small bit of raw, long strand cotton wrapped around the point where it meets the wheel, both to protect the string from being eaten away and to soften the sound, which is extremely harsh otherwise. All of this comes together to create a sound often compared to a bagpipe, but distinct from it, like so. This complexity means that half of playing the instrument is in its maintenance. Hurdy-gurdists are universally familiar with its inner workings, and tinkering for the right sound is mandatory. Player Barnaby Walters, in his blog article How to Build a Chian, wrote that, in order to play musically and express themselves, a violin player must spend years perfecting their intonation and bowing technique. In contrast, a hurdy-gurdy player achieves much of their sonic expression and stylistic refinement in the selection, preparation, and setup of an instrument, investing time and technical skills before playing to ensure good sound and function. Modern hurdy-gurdies will often add to this basic design. The most common changes are more strings, in the most extreme cases 11 or more, not including sympathetic strings. Other amenities include capos and remote switches for the drones, as well as unique methods of constructing the wheel to resist temperature and humidity changes. Many modern hurdy-gurdies will also include pickups to create what are often called electric hurdy-gurdies, though they are almost universally electroacoustic instruments. No matter how much gets added or changed, and no matter what body type is applied, this instrument has an unmistakably antiquated visage. It looks like an ancient machine. But this implies the question, where did it come from?
This last one should be cable.
In the ancient
And it
Byzantine
is,
Empire
right?
in the contemporary Middle East, approximately between 400 and 1000 AD, experimentation
It
with
is.
musical instruments continued.
So these are cable. And this one should be,
that could better express what the people at the time saw as
this one should be
musical
the
ideals.
steel
The
pipes that we
Byzantine
want.
Empire, also known as the Eastern Roman Empire, had adopted most of its musical traditions from ancient Greece, and these would often bleed out of its borders and into the surrounding territories. Among these traditions was the ideal of the continuous sound, often accompanying vocals. This ideal was so important that the writer Al-Akfani as-Sahawi, in his early 1300s book self-described as The Proper Guide for the Person Striving Towards the Highest Goals, had a section dedicated to the concept of uninterrupted music. He wrote, "Human tones have an effect upon the soul, take hold of it, etc. Then they are interrupted by pauses, which destroy the pleasure." A few different methods have been invented in order to help realize this ideal, largely based around the musical concept of the drone, a single note or chord played or repeated continuously. The Nubians, a people from the Nile Valley, would pluck drones on lyres as they sang. Similarly, the Persian rebab would be plucked as a drone underneath singing, and lutes would provide drones with a free string. Perhaps the most extreme example of this ideal existed in the flutes and other wind instruments of the region. These would frequently include flutes with more than one pipe, and it was common to have at least one pipe that provided a drone. In order to create a continuous sound, the players would practice circular breathing, which allowed them to play even as they inhaled. Using this technique, players would sometimes create uninterrupted music for hours at a time. Numerous automata have been created to realize this musical ideal as
Remember
well.
when I was in like
One
junior
was
high
the
school,
bagpipe, in which
or
a
maybe it was
player
late
would
elementary,
constantly
they tried to
fill
teach me how to
sand
do
into
that
their
circular
arm with their
breathing shit.
breath and squeeze it in order to produce a constant airflow.
Fuck.
Though the most well-known in the West may be the Scottish Great Highland
I think they had,
bagpipe
it was a
from the
didgeridoo.
1400s, a much more ancient form was the tulum in Turkey or the askalos in Greece, both different names for the same instrument. The tulum, like some flutes of the time, had two pipes which could each be played independently. This method was far more accessible in terms of creating continuous sound, omitting the need for circular breathing. Another continuous sound instrument was the water organ, a far more mechanical device which utilized pressure from a higher water source, such as a spring, in order to pump air through pipes played by a keyboard. This required a system to route the water many meters above the instrument itself, so it could drop into the mechanism and produce the pressure for the air. Among these instruments, however, was one peculiar and mysterious one which appeared in Persia. Ancient accounts describe a strange mechanical object in which a wheel bowed strings, some of which were shortened by tangents attached to keys, and others which sounded a continuous drone. Apparently with no better name, the writer called this contraption a wheel instrument. While it is believed that
Sure.
this may have been a Persian invention due to the ancient accounts of it, it's not known precisely when or where it was created,
Okay.
as there is so little from the area that has been recovered
Where's the train
regarding
at?
its presence. However, at the turn of the millennium, this instrument will become an inextricable part of everyday life
Train
in
is still
Europe,
to the north.
and in a surprising
Let's
capacity.
go. Let's go fuck with the hoverback
In
one, yeah?
711 AD, the Islamic Moors from northern Africa invaded southern Spain and occupied it, installing a new emirate which became a caliphate 200 years later. Though the caliphate would dissolve during the Middle Ages due to perpetual Christian attack and economic pressure, European culture was changed significantly by the Moorish occupiers. Art and cultural practice traveled along Islamic trade routes from farther east, and among these was a peculiar object, the wheel instrument, though at the time it was known by a different name, the symphonia. This instrument was peculiar not only because it used a wheel and a crank, but most of all because it was one of the few instruments that required two people to play it. One person would cradle the body of the instrument in their lap as they turned the crank, while the other would hold the key chest as they played melodies. These instruments were sometimes as long as 1.5 meters and would produce deep pitches described as soft and sweet by those who enjoyed it. Others, however, were not so impressed, and when it was criticized, it was common to hear it described as loud and nasal.
100
This
aluminum
instrument found
sheets.
particular popularity in the church, as it suited the often solemn music being practiced in it. The clunky mechanism meant that only slow melodies could be played on it, and the drone helped produce the halteton organum common to the church, in which one voice would hold a single note while the other would sing a melody over it, coming back to
Oh,
rest
for
on
fuck's
the same
sakes.
note as the drone during pauses. The earliest depictions of this two-player symphonia exist on portals to churches in the 1100s, but it's almost certain that they have been a part of the culture of southern Spain for some time.
All
Of
Fix-It
all the
Awesome
places
shop
it was depicted,
purchases are
however,
purely
there is
intended
likely
for
one
professional
place from
Fix-It
which it
employee
spread all
business.
over Europe. The
I'm
shrine
not buying
of
it for
Saint
someone
James
else.
in Santiago de Compostela
Fuck you mean?
in northwestern Spain, a popular destination for pilgrims during the Middle Ages.
Okay.
It became such a regular part of
Heavy
church music
frames
that, in
and
the
computer
1200s, it
parts
was
and
given a name unique to
what
the
else?
church, the organistrum. though this name
Also,
was
I am going to
short-lived.
extend this ladder up
But
a
while
bit
the
so I can see
symphonia
it
was
more
seeing
easily
use
when
in
I'm on this
Christian
layer.
religious music, smaller versions were being created and used in secular music. Traveling performers took note of the unique sounds that the symphonia could produce, but these people typically played as solo acts, and their instruments had to be portable, barring them from using the large
This thing
two-person
full?
instrument.
Oh my god.
Despite this, the musical
Unbelievable.
possibilities were too enticing to ignore, and so another form of key was developed. The push keys. These were unique in that they could not slide freely, but instead fit snugly
Actually, that's
in
too
their
many.
keyholes. The player could push
Two
the
is
key down
enough.
to stop the string and leave it in place as they moved their hand to another key, enabling it to be played by a single person. These
4
newer
stacks of
versions
motors.
were also much smaller, sometimes taking the form of a box with all mechanical components hidden inside, and they quickly became a standard part of the minstrel's repertoire. Soon, it became so important that the troubadour Guiraut de Calanso listed it as one of the 9 instruments that a minstrel must learn, and Christian images of holy kings and angels would appear either alongside
Aww.
symphonia players or playing the symphonia themselves. With the popularity of the instrument growing, development of new mechanisms continued, and by the end of the late Middle Ages, the most efficient method of playing a melody was discovered: the sliding keys. These keys, rather than pulled or turned from the top, were pushed in
Train
from the
is
bottom.
still
While this made the player unable to see the
still
keys
to
they
the
were
north.
pressing, the ability to play faster melodies and the ease with which they could be played made this variation of the instrument far preferable, and eventually it became the standard for symphonias all over Europe. But the high esteem of the instrument would not last, and soon it would decay from the highest
Milestone
echelons
reached.
of
The
society
hover
to
pad
the
draws
lowest.
energy from nearby power connections, and so can only be used in their vicinity. It provides an excellent vantage point of your work, which you clearly need. Otherwise, you would have optimized that obvious
During the Middle
problem by
Ages,
now.
physical handicaps were considered not only an impairment, but a reflection upon the soul of the person with them.
Oh.
Likewise, anything associated with the handicapped would be viewed as tainted. By the late 1300s, symphonias were beginning to pass from practiced musicians to blind beggars, and enough of them were playing symphonias that the sound of the instrument was irrevocably tied to their identity. This favor for the instrument was likely in part because of how simple it was to learn to play, due to the limited number of keys and the relative simplicity of turning a crank. However, with no means to maintain their instruments, along with limited ability and a small repertoire, the droning music that they produced was often warbled and repetitious. Changing temperature and humidity would warp the wheel, the keys would stick and bend in their keyholes, and strings would cease to hold their tuning. In Germany, where the instrument had inherited the name lyre, it became an epithet for cheap goods or annoying sounds. The word for a symphonia player, Leiermann, became a synonym for flies due to their buzzing drone, and the cheapest goods were given the prefix lyre in reference to the fact that it was all a blind Leiermann could afford.
Hey, how do I go
One
down?
place in Europe where it did not lose so much importance was France, where it would still be played by higher class musicians. The Symphonia was also favored by begging instrumentalists who traveled between cities and rural towns, contributing to the loss of status, and it's possible that beggars began to earn more money even than poor minstrels. As such, minstrels would sometimes turn to beggars, erasing the boundary between the two. By the time the Symphonia reached Eastern Europe, it was solely in the capacity of an instrument used for begging. Compounded with this was another issue in the late Middle Ages. Due in part to the frequent wars and the number of men who joined the clergy, there were significantly more women than men in every stratum of society. However, women were generally disallowed from most forms of making money, and since there weren't enough men to marry, their opportunities were limited.
Damn.
Many took to traveling, acting as artists and performers.
Okay, where's that fucking train at, dude?
I
really want to
These women, however,
just
were
be
regarded
sure that
and so the status of the instrument deteriorated further. Even as the
this is all set up right.
into the hands of beggars, minstrels were still
I'm
traveling
not.
with it and playing at public
I was gonna say I'm not
events.
opposed to building a
This
second
practice
train,
would
but
not last. Traveling musicians would often undercut local musicians.
right, we're trying to build
and so
encased
the
industrial
latter
beams,
formed
right?
unions to petition their local governments in order to protect their incomes from the travelers. One of the demands they made was to limit where these travelers could play, allowing only local musicians to play at the highest paying venues. With these measures came a division of kinds of music, and as the
Eventually
Symphonia
the train
was
will
a
come back
traveler's
here.
instrument,
We'll ride it for a
became
minute.
limited to and associated with the
Man, we did not get a lot
commerce
accomplished
of
today.
these traveling musicians also had bad
Ugh.
reputations, referred to as having a
Well, I
careless
shouldn't
way
say
of
that.
life,
We got
and as their station
stage
lessened,
3 of the
those
space
people
elevator
became
done.
acquaintances in higher class social events. Where the Symphonia had once been a common sight at festivals, it now was only seen
We've
in
restructured
historic
some of our
places.
production.
Despite
Not a
all
lot of
this,
it though.
the Symphonia remained
Some
an
of it though.
important part of the folk music traditions of each country, with each area crafting its own versions of the instrument. Though the body usually retained a guitar shape, other aspects differed, especially the number of strings, the number of keys, the size of the wheel, and the tuning. At some uncertain point, the trompette string was added as well, allowing the player to
This
keep
train
rhythm
says it's
with the
operational,
buzzing
but
bridge.
dude, I don't see it
This
moving at
association
all.
with the poor did not degrade the
It
instrument
looks like it's stuck on this hill.
uniformly.
Is it too
was
heavy
run
now?
differently at different times and in different places.
Or did something happen to
With
it?
such variation came new names for the instrument depending on its location. Its German name was Lyre, while in France it was given the
I think
name
it's too heavy with all this
after the
cargo
old
on it.
violin-like instrument with the same name fell
Show
out of
me.
fashion, and in England it received the unceremonious name
It doesn't have enough
hurdy-gurdy.
power.
The true origins of this last name are
Also,
unknown
how is your
and
next station,
subject to
Rotterdam, by the
widespread
way?
speculation. Some posit that it is a bastardization of the phrase hurly-burly, referring to disorder and loud noise, while others claim it to be an onomatopoeic expression to describe the motion of someone shaking their bottom, as it was a dance instrument. Sometimes, different regions would have different words for the same instrument, and while it appears there has been no official tally, there may be
How's your
dozens
next
of
station,
unique
Rotterdam?
names. But while its association with the blind did not
It's
entirely
lying.
erode its stature in certain places,
You can build multiple locomotives. I never even
was irrevocably
didn't think it'd allow me to do that.
It was included in the famous Hieronymus
It's so
Bosch
funny.
painting, The Garden of Earthly Delights, from around the year 1500.
About to play Fortnite watching you.
was included in
I've
the
played
panel
Fortnite for one day.
alongside
I enjoyed it, but I also suck ass at it. It does seem fun. If you could just kind of get used to it.
whether they were from Savoy or
Yeah, welcome in. I don't think I'm going to be streaming for much longer. But appreciate you stopping by.
located station of the instrument was described in a
Did you
by Marin Mersenne, saying,
I sent you a whisper on Twitch.
it would not be regarded with such contempt.
I felt a little weird sending it, but I also felt compelled to do so.
Particularly by blind men who earn their living from this instrument, it is held in less esteem than others, but then it is not as pleasing. End quote. What Mersenne couldn't have expected, however, was
Yeah, I'm kind of on the
would undergo in less than a
kind of on the front foot of a migraine right now, so starting to feel a little sick. Pretty listless tonight. Not getting a lot done. Plus, admittedly, a lot of stress going on in my mind because I'm expecting company later, and
aristocracy were undergoing significant changes. For some
you
time,
can't verify your
it was
account on Discord.
unusual for those of high station to attempt to master an instrument
What does that mean?
as it
You
was
can't add friends on Discord? Well, just make a new Discord.
that such mastery should be left to the lower classes. An anonymous letter in a French newspaper of the time read, quote, "It can indeed be permitted under normal conditions to devote oneself to music and to instruments."
Oh, its next stop is Rotterdam because all these other train cars are full. That makes sense.
And to obtain entries into the social world. But for the nobility, they must be occupied with a broader outlook. They are accountable to their country, to the names they carry, and to the talents of an altogether
So
different
interesting.
purpose. End quote. This outlook didn't stop some aristocrats from acquiring and learning to play the more difficult instruments, such as the flute and the violin, to perform with and for each other privately. However, many of the instruments proving popular were not deemed suitable for women due to how unladylike they looked when playing them, while instruments that rested on the lap like the guitar and lute had gone out of style. This relegated them to instruments typically used only for accompaniment, such as the harpsichord. Therefore, if women were to perform in duets or as a soloist while maintaining decorum,
This is kind of good. That means we're going to blow through this train station without even hitting the brakes.
around that time, a new form of symphonia had been
No, because right after I do the bot check, it makes me do a phone number before I can go in. I don't have a phone. Do you mean my Discord server, or do you mean just like on Discord in general? Discord won't let you make an account unless you have a phone? Is that true?
required no motions considered unseemly for a woman. Soon, it became a standard part of the French repertoire for both men and women. This instrument gained quick popularity in
On
part
Discord
for
in
two
general?
reasons. First, a new fad had taken
Really?
the aristocracy at the time.
Wow.
A pastoral ideal, much in the same way that modern
What the
people
hell?
pirates as lackadaisical
I didn't know
fun
that.
sailors
You can't make a
rich
Discord
class
account unless you have a
peasants
fucking phone number?
relaxing life
What the
verging
fuck?
and roaming the hillsides. Included in this image was the viol, having never left the folk traditions of the French peasantry, and with the aristocracy idealizing all folk traditions during this time, the viol seemed quaint and fun. The second reason
I don't even know what to say to that.
of another instrument of the time, a variant of the bagpipe called the musette. Like
Ugh.
the viol, it had a set of drones, and it also had a
Pull this
range
stupid thing
very
out of my
similar
nose.
to that of the viol.
I had a nosebleed
The viol
earlier.
only having a smaller range by a
My nose.
few
Mute my mic while I blow my
notes.
nose.
As such, it was often simple for violists to play parts written for the musette on the viol instead. The demand for viols was
Okay.
suddenly high. Composers quickly set to writing music that included the viol, a task made particularly difficult due to the inclusion
And
of
we're still
drum
bleeding,
strings,
so that was a
which were
mistake.
seen as a vital part of its
Oops.
sound.
Hang on.
Likewise, luthiers began experimenting with the form to improve upon it. But it would be one man in particular who would revolutionize the instrument into the form that has come to be the standard for the last 300 years. Around the year 1716, an instrument craftsman named Henry Bacon was struggling to keep up with the massive demand for viols, much like his contemporaries.
If you had Discord, I probably wouldn't be on here right now. Aww.
Recently, leaving him with a large
Well, I
surplus of
guess I'm glad you don't have Discord? Question mark?
completed work and materials and desperate to meet
Why do you know a lot of?
he began using these
Well, I
leftover
don't know.
runs to construct new
Doesn't
viols,
Discord and Twitch serve like totally
improving
different purposes,
design
kinda?
until settling on the 6-string model that would become
One's
the
just like
standard
a
for French instruments,
you know,
though only 5 would be
it's
used at
like a
time,
messaging
with 3
service,
tones and both melody
but like a
speeds.
really
He also
advanced one.
would add flourishes, such
Kind of
as elaborate
Skype-ish, but like
carved
better in every way.
and trimming. These changes firmly established
And
the viol as
Twitch is like a streaming platform. I mean, I know you can share your screen on Discord, right? Kind of pseudo stream as a result, but
Even tonal experiments such as greater melody ranges. The only instruments in greater demand were the harpsichord, the flute, and the violin. Even so,
Excuse me.
the viol maintained an unsavory reputation as being the instrument of choice for fashion chasers. In a French novel from 1744, author Jean-Baptiste Jourdan describes just this kind of person. As translated by Robert A. Greene, quote,
okay, so we should be picking up a bunch of cable and a bunch of steel
"Does not
beams from
miss a
here.
restaged opera, a new play, a day of excitement. She must stay in bed for the slightest imposition, constantly complain about her color or the lack of vivacity in her eyes, the negligence of her adornment, have the vapors
I better
on
see both of
command,
those things
talk
move.
an essential
Okay,
article,
we do.
speak Italian, play the viol, drink champagne, finally laugh, sing, never be on time, and go to bed at 4 a.m. End quote. But this popularity would prove relatively short-lived.
I have a
The sound and
stupid question,
respectability of the
because I'm sure you
viol
probably
was
already looked
closely
into it, but
tied
can
with
you
the
like set
viol,
yourself up
as
like
both its
online?
playing technique and tonal ideals were based on it, and the
What's on
latter
this
reached
side?
its peak of popularity
Or what?
in
What is this on the
1720.
side? Oh, the
While
video.
the value of the viol had been in
So
question from its
that's a good
inception
question.
all throughout its lifespan in France,
We've been
the changing
binging
tastes of the
this guy's channel
aristocracy
all
would
night.
see the
This is
instrument
Frederick
almost
Knudsen,
entirely abandoned
known for his Down the Rabbit Hole
relegating it once again to the
series,
rural regions of France.
where he takes
The
like
lowest
any
point of the
topic
instrument was yet to
that
come.
has like a lot of background to it, and he just dives into it. We started tonight with a new one, which was the Skyrim unofficial patch, and then we started to talk about other stuff that was cool, like the Battle of May Island, and something called the Per Pet Cafe or some shit. I'm learning a lot of nonsense, a lot more miscellaneous data to add to the retinue.
The Reign of Terror. Over the course of a year, beginning in 1793, approximately 300,000 people were arrested.
Anyways, you were saying?
17,000 people were
Something about
executed
setting
under
yourself
the
up with like an
newly
online
invented
phone
guillotine,
number.
and according to the
Like,
Encyclopedia
it used to be with
Britannica,
Skype that
up
you
to
could like
another
set Skype to like have a
10,000
phone number
awaited
for
trial.
you,
But the instigators
right?
of
To
the
receive
revolution
calls from, to
surmised
make
that
calls
simply
from,
removing or executing
probably to
those in
receive
positions of
texts.
leadership
It seems like there should be some way to
completely
circumnavigate
abolished
this
sentiment
Discord phone
towards the
thing.
monarchical
I
system.
don't know.
And so they set about destroying symbols of their
How do
rule,
you keep in contact with your friends if not through like Discord and stuff?
While the viol had fallen out of fashion long before the French Revolution, many instruments were still housed in the great mansions of the aristocracy, but they were confiscated, catalogued, then frequently destroyed. Very few of these instruments survived. Once again, the viol was relegated to the countrysides of central France, where tradition was maintained.
Okay, so this one's
Notably, they would be played during
cable?
public ceremonies, especially weddings.
Oh no!
The instruments
I
made
got
in
it
the
wrong.
aftermath of the French
Wait.
Revolution were often made to a similar specification as those for the aristocracy.
No.
In part because the most famous makers, named the Pajot, had ties to the old royal French court. And so, in France, these improved
Look into an online
instrument
phone
designs
number.
first imagined by
It's up
Henry
to you.
Bacon would survive.
Just an idea.
But in the rest of Europe,
You don't have
the
to, obviously.
Sinfonia would continue its tradition as a
Do you
beggar's
seem like
instrument,
you're
to the
somewhat
point
lamenting the
that
fact that you
literature
don't
lists
have,
Sinfonia players
you
and
know,
beggars as synonymous. One of the most famous instances
don't
of
have
this
Discord?
is the German song Der Leiermann. It describes an old man outside a village, barefoot on the ice in the winter, perpetually cranking his lyre with an empty plate in front of him as dogs growl at him. France became one of the final places with a regular folk tradition for the Sinfonia, but eventually, this too would begin to disappear in the early 1900s
Okay.
as interest in
We
folk music
fucked up our
traditions
steel beam thing.
gradually evaporated. But unexpectedly, in
The solution is
1960s
simple.
and
We
70s,
just need
interest
to
increased in both Europe and America, and this interest included the viol
shove
in
this back
France.
one.
There were still a few old practitioners
It's doable.
of 1800s folk music
It's
to
doable.
teach it to this new, interested generation, and through these people, a living tradition
What?
of folk music could continue.
Are you fucking
From this
serious?
group of players also came
What are you
a new
talking
group
about?
of craftspeople. At first, this population was chiefly located
Show
in
me.
France and attempted to imitate Henri
What?
Baton's viol from the 1700s, but over time, different workshops in Europe
Show
helped
me.
recreate the sinfonias
Oh,
from their
you little
respective
bitch.
regions. This, however, proved challenging, as in most places, the traditions of playing and crafting
Now
were
what the fuck am I
completely
gonna
dead,
do?
with no living practitioners remaining to teach a new generation. As such, they began to perform research into what historical work
If I had a
been
phone
done
number,
in
I
the
would also be able to
industry,
get my
consulting
original
works of
account on here.
visual art
Oh, I
and
see.
method books in
Oh,
order
yeah.
to construct modern facsimiles. By this point, however, the name Symphonia had largely died out, and while it is known by its many local names, most people around the world will still recognize it as the hurdy-gurdy.
Well, let me do this
It began to
first.
appear in popular culture in minor
Can't
ways,
believe I ran
most
out of
notably
power.
the aforementioned song Hurdy-Gurdy Man by Donovan. Renaissance fairs also saw regular appearances by the hurdy-gurdy as a period-accurate instrument, while over the decades, craftspeople improved upon the design by degrees, experimenting with capos, body shapes and constructions, tunings, the number of strings, remote switches, and various other changes to help improve the sound and make playing easier. Today, the sound of the hurdy-gurdy is usually used to evoke the medieval era or pirates, the latter due to the uneven sound of smaller, poorly maintained instruments and the scratchy playing of amateurs. Strangely, it also has become well known thanks to the folk metal band Eluveitie, who includes it as a standard part of its repertoire alongside the fiddle, tin flute, and bagpipes. Other modern composers and players will use its vast tone-producing possibilities
Okay,
in creative
well,
ways,
apparently we ran out of
especially
power.
when pickups are added, but these often ignore
which-
its droning qualities, either downplaying or removing them entirely to better fit modern
I
musical
suspect I know what happened.
Occasionally, a
The
player
question
such as
is how we're
Freddie
gonna
Gurdy or
fucking deal with
Andrei
that.
Vinogradov will have one of their videos go viral on YouTube.
We can
introducing
start
it to a new
by
audience every
disconnecting
time and
all
filling
of
the space
this.
of listeners and players. Rumors of uncertain origin exist in Germany that the instrument will sometimes
Are you disconnected
bewitch
from the
people
main
with
grid
the
now?
sound, causing them to become obsessed. Interest in the hurdy-gurdy has grown chiefly in Europe, with yearly festivals based around the instrument growing in both size and number as craftspeople continue to improve and iterate upon their designs. Many makers' styles have become so individualized that it's possible to discover who has made one simply by looking at it from the front.
It did
The level of
disconnect from the grid.
craftsmanship required to make them, however, is remarkable due to the precision necessary to achieve a proper tone, but this challenge has
I
only
suspect
encouraged the
what's
most
happened
dedicated
here
makers, and
is
it's not
that
uncommon for the more expensive
even though I
hurdy-gurdies to
had
cost
set up
upwards of
the
$5,000 or
awesome
$6,000.
sink for my
Pointless,
rubber and
some can
plastic,
be over a year long.
that my
For some
refineries
players,
have backed
however,
up
this
with
price is
excess
well worth the
rubber
cost,
and plastic
they will
materials
often
and are
pursue
no
its
longer
playing
producing
to
power at the oil
extremes
power
of
plants.
dexterity.
That's my
Certain
guess.
aspects of the
That's
instrument
just my
have appeared
guess.
in
I don't
unexpected
think I
places as well. Recently, guitar maker Tony
put in
Dugan
too much
Smith created a
demand
unique
on my
instrument
system.
designed to produce ambience for horror movies, which he named the Apprehension Engine. Conspicuously
But we'll
included
see when we
is a
get there.
hurdy-gurdy wheel. For now, however, the
Stretch?
hurdy-gurdy
I got you on the
occupies
stretch.
a peculiar niche in folk music.
Let me just
and many
finish this
players
real quick.
and luthiers are not only willing, but eager to share their strange instrument with those who are willing to listen and learn, even though misinformation about its history is common. Though it remains a curiosity to the mainstream world, its small core of passionate players remain dedicated and enthusiastic, and this seems unlikely to change.
Oh, you're a little bitch. Okay. Stretch. 2-minute break. Oh, okay. Oh. Gamer Live, hell yeah. Send that. And hydrate.
From the early and
This
mid
coffee's like
2000s,
too
while
sweet to be
home
good while
gaming
it's cold.
videos were first appearing,
Need to
Game
water
Life
it down.
remains prominent
More
as one
coffee.
of the few that was able to garner and maintain attention.
Ugh.
In spite of its rudimentary production
Put in too much
values, it
syrup.
helped shape the structure and style of gaming content to come, especially on YouTube. Even so, most people have forgotten of its existence, and only a few traces of it remain on the internet, with much discussion of it deleted and unarchived over the years. So what was Game Life, and why did it disappear? To help elucidate this topic, video producer Larry Bundy Jr. has agreed to offer his skills and knowledge.
Hello, you. I'm Guru Larry, You may recognize
Hello,
me from the
Larry.
internet in various forms over the years, but I'm probably best known nowadays for my series Fact Hunt, where I look at humorous, stupid, and downright bizarre drama and anecdotes from the history of video games. In one of my previous episodes, I touched on the rise and fall of the internet show Game Life. While the name may not be all too familiar to the current generation of YouTubers, they were one of the first channels to have exploded in popularity. But their monumental rise and disastrous fall in just a few short months deserves expanding
Few
beyond
short
what I put in
months?
my original video. So I thought, why not leech off Frederick's popularity in a shallow, blatantly desperate attempt to gain views for my stagnating channel?
Hell yeah.
And so,
Bro, I'm looking at it right now. You got 6-digit subscribers, man. What the fuck you talking about? I can see it from here. I even leaned in to make sure.
By the year 2000, professional content focused on video games had established itself as a core part of the gaming community, especially magazines.
Yeah.
With the World Wide Web gaining popularity, new publications would appear online to provide more up-to-date gaming
Oh,
coverage.
Kotaku?
These
Oh,
online
shit.
resources were known for their amateur production value and tone, something that appealed to their niche readers and viewer base.
Hell yeah.
And this sort of tone
Hey, General, how you doing?
influenced young gamers to create their own content.
these early content makers established what we know as gaming videos today, such as Sean Baby heralding a sense of humour to gaming with his sharp, sarcastic wit, magazine-style review shows such as Game Room, starring Mark Bustler and that other bloke no one can remember the name of,
It'd be
as well as dry Scottish wits or
that bad, huh?
Ryan McLeod's Consolvania.
You've arrived home? Damn, all my fucking Twitch viewers show up like right when I'm like starting to feel like, damn, dude, I need to stop streaming.
Spouting their vitriol towards whatever NES game perturbed them that week. Though out of this early tsunami of Tourette's
Oh,
infused video,
I'm gonna die because I don't have things.
more humble,
Ah!
even family-friendly shows arrived.
Oh my god. Oh.
Despite being only released monthly at best.
In late 2004,
Okay, in my defense, my reaction time at like being like, okay, what do I need to do to not die right now? Was switch to your jetpack, ultra fast, and oh fuck. Do you really though? What, need to stop streaming? My head hurts. I really don't want to play with my head hurting like this. That's all.
Andrew Rosenblum, alongside my partner, Alex Lazar. Today on the show, we have a whole slew of Nintendo content to get to.
Here's what we're
The
gonna
show
do.
was filmed on a home camcorder, without the assistance of a tripod and using only the overhead lighting of the room. In the first segment, co-host Alex Lazar would review the game Medios for the
Is that the
Nintendo
same as
DS.
Bob Lazar, the guy that was the Area 51 fucking guy?
Was
Am I crazy?
impossible to see. What's more, Alex would mumble heavily and leave long, quiet gaps in his speech, making few qualitative assessments in his review.
So as you can see, the planet that you're headed to destroy is on the top screen, and
What?
And like the puzzle is on the bottom screen, and you use the
Yeah.
stylus to control it. To line up D lines, D colors
What?
horizontally or vertically.
What am I watching?
And yeah. And the cool thing is that after you line up,
I'm gonna pause this. Y'all need to see this shit. The fuck is the time cube? Wait, I vaguely remember this actually.
No nerd from 2004 onwards, who
Uh,
stole nearly a decade of endless
okay.
swearing clones spouting their vitriol towards whatever NES game perturbed them that week. Though out of this early tsunami of Tourette's infused video,
It's not gonna let me.
a more humble,
Yeah, it's gonna break.
friendly show arrived.
Um,
The classics and will promise you your
Let me
daily
think.
dose of gaming goodness, despite being only released monthly at best.
In late
we have a bunch of coal power on the
college-aged
system.
friends released a video
All of our
entitled
power
Game
requires
Night,
power to
Episode 1,
get going.
reviewing
It's like the
games in
big
a
problem
loose,
here.
disorganized format. The main host, Andrew
And
Rosenblum,
yes, our
introduced the
refineries
show,
did in fact
waddling on screen with
s-
flashy features and
stop
heavy breathing.
because they ran out of space for this shit.
Welcome to the premiere episode of Game
Go.
the show where you can get
Just keep going. Just keep going, baby. Just keep going. You got it.
Alongside my partner,
It's coming.
today on the show, we have a whole slew of Nintendo content.
I know this is gonna be annoying, but
Camcorder without the assistance of a tripod and using only the overhead lighting
Hang on.
of the room. In the first segment,
It's gonna get
co-host
annoying,
Alex Lazar
so.
would review the game Medios for the Nintendo DS, but due to both technical limitations and the method of recording, the game was almost impossible to see. What's more, Alex would mumble heavily and leave long, quiet gaps in his speech, making few qualitative assessments in his review.
So as you can see, the planet that you're headed to destroy is on the top screen, and like the puzzle is on the bottom screen, and you use the stylus to control it. To line up three colors horizontally or vertically.
Okay.
And yeah.
Yeah.
The whole thing is that after you line up all the colors, you can. Damn it.
Immediately afterwards, Andrew would review a DS game of his own, the screens even more difficult to see than in Alex's segment, and his description of
shit.
the game only gave a vague sense of its gameplay.
Now, the whole game is...
What do you mean harder to see? Impossible to see. What the fuck is he doing?
Now,
That's so funny to me.
just like I did right there.
Brother!
These problems manifested throughout the rest of the video as well, with the camera only recording part of the screen for Andrew's review
Okay.
of Shadow of the Ninja.
Here's my logic right now, by the way. I know that every time I turn this on, it only lasts for like 5 seconds. Right now, our total system power output is high enough to cover the system. The problem is that I need my like refineries to just run long enough to put fuel back into the system. That's it. That's where we're at right now. So every time we turn it on, we pump out just a little bit more fuel, and once all the oil refineries or whatever the fuck kick back on at the same time, the power system's going to be solved. So I just have to sit here and do this for like, I don't know, a few minutes, hopefully. I don't want to go back and try to find like a disconnect point between all my production, because it's like not that simple. How can my production be 2800 megawatts and like my actual consumption number just be like 600 megawatts, and then it's like, oh yeah, you're still fucked, bruh. That's so funny. And I can't disconnect this whole facility from the rest because I don't have like the base power to get all these refineries running. Just not going to happen. Let me confirm. How much fuel is in these things right now? It's got fuel. No, it blows immediately. Doesn't even use it for a second. It's because it needs 20 to get started. Is this number going up at all? Oh, now it's burning. It's like the moment it starts to burn it, it just like shuts down. So this is actually no good whatsoever. We're gonna figure it out.
Now, an excellent part about this game is...
Well, that one you at least see the fucking game. The last one, dude, you couldn't see a goddamn thing.
The music consisted of remixes of various video game soundtracks, often from recognizable Nintendo properties, which was mixed loudly in comparison to the host's voices and would often make it difficult to understand their slurred, mumbling speech.
Yeah.
The disadvantage of the wireless controller compared to the normal controller.
It's a little loud.
The wireless doesn't have rumble, which kind of kills this.
Just like my game's probably a little loud compared to the video right now.
To save battery life, it had to ditch the
Oh
rumble
shit.
feature. So
Was that
With the advent of consumer grade
the fucking water theme from Super Smash Bros. Or Super Mario 64? Mixed with like some Final Fantasy track? It's kind of hype.
Very little forethought, and it's unlikely that they intended it to be viewed by anyone outside of their close circle of friends and perhaps a few other people online.
True.
Other shows such as the AVGN and Game Room had established a level of professionalism by this time, though this could be argued it's because of their previous experience in film school and television. Game Life had none of this background, so in an ironic twist, the amateurish, low-quality look of Andrew and Code's videos strangely did give it its own charm, its own character even. The rudimentary format of the show hit viewers with a "hey, I could do this" vibe that made it lots more approachable than others at the time.
Right.
It's not certain where
Kind of like streaming.
first posted, but based on what
Yeah, I could do that.
remains, it seems
Shit, how hard can it be? Just fucking go online and talk to people.
early video streaming service released before
What are you gonna be doing with your time anyway?
YouTube. But while the small group
Might as well make 20 cents a day while you do it.
the internet was already pushing it viral.
Ah, one day I'm gonna make it big, dude. Bet.
While the numbers are lost, it appears that Game Life gained a remarkable amount of attention compared to other shows of the time, and people were hopeful for further installments. The feedback was mixed, but even so, the show was so
I don't even know where this shit
successful that the crew
goes,
decided
if
to
anywhere.
create their own website for the burgeoning series, advertised in text in the corner of the
Do you
screen.
think it
in the second
goes
episode.
towards any
This
power?
episode
Probably
also
not.
moved their friend Dave Cohen from behind the camera to in front of it as a core host.
Well, we can take. Well, none of this shit's running anyway.
But the positive feedback was characterized by more than a large viewership.
Inspired by the antics of the first
We can turn the power of the train off for a second. See if that helps. You know,
from all corners of the internet, notably
it's not like any of our powers are relying on the train system to be operational.
rejected allegedly because they were not big enough for them.
Hey everybody, I'm Stutter and Craig. And Handsome Tom. From Side Scores on ScrewAttack.com, and welcome to the Video Game Vaults. Now Craig, we're actually in our...
Two other audition tapes, however, certainly stood out to the crew. The first was from a 16-year-old named Jeff Mendocino, who, on a whim, submitted his own segment featuring his eccentric personality.
Almost.
Work on those two little bits, but it's definitely a milestone in video gaming as of today.
The second
Okay.
was Melissa, whose segment showcased the professionalism beyond that of the core cast.
She's accompanied by her magical parasol, which is handy for whacking baddies, scooping up items to throw, and floating over great divides.
Impressed by these two, Andrew decided to include their segments in the second episode of Game Life, which was quite the achievement for the time. While Jeff with his wackiness and Melissa with her assets were originally only meant to be guest presenters, their popularity with the viewers granted them a permanent place in the halls of gaming goodness.
By the release of episode 3, gaming publications, both print and online, were taking notice of them and their rising popularity. In a special agreement with the magazine Electronic Gaming Monthly, all 5 hosts were flown out to the 2006
I know
Electronic Entertainment Expo.
the
or
following
E3,
thing that
where
I'm
video
about to
game
do
producers would
is
present
gonna
their
seem
upcoming games for both
really,
consumers and
really,
softwares. It was
really
said that they would all
fucking
meet
stupid.
For the first time. They interviewed
Because it is.
multiple developers and asked them simple questions
This is
about
what we're gonna
their
do,
games,
okay?
while also playing some for themselves
I'm gonna
and
make
offering their thoughts.
a
They,
bunch
in turn, were
of
interviewed
emergency
by
biomass
gaming
burners, and we're just gonna
infamous of these was the one-up shows
fill them all up with like
where it seemed
5 things of biomass or whatever, and try and jumpstart the system, okay? I know it's cringe. I know.
But even though the viewers may have seen a unified and positive crew, disagreements regarding the show's future were already surfacing.
As the series progressed, Andrew's goals and ego were beginning to grow in equal measure. His constant dissatisfaction with his own show led him to neurotically demanding ever higher quality to compete with media way out of his budget and league, while endlessly criticizing his co-hosts.
I personally believe that Andrew kind of took the show like really seriously, and he tried controlling things that other people might not have been so easy to relinquish control of, and that started building up to the point that the fun of making a Game Life episode was not exactly as I remembered it being. So Andrew was kind of going around, like, kind of feeling like, you know, oh, game life is just going up, up, up. I can like pull whatever fun stuff off, and then I'm gonna be adjusting this to be more professional, like the real shows and stuff like that. It's like, oh, dude, come on! Like, what made Game Life Game Life was the in your face sort of like no production value, you know.
Though the presenters continued to work together, albeit in a rather tense relationship, disagreements about the show's production were threatening to split the cast. During the 5th episode, Dave threatens to leave entirely in an obviously scripted segment resembling a WWE sketch. Andrew would later put out a call on their website for people to send in audition tapes to replace him permanently.
And you know what? That's fine, but I got 2 words for you. I quit.
Oh.
Wow.
No.
That was unexpected. But you can find some clues about Dave's disappearance on Game Life
Okay.
by going to www.gamelifeshow.com.
Hell yeah. Get your ass in there.
And at least me and Alex will see you next time on Game Life.
Concerns about his departure were quickly assuaged.
This is probably the dumbest thing I've ever done in my life. Or in my... not my life. My Satisfactory playthrough.
However, behind the scenes, there was genuine fear that Dave would actually walk off the show due to the amount of
Almost out of wires, so...
I remember
This ain't enough. I have to go find more.
Andrew, unfortunately, would get like pretty agitated with Dave, and as time went on,
Bro, make some more manually.
Being kind of a real thing, to the point that like Dave leaving, like quote unquote leaving the show, was actually not it. At that point, they kind of made up, and you know, it was just like the WWE sort of like, I'm leaving and blah 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 and all that stuff, right?
But these will not be the only issues to assail this ragtag team of misfits.
While their popularity was growing and they were fostering a dedicated fan base, negative attention was being directed towards them as well. The show had been regularly criticized for its low production value, but as they grew more popular, rumors began spreading about them based on a set of images involving Melissa and an unidentified man, someone assumed to be her boyfriend. On May 18th, some...
Was she not allowed to have a fucking boyfriend, or what?
Investigating. One forumite, in his own blog, wrote, "On NeoGAF, in this thread where the news first hit the fan and where I've gotten most of my information and leads for this story, people have finally begun to ask about the connection between Melissa and the rest of the Game Life guys, and all the little details, such as the time frame in which she entered the picture.
What are you
Many have
talking
begun to
about?
suspect that she may have seen an opportunity to latch onto an up-and-coming internet fad and sought to squeeze herself into the picture to perhaps further her career, which in this case...
That feels a little bit targeted because she's a girl.
Art school grade photography? I, for one, agree with this scenario. And if true, I'd be extremely upset, since it would be
Right?
yet another female that has to use...
Oh, there it is. Female. Nice. Fucking cringe lords. Okay, so if anybody else got into the fucking crew on their own merits, it would have been like, oh, they trained to capitalize on it shit. Shut the fuck up. You're so dumb. Oh, God. The cringiest shit I've ever heard in my life. Go.
Specifically accusing her of being a fake
Go.
gamer girl, despite her demonstrated ability and interest.
Come on, baby.
But the real fun is in the Japanese intro.
Go. Come on, baby.
But none of this would slow Game Life's progress. And that same month,
Get up there.
a major announcement was made. They had been approached by MTV to produce
Come on, oil. Come on, oil facilities. Come on, man. Get the fuck up there, dude.
the first web show to receive a spot on television. Unfortunately,
Come on, man.
posted an MTV sighting, and it's
Fuck.
likely that the only remaining copies exist as rotting VHSs in someone's basement. Other people were submitting their own segments during this time.
Where's the fucking oil power, dude?
The attention that the show had, and a
It's
few
gotta
other
kick in soon.
had their clips used in the show.
Hello, I am Mr. Sample, and today we will be
It's
learning
gotta
how
kick
to
in.
fix
Any second.
Yes, that's right.
I added so much more space for the rubber and the plastic. Come on, man.
He speaks haltingly in a nasal
This
voice.
number's got to go up, dude.
Especially hard, he doubles over in small convulsions. David Cohen
There it
is
is.
tall and round, with
Come
silky
on.
hair and big rubbery jaws.
Please.
He has a sonorous voice, but talks with a slight speech impediment, not unlike the one that
Fuck.
afflicted Edgar Stiles on 24. Alex Lazard is very thin and his skin is pale, almost translucent. He has a shy smile and he speaks very
Get me up there.
softly. These guys are not, by any conventional definition, leading man material, but they get paid to be on MTV, and you do not.
A writer from Electronic Gaming Monthly would eventually sit in on the recording session for episode 6, where he was introduced in the outro and his upcoming article was advertised.
This is Quentin Tarantino fucking rip-off looking guy.
Matter of fact, it's Electronic Gaming Monthly's Robert Ashley. You can see us.
3,300. Dude, that is not even close to enough. What is going on?
When that will be at our website at www.
No, these facilities have shut down again. Oh my god. Stop, 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 stop.
Released in the September 2006 edition, the article speaks about them in largely favorable ways, describing them as unapologetically amateur, but it also revealed a few details that had only been guessed at up to this point.
Stop, 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 stop.
That the Gamers Lounge, the space used to record the show, was the basement of Andrew's parents' house in the suburbs of Boston. Melissa's segment of the article revealed that he was a private gourmet chef, though it would conspicuously leave out her surname at her request. She stated,
Yeah.
quote, "I get enough death threats as it is." As time wore on, the show's style continued to grow more professional by degrees, with voices recorded separately from the video to help normalize the audio.
I see the problem.
and
I see the problem. I see the problem. I see the problem.
games in a
I
clearer
see the
way,
problem, and I have the
they
fix.
never graduated to using a capture card to record gameplay
I
directly.
see the problem, and I have the fix.
Andrew's vision just wasn't in line with his abilities. After all, he was just a kid with a camcorder by his own admission. As Andrew grew stricter about his demands for the show,
I don't have any iron rods! Huh?
something
I'm freaking out!
It was during this point, I was a whole 16 years old at this point. I was a big boy. I could actually drive without my dad in the car.
Mom.
Basically, what had happened was that I missed a month of game life because I was dealing with a number of personal things. I was overwhelmed with
I got the solution.
with my mom,
Build a splitter.
organizations and stuff like that.
Or a merger, right here.
Really didn't have time, and if I didn't have inspiration to make an episode, it's actually like, it's really hard. It was kind of like, I want to have one thing. Unfortunately, I do remember Andrew did not take that too lightly, and, words were exchanged, one thing led to another, and I ended
Okay,
up
production power going up.
being like, I can't do this anymore. I gotta focus on my studies and stuff like that.
after this, Jeff would officially abandon his venerable position.
Thank you.
Into the sunset.
Oh my god.
Friend Alex Bidley for episode 9.
Can't believe I was so blind to the problem.
Just didn't have the skills to make what he wanted, and this was exemplified by episode 10, where Game Life covered two
Okay.
separate console release parties. Melissa's cameraman was fairly steady, and her audio was clear and crisp, while the main cast's recordings featured static that mimics the relaxing ambience of a heavy rainstorm.
Oh my god, it's so bad. That's so funny though.
But then, quite suddenly, game life would end for good. At the beginning of the school year in 2006, Andrew had begun dating a woman, but after 3 dates, she decided to end their relationship.
Oh, no.
Soon afterwards, Andrew began harassing her through email and instant messaging.
Oh, no.
Emboldened by his success with Game Life.
Oh,
This
brother.
apparently continued for months until his harassment culminated in a series of emails on April 16th, 2007, the night of the Virginia Tech school shooting. He wrote,
Oh.
quote,
What?
"I'm gonna fucking bring a gun to your school and kill you and Kay and everybody you love. It's gonna be BT all over again."
Oh my
Seriously,
god,
it's
dude.
That demented. Killing people can change people's lives forever. The best is in the end when I pull the trigger on myself too. End quote. The woman reported Andrew's emails to the police, who promptly arrested him. After his
Absolutely.
arraignment, he had a tracking bracelet placed on his ankle, was held with bail set at $50,000, and was placed under house arrest with his parents for the next 2 years.
Unsurprisingly, every company that had been attached to Game Life quickly disowned them. But at least they still had their deal with MTV.
We got this long video talking about who they were, and then it all got shut down because one of their members went fucking psychopathic over a girl.
They frantically started messaging gaming news sites.
That's so cringe.
to distance themselves from the show, stating, quote,
Okay.
Game Life's Andrew Rosenblum contributed 2 review segments last year.
We had
MTV.com show.
plastic and rubber set up to a sink over here, but then we took the sink down because it looked like we didn't have enough plastic and rubber. But clearly we fucked ourselves, so
Andrew Rosenblum has never hosted a show
hold the fuck on.
Game Life is a completely separate entity from MTV. All of this mass media
Which one of these is the plastic and rubber one? Why isn't it offloading? Well, I mean, nothing's gonna happen until I turn the train back on. First of all.
And so,
Second of all,
for Game Life, and any future that the show may
let's find out.
prematurely ended.
Each of the members would go their separate ways. Melissa had already done a single video segment on her own for Destructoid as a part of Game Life, and it seemed likely that she could have
Sam.
her own career in game reporting. She would eventually join Dave in an
There goes the train with no,
new show
not
called
fucking
Dave's
stopping here.
But for one reason or another, it was cancelled, and no trace of it
Are we
could
not-
be found online. After Game Life, Alex would apparently take on no new online projects, and both he and Andrew faded from the internet. Jeff, however, was able to leverage his experience with Game Life to work his way into
Why
the
is this thing
industry,
full of rubber,
first
by the
as a
way?
game reporter, then as a tester, and finally working his way to a production position. Where he
Should not be
remains
full of
to
rubber
this
like
day.
that.
Even with the show's limited run, Game Life remains as a reminder of the early days of online video, where anybody could produce
These
content
should be
and have
full
their
of
opportunity to gain
plastic.
popularity. But it also offers an important
And these
lesson
ones
to
full of
content
rubber.
creators to be wary of overreaching and to maintain humility even when prospects seem to be at their best.
Why are you full of plastic? Hello?
In when
Oh, I fucked all this up somehow.
2005, I remember my years for
Dude, I almost don't even want to look at
Game
it.
Life
It's
had
so
already
frustrating to me right now.
posted their first episode, and it was this 45-minute, and for lack of a better word, a little bit of a train wreck. And it was just like cameras pointed at DS screens with glare, and nobody could really tell what's going on. I'm like, this is the best thing in the world. So, being that I was 15, I was super ambitious and not jaded by age or something like
Plastic?
that. So, I decided,
How
hey,
did you get
I'm just
plastic
gonna
in
go
you, by the
ahead
way?
and shoot my own little segment, and you know what? I'm gonna go ahead and submit it to the guys.
Yeah, these
They
ones
saw
should be
it, and they
rubber.
Somehow liked it. Not
And the
sure
train
why.
should be picking it up,
It was
but
my
something's
favorite
gone wrong with the
segment
train.
in episode 2. They ended up just adding me as a guest member that ended up being a permanent member later on. It was incredible. I didn't know the guys before. Nobody knew me at all. I just randomly just shot a video. I've never really
Train's
done
up.
videos or anything before.
Breda.
I actually just started my
Breda,
whole,
Breda.
let's make videos for fun thing. For
It's doing a
Jeff the
pickup right
character,
now.
He was his personality changed from episode to episode because it was more about
Uh-huh. Furries down the rabbit hole. Let's go, boys! I have not seen this. Last one for the night. Oh boy.
In recent years, the term furry has come to be associated with a group whose identity and affiliations remain mostly vague. While many people seem to readily accept the moniker of furry, used as both a noun and adjective, there appears to be little to no unifying body nor a statement of ideals that defines them.
True.
Still, the artwork that pervades this group is of a definitively cartoonish style, often using anime and manga, Disney cartoons, and animated movies and television shows from the 80s and 90s for influences. While
Mostly
considered their
true.
own group, they are frequently found in other fandoms, adapting their furry interests to whatever other fandom or activity in which they are involved. Furry avatars are especially common on forums and social media sites. So what are furries?
What? Want to tell me about it?
By the 1940s, Walt Disney Productions Limited had not only become
Why is my hand
incredibly
tracking so weird
profitable,
right now?
but also ubiquitous in American culture. Throughout the 1930s, their movies and animated shorts had reached national popularity, and after America entered World War II, they were commissioned extensively to produce widely viewed propaganda films and training animations for the military. They were
Okay.
best known for their anthropomorphized animals directed towards a family audience, and their cartoonish, rounded style and target demographic became a standard for artists working on these sorts of characters. This style was based off of similarly cartoonish humanoid depictions of animals, starting
Okay,
in the
so
latter
real,
half of the 1800s,
real quick, by the way,
which would come to be known as the funny animal style. But as this was occurring, post-war countercultural movements were taking notice of the trend. One of these was the underground comics scene, stylized with
1,
an
2,
X,
3,
which
4,
often
5,
utilized a
6,
similar style to Disney's
7
family-friendly
should be
cartoons
plastic, and
in
8
order
should
to
be
parody
rubber.
it by putting original characters into various adult situations, almost always involving violence, drugs, sex, or a combination of the three.
7 and
These
8.
would be printed and
Plastic and
distributed
rubber.
by
7 and 8.
independent
Plastic and rubber.
publishers, allowing them
Don't
to
forget
avoid
that.
the content guidelines of traditional publications. The funny animals were not exempt from this treatment, and they would occasionally make appearances. One of these independent works,
Hell yeah.
however, would reach a popularity beyond that of its contemporaries. A comic strip called Fritz the Cat, which began printing in 1965. It depicted the eponymous anthropomorphic character, a disillusioned and depressed philanderer, in a city populated by other human-like animals. This character proved so popular that an 80-minute-long animated movie was created based on the intellectual property, independently produced and
What?
making a large return.
I need to watch that movie.
Inspired in part by Fritz the Cat, an independent project called Voodie was proposed by a pair of professional cartoonists. They explained their logic and plans in a proposal which they printed on February 29, 1976. Quote, Ken Fletcher and I, Reed Walker, have been talking about this for a long time, and we feel that comics today, both over and underground, are entirely too serious. So, Voodie is being created as a
1,
showplace
2,
for irresponsible
3,
silliness.
4,
And since
5,
mass
6.
audiences aren't as
This is
tolerant
number
of
7 and
silliness
8.
as artists themselves tend to
Are you
be,
full of plastic
we
and
decided
rubber?
to make it an amateur press association rather than a magazine.
Will
Do
you let me
have,
look?
or could you create for us a page or two of irresponsibly silly stuff which nobody else would have the patience to look at, preferably without human characters? You see, the whole point
It's full of
funny
rubber
animals,
and motors.
incorporating
Why?
funny vegetables, funny
And you're just full of
minerals, and
motors.
funny
Why?
machines fandoms, is that humans in general are too serious. They get puffed up and self-important and full of this insatiable
Something's
desire
wrong
for
here.
impact
Something's
and
very wrong with my
significance.
train
Human
system.
characters are self-righteous, know all the
And if I don't
answers,
figure it out
and
in
are ready to
time,
enforce them on everyone
it's gonna
else.
kill my
We don't
power
want all
again.
that seriousness here. There's already enough everywhere else. Well, anyways, we'd like to get
Okay.
funny animals back to the status they deserve, at least among fellow cartoonists. If you're like us, you owe funny animals quite a lot for the part they probably played in your development as an artist. He also explains their distribution structure. In an APA, the individual members send in identical copies of their publication to the official editor, sometimes called a central mailer or something similar, who shuffles the copies out into mailings that
Yeah, we
contain
gotta
a
beat the
copy
train
of
there.
each contributor's publication.
This means we need to
At the
fucking
end of
haul
it,
ass.
The mailings are then distributed, one copy to each member. They detail their vision for the APA. We'd like Voodie to be a bi-monthly 8.5 by 11 volume, dominated by cartoon art of all kinds, with some personal news and mailing comments from the members. A place where you can just wig out without having to
So
think
this should
about
be
the
7
usual
and 8.
market considerations. No
1,
censorship,
2, 3,
mixed
4,
media,
5, 6,
offset,
7, and
video,
8.
ditto,
That's
silk
correct.
screen, block print, silly putty, whatever you can think of. No requirements except that you keep those serious people as much out of it as possible. Humans are okay, but only when they're funny animals, too. Sex and violence is okay, as long as it's not human sex and violence.
Ah!
Quote. The artistic demands for Voodie would be high, requesting work only from people whom they termed skilled cartoonists. The first issue would be sent to contributors in April of 1976. Though utilizing an APA distribution structure for a visual medium hadn't been practiced before, advancements in photocopying technology meant that artists could make copies of their work both easier and cheaper than ever before. It proved a remarkable success
7 and 8.
among
It's
those
loading
who
up right
made it.
now, as it
The
should be. But
exclusivity meant that many were unable to
why are
receive
there
their own
motors
copies. But Voodie gave an outlet to some
in
of
both
those artists who had a greater
R7 and
interest
8
in
ever?
funny animals, and soon that enthusiasm would spread.
Did I not set up the freight stations to load and unload properly?
Lino had begun a tradition of collecting and showing bootlegged television shows at science fiction conventions in his hotel room. One night, at the first LostCon convention in Los Angeles in 1975, he performed a screening which included a number of Japanese animated shows aired on a local television station in Hawaii. The giant robot shows proved especially popular, and the interest was so great that he founded a monthly club devoted to screening Japanese animation, which was named the Cartoon/Fantasy Organization,
Wow.
CFO. At first, they only had access to bootlegs, but soon they created connections with people in Japan who had a special interest in old American shows, and the CFO would begin trading with them to receive high-quality videotapes of the newest Japanese animated shows. Many of these enthusiasts who were attracted to Japanese animation had overlapping interests in the funny animal fandom, perhaps in part because of the frequency of characters with animal-like visual traits. This was likely encouraged by Merlino.
These two should be the last two cars on the train.
Funny animal character to serve as the group's mascot. Some members would create stop-motion animation featuring her to serve as bumpers at CFO meetings. They also had an interest in spreading Japanese animation to the rest of America and increasing its popularity domestically. To do
I
this,
think
they
I know
created
what
other
happened.
smaller
I know why all my shit is
though the two
fucked
major
up
ones would be
now.
The original in Los Angeles and another in New York City, with both
Also,
animation
these set to
and funny animal
to
fans.
load.
As the CFO was growing,
Load.
small, funny animal-focused
Load.
independent magazines or zines were entering
Drop.
production. They would
Drop, you
feature
bitch, get on
visual
there.
art
No.
and writing, but the former
Bye.
proved much more popular and would soon come to dominate them, especially as photocopying grew to be cheaper,
It's
more
extremely
accessible,
important,
and
by the
of
way,
higher
that
quality.
we
Unlike APAs,
check and see where these
zines
motors
were
are loading
available
onto
to
this
the
train.
public, not only the
I think
contributing
adding
artists, and they
the
helped strengthen
second
interest in the fandom as they grew more prolific at the outset of the 80s. The quality of the
second
art
train
would
cars
vary
fucked us
greatly,
up.
with work submitted by both professionals and amateurs of all skill levels, though almost all drew in a definitively cartoonish style. Here,
These
the
are the
overlap
motors.
between the anime and funny animal fandoms would become apparent, with much of the visual
What's in here?
art featuring style choices and design clearly influenced by Japanese animation. While no metrics have been gathered, it's likely that a majority of these zines
Oh my
include
God.
photography of funny animal characters, and some zines consisted primarily of this sort of content, though the ratio of pornographic to non-pornographic artwork varied widely between each zine. Some of these zines would grow even more specific
Rubber
in their
and
targeted
stuff.
content, focusing on
This
niche
is all
groups
plastic
within
like it should
already
be.
small fandom. Recognizing their reach, the CFO would soon begin advertising in these zines, offering discounts for
Cable
members at
and
science
motors.
fiction convention booths if they showed their membership
This should be
card.
set to
But the CFO was not the only group forming around funny animals.
something
In
different.
1980, an artist named Steve Galacci
I think I know what the problem here is. I think adding the second locomotive
where he submitted
pushed
artwork
all
by his
the
comic
offload
character
points of the
Irma Felna. A number of the attendees enjoyed his artwork and began
pushed it all
speaking with
backwards.
him, forming a small group around him and discussing funny animals.
It did,
He would
look.
continue to print
It's
artwork of
fucked
Irma
up.
Felna and sell these at conventions,
No,
quickly
bro.
generating people around him each time. These
Okay, we can
interested
fix
parties
this.
would later meet at other conventions in what came to be known informally as Galacci groups, where they would share their interests with each other and form friendships. For some time, a sentiment had been growing in the funny animal fandom that there was a lack of funny animal media done in a
That's
more serious
really
manner.
bad.
And to meet this demand, Galacci created Albedo Anthropomorphics, a comic anthology devoted to a more serious treatment of funny animals, in 1983. Perhaps most notably, in issue 2, Albedo would publish the first appearance of Usagi Yojimbo, a now internationally recognized intellectual property. Around this time, bulletin board systems, or BBSs, were beginning to grow in popularity. Acting as an early version of the internet, these message boards allowed users to share files and information, as well as participate
That's
in
so
voice
bad
chat
for
over a
us.
phone line with the correct programs and hardware. Though the price of computers and the technical knowledge required to use them stymied their proliferation, they would see widespread usage among the funny animal fandom, which already shared many members with geek culture. One board in particular, the Tiger's Den, would quickly find that a majority of its user base consisted of funny animal fans.
True.
And so, Mark Merlino would take ownership of the Tiger's Den and move the servers to his house. This BBS and others like it would help funny animal fans connect and share their
Oh my
interests,
God.
growing the fandom considerably and allowing them to coordinate and meet at conventions much easier. But soon, these groups would grow in size at a rate that none at the time could have predicted.
Okay, so what's the next stop? think it's Casino Yarsk, right?
At science
Or is it
fiction
Breda?
conventions, it was common practice for people to host small parties in their hotel
Might
rooms,
actually be
often
Breda or
limited to
whatever.
artists who were
Here,
presenting
I'm just
work
powering
at
my
the
way up this
convention.
hill.
In 1985, however, at a convention called
I think I messed everything up when I added that second locomotive. I had to,
their room at the Red Lion Inn to use for a party,
because I was pulling too much weight up this hill.
of the then extremely rare Animalympics TV special with other congoers. It was around this time that a new name for the fandom was disseminated, the furry fandom. Mark Merlino at a convention panel explains his understanding of where this change began.
Bruce Pels and his plushie fans, he started calling themselves fuzzy fans in the Lossless clubhouse. These are people who collected plush animals as a collection, not for any other reason. Okay?
Not for any other reason? You're funny.
This guy who called himself Dr. Pepper, this fan who really wasn't a furry, just be like, he would let furries into his D games. He would mind them, but he really wasn't furry. Suggested that we were furry fans. He suggested them, and just was stuck.
Other people give alternative accounts of its inception, however, and no definitive origin has been discovered. This word would be used both as a noun and an adjective to describe those within the fandom and the anthropomorphic art core to it, calling the people within it furries. By the following year, room parties based on furry interests would become a regular occurrence at conventions, which became known as furry parties. What exactly occurred at these parties is not documented, but the promotional material was suggestive. One flyer from in 1988 depicts a naked anthropomorphic character saying, "No ma'am, the morality and fandom party is next door." Other promotional material was often of a similarly risque nature. Eventually, interest in these parties grew to a point that the rooms couldn't contain them, and there was a belief that the fandom had grown large enough that the room parties could be turned into a convention. And so, to test this theory, Merlino and O'Reilly reserved space with the Holiday Inn in Costa Mesa, California, to hold what they named Conference Zero. The convention was sparse, with basic events and nothing resembling a celebrity guest. Though only 65 people arrived, it was enough for the organizers to consider it a success, and they took special note of the fact that 2 people dressed up as anthropomorphic animals, including one in leather fetish gear.
Hey! That's the first furry ever, dude! Crazy.
The following year, they held what
Proto
they called
furry,
the
dude.
first real convention,
Saratov.
and this one was far more successful, with double the attendance and featuring artists prominent among those who read the independent zines. Around this time, another important interpersonal tool was being utilized by the furry fandom, the multi-user dungeon. Side note, in the 80s, multi-user dungeons, MUDs, or...
Oh my god, Dolph's been telling me about this shit.
...pastime for computer users, acting as an early multiplayer experience that played and looked very similar to a text-based adventure game. Users were able to change the world in ways that other players could experience, while also communicating through text. They connected through the internet, which was becoming more accessible around this time, using a protocol called Telnet. Mucks proved to be a popular variant of MUD, especially for role players, due to the way that they were structured. They typically did not feature combat, but instead focused on building and interaction. End side note. In 1990, a muck specifically for furries was created, which they named Furry Muck. While this was the first furry-centered one, more were created in later years. They soon proved to be a popular method for furries to communicate and interact regularly with one another, even over great distances. Then, in December, a Usenet board specifically for furries was
Bengaluru
created,
City.
with a few others being made later under different tags. Here, furries were able to stay current with developments in the community and discuss further with each other. It quickly became a central part of the furry community, with many major members participating. Throughout the 90s, many smaller fan gatherings called fur meets would begin to form as well, sometimes with scarcely more than a dozen people, while conference continued to grow into the hundreds. The problems with such a large population appeared first in the early 1990s. Mark Marino describes these issues.
Faster.
didn't sabotage the convention any way they could. And the original way is they would try to tell people, they'd call up the hotel anonymously and say, they're selling bootleg video tapes. And we actually had to deal with police who came to the convention to go through the dealer's room looking for people selling bootleg video tapes. Then after that, it was, this is a convention for pedophiles.
Oh.
There are people selling,
Leche.
illegal underage art, and photos and movies and such in there, and they shut the convention down. And this still happens.
The furry
Yeah,
population
true.
increased even further with the proliferation of a new invention that was gaining popularity, the World Wide Web. This network allowed people who could afford it to create their own websites where they could host text and images. In an effort to give the fandom an easier way to share artwork, a man named Brian W. Anton opened his private image hosting site, the Valen Central Library, to allow others to upload their own works. Soon after, Fur Nation was opened with the same purpose of making art more accessible while also allowing for networking. Then, in 1996, a new virtual world was made available that catered specifically to furries, named Furcadia. What made it unique was that it could be easily
That sounds
downloaded
familiar.
and run on a PC, and featured a colorful, isometric graphical interface, both factors making it far more accessible than the text-based MUX. According to an interview with some of the game's producers, the population tripled yearly for the first 5 years it was available to the public.
Damn.
The proliferation of these online resources meant that, for a large portion of furries, the zines that had been so popular through the 80s were outmoded. For a time, the increased connectivity allowed furries to discover new zines and subscribe to them, but eventually, increasing internet speeds made it easier to upload higher quality images online. All of these factors together saw a rapid, exponential increase in people referring to themselves as furry, but with the increase in size came the inevitable problems that fandoms face, and they would be extreme.
Ugh. Tell me about it.
After the first year of conference, each successive convention would grow by
Conference.
more than 100 every year throughout the 1990s.
Amsterdam.
However, as the crowd grew, the convention gained more and more of a reputation for wildness and eroticism beyond only the selling of pornography. One man, by the name of Ed Klein, released an open letter to Mark Merlino on the Furry Usenet board on February 8, 1997, illustrating just how extreme the issue had grown at conference. He opens with, quote, "Mark, this letter is in regards to a serious problem that we encountered at Conference 8. I direct this letter at you personally because I assume you are still in charge and responsible for the convention in general. I say I assume because certain matters have made me question your authority regarding the running of this con.
Oh,
Mark,
no.
Pay very close attention to what you're reading. I do not want any misunderstandings." Klein goes on to describe several incidents while he was at the convention. Quote, "On Thursday, the day of my arrival, on our way to get something to eat at the hotel coffee shop, we watched two young men deliberately waiting for what we saw to be mundanes see them, and proceed to deep-throat each other in a rather blatant manner in the hotel lobby,
What?
obviously getting a kick out of offending people. This went on for the period of time it took us to get across the lobby and into the coffee shop. They were still there when we left. Besides that, what the hell was one of your security doing walking around in drag? What's that got to do with the so-called premise of the convention, along with not aiding in the confidence people would be feeling in approaching security? That was very immature and unprofessional." After this, he describes a scene which has now become infamous in the furry fandom and was soon corroborated by other Usenet posters. Quote, "There was a situation in an elevator Saturday evening when I was taking some important guests back to my room for business. We were discussing said business in the elevator on our way up to the room when one of the gentlemen with me leaned back against the wall, as most people do, when he found his side and pants covered in semen. Some diseased bottom feeder couldn't contain himself and squirted all over the wall." He then
Jesus
discusses
Christ.
his concern with the direction of the convention. Quote, "When did you decide to make this convention something other than anthropomorphic? What are you going to do about this lunatic fringe that is seeping into the convention? And understand this, I don't care whether they're alternative lifestylists or otherwise, or if they make love to their pets or any other preference. That's not what I'm addressing. What are you going to do about the people who aren't interested in attending this convention for its intended purposes? We overheard others on more than one occasion ask, "What's a furry?" and receive the answer, "I don't know, I'm just here for the parties and sex." What are you going to do about these same people who are going about methodically ruining the reputations of the alternative lifestylists as well? And if you don't think there's a problem with this, you're not looking in the right places. Get your head out of your ass and clean up your fucking act. I'm not the only one that's pissed about this. He goes on to indict Mark Merlino for driving out the old regular attendees, but immediately afterwards, he talked about his experience at what had come to be known as pet auctions, and suggests he was allowing prostitution. Quote, "Gee, Mark, innocent, naive us. We thought it was going to be a pet auction, as in people in costumes and anthropomorphically inclined adopting others of similar interests for the benefit of charity.
Yeah.
We found it was nothing more than a queer auction. Kishma offered to do a lap dance as Kashta, her zebra dancer, to the highest bidder. If she was offering this to a furry audience, she probably would have brought the house down. Instead, she got crickets. Know what this means, Mark? She went for $28. And yet, some little cretin in tight black shorts offering veiled sex went for $180. In fact,
Well, I don't-
offering extras at the discretion
Doesn't
of the
seem
pet sold for
relevant,
over $40.
I guess.
Mark, all of this came off as a thinly disguised excuse for pandering. You're lucky it wasn't shut down. There was also the fear that people with cameras were attending specifically to smear the fandom, a fear spurred by a general desire for the fandom to be accepted by those from without. These sentiments were a demonstration of a concern and frustration that had been building in the furry fandom for some time, and soon they would culminate into a moment that would help define more concretely what it meant to be a part of the furry community.
Oh god. Here we go. Can't wait to see what that fucking
In late
means.
1998, a woman named Charlotte Trotman wrote a public letter online under the name Squee Rat, entitled "This Sordid Little Business," alternatively known as the Furry Manifesto, and it expanded upon Ed Klein's letter to apply it to the greater furry fandom. She opened with a strong indictment. Quote, "I remember when being a pervert was a bad thing. If you were warped, you tried to hide it, and good for you if you did. If you were going to polish your rod to autopsy photos or bugger a Shetland pony, you did it in the privacy of your own sick, sad home. No one else, especially not me, had to know, and that was great. The best part was, if you decided to crawl out on the roof and inform the neighborhood via midnight megaphone that being urinated on got you hot, you would be told in no uncertain terms how very diseased you were. Most people I know don't have too much trouble distinguishing between a lifestyle choice and a warning sign. Yep, in many parts of the world, the idea of making love to Andy Panda is still regarded as somewhat misguided. Most parts, that is, except furry fandom. I don't know what the hell happened here." Apparently out of ignorance, she goes on to misattribute the origins of the fandom as entirely non-sexual. Quote, "To me, and a lot of other people, furry simply means a fondness for animal-human combinations in art, movies, books, whatever. If you're biased towards Redwall novels, have a soft spot for anime cat girls, or can't drag yourself away from The Secret of Nim, chances are excellent that you're at least slightly fur-inclined. That's pretty cool by me. The simple definition is probably what started furry fandom in the first place." She then goes on to list the groups in the fandom she finds particularly egregious. Quote, "The most obvious one so far would be suspicions of bestiality. This wouldn't be a problem if the furs that did it weren't so damn proud of it. For those of you that were out sick that day in sex ed class, don't fuck your pets. Raping Fido is a 100% bad idea. You're making us all look bad, goddammit." Her second group of interest was also related to sex. Quote, "As we descend just a step deeper into hell, we stumble across the path of the plushophile. That's shorthand for, I find this Miko doll intensely erotic. These are the people who use FAO Schwartz as a singles bar. I don't know who decided that this was a valid excuse for a sex life, but he probably still lives in his mother's basement. You don't have to earn a degree in psychology to figure out how thickly laden with sexual dysfunction the very concept of plushophilia is." She then attacked what were known as furry lifestylers. Quote, "Glee, we've got us some self-righteous little pokers down here. You see, just drawing cartoon animals or enjoying Watership Down doesn't make you a furry. No, you're not good enough. You're not a furry if it's just a hobby, if you don't think you're the astrally projected soul of a wolf trapped in a human body, or you don't answer the phone with a meow, you're not a furry.
Hey, that's what I've
Yup,
been saying.
Don't you feel terribly inferior now? Christ on a fire engine, but some people will try and force on you. Next, she speaks on those who attach New Age beliefs to the fandom. Quote, there are no werewolves. Anyone who claims to turn into a giant dog at the whim of a celestial body should be mercilessly ostracized and laughed at with maximum cruelty. Her penultimate target, perplexingly, was vegans, using a naturalistic argument to decry their practices. Quote, for those of you who don't live in California, that's the total shunning of all animal products. No eggs, no leather, no beef, no fish, no clubbing baby seals until their skulls are soft and dough-like. For reasons beyond my comprehension,
Oh my God.
this sort of self-denial is supposed to put you more in touch with your furriness. God knows how. I've never seen a pride of lions abandon a mule carcass to chase down a fleeing herd of garden burgers. Animals have a strange way of mutilating other animals. That's nature.
Oh my
Welcome to it.
God.
And there's nothing more
Oh,
furry and
savage,
magical than
dude.
gnawing some flesh, kids. Human beings are omnivorous, and that means meat. If you don't believe me, fetch yourself a mirror and smile. See those pointy things? Canines. So enough with the tofu and bean sprouts, your spirit animals are laughing at you. The last was shorter, taunting those who ardently wanted to be animals
Alright.
themselves.
I fucked
Numerous
all this
people
up.
in the furry community
We're gonna
saw
fix
their
it.
own beliefs, concerns, and frustrations presented in Trotman's post. These concerns were founded in the scattered news stories that were beginning to appear about the furry fandom.
I'm just gonna
throughout
watch
the
this video to
90s,
close out the
often
night, okay?
showcasing their unconventional sexual habits.
Many of those attending the conference here told us that being furry is just innocent child's play. Adults pretending to be kids. But a lot of what goes on here is undeniably adult-oriented. And it's not...
Oh my God. Huh. Oh shit, that's so funny, dude. I really have to go to the bathroom. Since we're so close to the end of the stream, I'm just gonna close it out, okay? This fucking video is awesome. That's so rad. Alright. We're gonna send you to... Oh, geez, I don't know, man. Anybody got anyone they want to send us around to? Anyone got a target for the raid, dude? No, we're just gonna browse. Here. Any other volley here, dude? This person right here? Are they affiliate yet? They are. Any non-affiliate birds? Here's one. Here we go. Hill Paw. Good luck, good luck, good luck. Everyone have a great day, okay? I have no idea what this guy's about. Raid message? Shit. Ego! Did you just get here? Man. Alright. Later. I'll be on Discord if you want. Oh yeah, one more time. Here's the Discord. Boop. Man. I gotta start streaming a little later or something. Everyone showed up at like the last hour and a half. Alright, we're out of here.